Peering into Hell, a benzidamine and caffeine trip report by Nico P01, posted to earwid.org November 11th, 2020. 0 hours and 0 minutes. Dose: 2 grams of benzidamine, chased with water on an empty stomach. I start with the lights on low, 50%, pink-red blend. 5 minutes. Feeling nausea already, hairs standing on end. Last time it took 50 minutes, literally 10 times this long, to take effect. This is extremely unusual, which adds to the anxiety caused by the benzi. 10 minutes. Feeling tingles on my cheeks and neck. 15 minutes. I'm already feeling a dry throat. Things are definitely moving way too fast. I can tell my pupils are dilating, and the room is getting visibly brighter. 25 minutes. I'm seeing the classic tracers and star-like specks now. A wave of benzi-induced anxiety hits me like a semi-truck. The fear is powerful but not overpowering. I think I can cope. I spin my eyes in circles to clear my peripheral vision of horrors when it gets too much. I feel hot and cold flashes throughout my body. My hearing seems like it's cranked to the highest sensitivity, and my vision is starting to sort of swing a little even when I'm not moving my eyes. 30 minutes. The effects subside a little bit for just a few seconds, like the valley between waves in the ocean, the calm before the hellstorm. 32 minutes, I feel multiple puffs of wind blow across my right ear, like breathing, as though someone is directly behind me, which I recognise from my last trip. This repeated experience gives me a confidence boost, but before I can compose myself for the experience to come, I'm hit with a wave of mind fog. 35 minutes. The fog has turned into a full-blown head high, like smoking way too much sativa, yet even worse, as the backdrop of the trip creeps into the high, turning it dark and anxious. I hear the sound of crawling spiders, a blend of faint, plasticky clicking and soft hissing. I start to hear phantom voices as well. 45 minutes, I feel very dizzy and have extreme difficulty concentrating on anything. I simply write DF in my live jot notes. Not sure if I missed the C key or if I tried to recall the word concentrating but couldn't, settling for focusing instead. After a couple minutes my mind clears and I change it to DC. I feel breath across my skin again, this time across the back of my neck. It takes me a few moments to realise I'm feeling breath underneath my neck warmer. I wore it specifically to cope with the constant feeling of neck tingles. I feel chills. Oh, this is not going well, is it? I start to feel the crawling sensation of spiders moving all across my body. 50 minutes. Within only a couple minutes, I suddenly feel fear like none I have ever known in my entire life. Impending doom crushes down on me. I'm terrified, so much that I do not even think to bring up the question of what I fear. I later recall after the trip seeing dozens and dozens of human-sized spirits and creatures, along with many spiders, all twisted and menacing, moving fast in the dimly lit room in my peripheral vision, mere feet away from where I sat. It felt as busy as an underworld street in the darkest pit of hell, crowded with vicious, angry demons just waiting to flay my mind into pieces. This happened as soon as the benzi took full effect, and hallucinations started manifesting in my direct vision. The music coming through my headphones is indecipherable, just white background noise. It no longer has any positive effect on my mental fortitude. I try to access the part of my mind where I store my stress management skills, but I can't find it in all the brain fog. I recite spiritual verses, ones that I have known for years, the same ones that guided me through my last trip with ease. They feel empty, sucked dry of meaning. I spin my eye in circles, but the demonic spirits return as soon as my eyes stop, and I cannot keep it up forever. Pure panic consumes me. The visceral survival instincts kind of fear I have only felt when I literally blacked out from oxygen deprivation. I instinctively grab my phone and turn my LED light to the brightest, whitest setting. It feels like breaking my head above the water within seconds of drowning, but I have no energy to feel relieved, and it'd be short-lived anyhow. Within moments, The raw, unhinged terror returns, like a gigantic anvil falling on my shoulders. I feel as though my horror manifests itself in my very body. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely even type any jot notes. I'm feeling vertigo so strong, my eyes literally cannot focus on anything. The room is spinning like a half pendulum as my focus swings left and upward, then suddenly snaps back to straight ahead, repeating this motion 2 to 3 times every second. It's literally nauseating. So much so that I don't even have the spare focus to realise the sickening irony in that my very coping mechanisms are morphing into symptoms that intensify the fear I'm trying to handle. Complex thoughts are now completely beyond me. Postscript note. Live jot notes cease here. At 1 hour the anxiety is unbearable. I feel so exhausted I literally cannot think to save myself. My entire body is heavy and sore. It's like I can feel the benzene flowing through my veins, poisoning every part of my body. Breathing is difficult and painful. I'm utterly void of energy, of power, even mentally so. Exerting the willpower to conjure a single thought other than pure horror is like trying to lift a skyscraper with only my bare hands. All I can manage to record is, can't type. I hear the floor creaking in my room, and the fact that it's a concrete basement apartment only magnifies my reaction to it. The chair I'm sitting in starts making way too much noise. Am I unaware of my own fidgeting, or is something very large with way too many legs crawling around on the underside? The nausea is overwhelming. Everything is overwhelming. But I'm starting to feel like I may actually puke. I still have no energy, so I cannot even brace myself for the trip and the new horrors I know that await. I am exhausted, sleepy, and scared. The thought of ending the trip rushes into my mind. This trip is getting grim now. I look at the table and see a can of energy drink. It's risky, but I'm desperate. I down what feels like a massive gulp, but in reality is a tiny sip. I feel every muscle in my mouth and throat straining to operate. Not only is the act of using any muscle a massive task, but the thought power to be aware of and feel them working drains me. Then, like a gift from the gods, every symptom starts subsiding. I take bearing of my mind, my body, my situation. I drink more, a little bit of willpower. I drink more, and a little less fear. It's still mind-numbingly horrifying, mind you. My body still feels like it's being crushed by cinder blocks, and I can barely piece my thoughts together. But I am no longer literally paralysed by the fear. I have what feels like about 1/3 of the can, or about 53 milligrams. I spend a great deal of time savouring this tiny fragment of solace I can get in the midst of my damnation. Finally, I take a couple more sips, gather the tattered remains of my willpower, and head out. As I leave my room and walk down the hallway to the bathroom, I see in my peripheral vision multiple grudge, ring-looking girls, and a couple adult-sized ones run at me from behind. I almost don't make it to the bathroom, but thanks to a brief blackout, the distance is halved. I shut and lock the door. Inside, everything is white, and the light of midday brightens it even more. I kneel with my face in the porcelain bowl for what feels like 20 or 30 minutes. I'm seesawing between holding it down because I don't want to feel the stomach acid burning my already sore and dry throat, mouth and nose, or gaining just a tiny fraction of my willpower back by letting go. I end up settling for the former, because I need as much water and calories in my stomach as I can keep down. I feel intensely sick, both worse and different than a flu or a hangover. A cursed sickness. It takes me a while to get back up and prepare to return. When I do open the bathroom door and head back to my room, I don't feel nearly as much fear of the grudge girls, despite the unnerving and extremely vivid pitter-patter of half a dozen pairs of bare feet behind me. They're so close I can feel their breath on my neck. I feel one of them tug at the back of my shirt. After opening the floodgates of hell in my own bedroom a mere hour ago, this is actually a welcome change. I am in agony though. Walking, even standing, is a breathtaking, painful challenge. I climb into bed. I used up all the energy I gained in that bathroom trip, and it's getting worse again. I check the stopwatch. 90 minutes. I'm a long way from the peak. I finish the other 2/3 of my energy drink, taking breaks to let the nausea subside, then take another painful gulp down my sandpaper throat. I feel the energy slowly slip away as the paralysing exhaustion overpowers the caffeine. I try sleeping it off instead, but when I close my eyes I see spiders, demons, and unspeakable horrors. Every second my eyes are closed, my closed-eye visuals get more and more vivid and more dark and disturbing, until I open my eyes in scared shock at the realness of it all. One time, I try to close my eyes and I suddenly see a gigantic demon made of rock, with horns bigger than a rhino, burst through my doorway, wood dust and splinters flying as it charges towards me. My eyes snap open at the vivid jump scare. The dream lasted less than a second, yet I felt like I was there, like everything I saw was real and could affect me. The feeling dissipates as soon as I open my eyes. The room is getting much more sinister in the conscious world. There is no escape. The doors of hell cannot be shut so easily. I have a spread on the table with food, water, juice, and electrolytes. I try solid food, but it tastes like rubber coated in WD-40. I start sipping juice. My stomach tries to pirouette jump out of my chest, but I manage to keep it down. Each sip gets a little easier. Waves of dizziness and mind fog come and go, unending since the very beginning, and continuing for the entire trip. Harbingers of dark spirits that are soon to appear. A particularly intense wave hits me. I feel phantom spiders crawling all over my head. I brush at something on my ear, not sure if it is a phantom spider or a hair. It is a hair, and I brush it off my ear and back into place, but it sticks to my hand. I blink, and the hair is gone. It wasn't real. The vividness of it scares me. I tuck my hands under the covers, but no sooner than I do, I feel a small patch of gluey, sticky threads on the underside of the blanket. I bring my hands back up, and see a tiny splotch of white on my right thumb. I try brushing it off with my finger, but it sticks to my finger, stretching across both digits. It's spiderweb. I'm scared shitless. It disappears in a blink, but that just scares me more. Anything is actually possible now. Touch, sound, vision, taste, pain. The most horrific fables, the most terrifying renditions of hell, the most unimaginable torture scenarios, they are now all within the realm of existence, and I am still not at the peak. The room seems to darken, nearing the same dimness as the very beginning, despite the light being turned up as bright as I can get it. It's as if hell is swallowing up the light like a waking nightmare. Every time I breathe or fidget, I hear the sound of tiny silken spider threads snapping, like an army of spiders is gluing the back of my shirt to the pillow. It feels like it too. I feel lots of very strong, vivid tingles and jabbing pains. My silhouette on the wall next to me moves even when I look directly at it. Despite the crushing fear and brain fog, I managed to type a final, foreboding message for the experience log. In shadows now, not as planned. Oh, I need daylight. This room is no longer safe and it's about to get much, much worse. I decide to take refuge in the living room. I grab my laptop and as much provisions from my table as I can carry and brace myself for the trip. I take a deep, ragged, painful breath into my sore chest and open the door. The only place not bathed in sunlight is the dining room, which is on the opposite side of the living room. Hallucinations always spawn in shadows. My bedroom door is halfway. I have a head start and I don't want to waste it, so I rush to the living room and tug the door closed behind me, blocking off the grudge girls that I can hear running after me. I lay on the couch with the full light of day streaming in through a 12-foot wide window and prepare for what is to come at the peak. At 2 hours I see shelves and power cords twitching and jerking like they're possessed in my peripheral vision. In my direct vision, the bare walls bulge outward in sudden popping motions. My shoes are extremely loud. I can hear every single rubber squeaking and canvas brushing sound as if I have a megaphone next to them. As soon as I lay down, I feel the crawling, tingling, stabbing spiders return as they glue my shirt to the couch. At 2 hours and 15 minutes, I see shadow people for the first time, even though the room is piercingly bright. I see them come and go for a while in the corner of the living room, barely more than 5 feet away from me. Then the main attraction arrives. I'm suddenly hit, but not physically, but rather mentally. I'm confused. I can't piece sentences together in my head. I'm just rambling. Random words connect to each other like a broken autocomplete. Every few seconds I'll realise what I just thought made no sense, but as I try to understand what's happening, I'll just start rambling again. And then it really hits me. My memory jumps. And it's not like a blackout. It feels like a completely unbroken series of events. I feel normal under the circumstances. Then suddenly I feel totally disconnected from myself. I don't know who I am. I don't recognise my body. I don't understand my own thoughts. Wait, nah, I do, I know who I am. These aren't thoughts, these are memories. Emotional memories. I remember the feeling of not knowing who I am. I remember not being myself. I'm remembering what it's like to feel true delirium, and it is terrifying. 2 hours and 45 minutes. I have no idea how many times I bounced between sanity and delirious disconnect, but it seemed to last only a few seconds at a time, at least the parts that I remember. What little time I had in my sane periods after recollecting all my thoughts were filled with shock and terror. I never intended to go this far. What's coming next? Is this the end of the peak, or the end of me? As if by some divine foresight, I managed to take the exact correct dosage for my metabolism to just peek into the maw of insanity. Within only 30 minutes, the delirium subsided. I didn't go anywhere or do anything. I'm actually still lying down. And thinking back on it, I doubt my body could even move if whoever or whatever took control of my empty mind wanted it to. I was still exhausted, still battling waves of nausea, still in massive pain, and merely breathing was still a laborious task. I don't know if I could have even spoken. But before I could breathe a sigh of relief from regaining firm control of my mind, the reality of my situation came back to me. I hear the whispers of young girls, but with their sinister edge. I'm starting to hear the sounds of tiny bare feet running around behind the closed living room door. And when I look at the tiny gap at the bottom of the door, I see several feet worth of pale white toes. I hear one of the grudge girls run to the opposite side of the house behind the door, then moments later run back. Then, suddenly, the sound of a saw cutting through wood. The sawing stops, and the sound of metal clattering on the ground rings through my ears like a gunshot. Then I hear multiple small palms sliding across the door. They're trying to push it open. I wait in silence for the next horror to begin. I hear more pitter-patter, then the sound of a wooden table being dragged across the floor. It stopped right behind the door, and I see through a gap at the top of the door a tiny sliver of a head covered in long, black, unkempt hair just barely poking up. I look away in horror. Suddenly, I hear the crystal clear sound of the door sliding wide open. I snap my head back. The door is closed. I hear one girl run off and return, then hear the jangling of keys and the sound of unlocking. The door remains shut, and I hear several small hands scratch the door with their fingernails. I hear gentle knocking from tiny knuckles, then out of the cloud of indistinct murmurs I hear a whisper call out like a cursed bell in perfect clarity, "Let me in!" It taunted. Every attempt fails, but is terrifying nonetheless. They might yet get through, and honestly, anything is possible in this now hellish reality. Come down. 3 hours and 30 minutes, the girls continue to run about in the apartment, creaking the door open when I'm not looking. Then, finally, it subsides. Everything subsides. I'd feel relieved if I weren't so exhausted, it hurt. I look at the door again and notice a massive grunge mark across the white paint. It's pale, so I wonder if I just haven't ever noticed it before. It's right at the level of the doorknob and looks like the kind of rubbed-in dirt marks that a door would get from being pushed open thousands of times. Then suddenly, it moves. It starts morphing into different shapes. I look away and look back again quickly. Now it's in a different spot. My relief from passing peak appears to be short-lived. I feel I'm not actually out of the woods yet, if I can see hallucinations this vivid. I try looking away and then looking at it again, to see that there's now 2 identical grunge marks. I reset yet again, trying vainly to purge my vision of hallucinations. It's in a new spot again now, and I watch it this time as it starts morphing into different shapes. It turns into a fist, then points a finger at the TV. I look over at the TV, its surface a semi-glossy black mirror, and see a room much larger than the living room I'm in. I see the reflection of my legs and the couch and the divider wall between the living room and outside door. I also see things that aren't a reflection. I see an armchair in the non-existent space between the couch and the divider. And on the other side of the divider, I should see the door to the outside, but I only see pitch black. I look back at the chair and see a figure. He looks at me. I ask him mentally what he wants, but he walks away and disappears into the darkness on the other side of the mirrored divider. I lean over to peer through the darkness and a hallway appears. It is long, way longer than possible, with double doors and 2 windows letting daylight stream in. I lean back as I feel a sudden rush of fear on my exposed back, as well as the crawling, tingling and jabbing intensify without my back pressed to the couch. The figure reappears suddenly, only to do the same. I don't have it in me to sit up again. I see what appears to be the reflection of my legs, except it's oriented completely wrong. Mirror me is way closer to the TV, nearly touching it and also underneath it somehow. I see hands reach out and stretch, and the legs follow suit, stretching and bending. The illusion of reflection is lost as soon as it starts moving of its own accord. The movement is so crisp and smooth, it's the most realistic visual hallucination I have seen yet. Then suddenly, like a Rubik's Cube, patterns on my fake mirror's PJ plants slide in several directions at once, as the reflection snaps to reality. The reflection of my feet, the couch and blanket. Then it repeats. I see the armchair figure multiple times, sometimes shape-shifting but growing more and more indistinct every time. I hear my roommate come out of her room suddenly and start doing dishes. I can tell it's real because it's seemingly louder than the hallucinations. She turns on the dryer, then goes back to her room. Then she's out again and walks all the way to the door, pulling it open. My heart leaps into my throat. She's going to let the grunge girls out. The door doesn't move. Then I hear the bathroom sink turn on. I guess my foggy brain must have misheard the footsteps. I can still tell the difference between hallucination and reality if I actually focus. The roommate finishes up and returns to her room, but there's more pitter-patter from the bare feet of the hallucinated girls. The roommate comes back out of her room, walking all the way to the door and stops. Then I hear the sink turn on. It seems that when my real roommate walks around, my hallucinations hijack the sound to make themselves seem more real. I can just barely tell the difference between the fake footsteps and the real ones, by how loud they actually are. It's only later, after reviewing my notes, that I realised the scary truth. At the time, I could barely concentrate on anything other than the fighting off the unending fear, fatigue and nausea in between bouts of head fog, so I thought nothing of it. But why would my roommate go back and forth between her room and the bathroom nearly 8 times? I was annoyed at her in the moment, but now I realise she didn't. I couldn't tell the difference between real and hallucinated sounds. Not at all. At 4 hours, my mind has slowly been clearing since the peak, and I now have enough focus to try and test my typing ability. I look back at it half an hour later and see that it is legible, and still is after looking at it 48 hours later. I notice a couple of my keyboard letters are slightly blurry, but this will pass shortly. I also notice that the lyrics of the music I'm listening to get heavily jumbled, nonsensical if I turn the volume down. Like my mind puts random words together when it can't hear what's being said in perfect clarity. I really am truly balancing on the very edge of insanity. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I break through the mental exhaustion for a moment and I'm of sound mind enough to resume typing my notes from memory, as I remember everything in visceral detail. 5 hours. My laptop battery dies, so I decide to move back to my bedroom. I'm still stalked by the grudge girls in the trip from the living room, which takes a lot out of my psyche. I am left exhausted, dizzy, and unable to concentrate when I arrive. I suddenly hear the sound of a man peeing loudly in the toilet, which is impossible as there are no men in my apartment, only myself and my roommate. I hear the phantom man finish and the distinct sound of footsteps moving towards my door, then the terrifyingly realistic sound of jingling keys, followed by the sound of a key sliding into the padlock and the bolt lock sliding open. The door remains still as I hold my breath. I hear this auditory hallucination happen repeatedly, but my exhausted, foggy brain isn't able to learn that it's fake, and every occurrence takes a little more out of my energy reserves. Sometimes, when the man inevitably fails to unlock my door, he starts scraping loudly with his fingernails. I occasionally hear the sound of what seems like 100 mice in a giant swarm in the kitchen. One time, I suddenly hear the crystal clear sound of my bedroom door opening. My heart leaps into my throat as I snap my eyes to the door, but it is closed. Another time, I not only hear it opening, but see it open in my peripheral vision. I again snap my eyes directly at the door as my heart rate skyrockets, and again the door remains locked and closed. The phantom man seems to be gone. When I look at my laptop to resume typing, the gap at the bottom of my door expands in my peripheral vision from an inch to several feet high, and I see a gigantic spider come out of the massive black hole and crawl across the floor to my chair. When it appears on top of my chair, it is no longer a spider but a cat. When I look directly at my chair, the cat disappears, and I also see ghost spiders at the edges of my vision, but I cannot see any hallucinations in my direct vision anymore. 5 hours and 30 minutes. My room has suddenly brightened, and I feel like the darkness in my mind has lifted. After another 10 minutes, the mind fog returns, and it appears it was just a valley between waves of mind fog and fatigue. My throat feels not only sore, but raw. It feels like it's been damaged badly with a caustic substance. At 6 hours, I see the faint but full-colour hallucination of a snake-like Japanese dragon in my window, wearing a humanoid Japanese demon mask. It moves slowly from the window into my room, growing more monotone as it crosses from my peripheral into my direct vision, where it becomes a ghost outline, and then disappears on the opposite side of my peripheral vision. I also see in my peripheral vision a giant spider come out of the enlarged hole in the bottom of my door, crawl to my chair, and this time turn into a hedgehog. 6 hours and 30 minutes. A super intense wave of head fog hits me. I have difficulty maintaining a linear order of events when attempting to accomplish any task, even one as simple as forming a single thought. 7 hours. I begin to notice just how sweaty I am. Earlier, near the beginning of my trip, I measured my heart rate at double my resting. It is still 60% higher than my resting rate right now. 7 hours and 30 minutes after returning from the washroom, I realise I've gone to the washroom over 10 times since the beginning. I still have no appetite, have to force myself to eat, and can still only get down liquid nutrition. 8 hours. I'm typing notes on my laptop when suddenly my entire field of vision jolts and blurs a little, and an entire wall of text in all caps appears instantaneously in front of me. My mind reels from the sudden time jump, and I feel a gut-wrenching, cold, clammy fear grip my chest as I read the words, "I am hate, I am evil, I am cruel, I am selfish." Dozens and dozens and dozens of sentences have been written in a time of which I am not even aware of past. A screed of uncensored, unrestrained messages, like a demonic manifesto, fills my entire screen. Is this what being possessed feels like? Regardless of what is or isn't real, the writing before me is, and my memory of writing it is totally non-existent, and I am left shaken and terrified. 8 hours and 15 minutes. A black ball of spidery legs rushes across the floor incredibly quick. 8 hours and 25 minutes. All of my visual hallucinations have been subsiding over the last few hours. It's been almost 5 hours since the end of my peak, so I expect that the trip is nearly over. Suddenly, I'm starting to see specks and glitches everywhere. I feel a rush of anxiety, hear hallucinated voices, and the light in my bedroom grows brighter. Am I starting a second trip? I can't possibly have redosed. I've remembered nearly everything in my trip so far in perfect clarity, and even in the remote chance that I do have memory blackouts, it takes nearly half an hour to gather all the supplies needed, fill capsules with benzie concentrate, and measure the amount. Not to mention that I have absolutely no desire to keep this nightmare going any longer. My chest pounds at the thought of things ramping up again, regardless of how remote it may seem. 8 hours and 45 minutes. My vision blurs and jolts again at the discombobulating feeling of another time jump, though again, I have not moved. It appears I was possessed only for a fraction of a second this time, as whatever evil will taking over me had only enough time to enter a line break. Second come up. 8 hours and 50 minutes and I'm most definitely having another trip. All of the mental and emotional effects are intensifying much more than they should be 5 hours post-peak. It's been about 7 hours since I had caffeine, so it must be wearing off, allowing the benzie to surge back to full strength. I contemplate having more, but I don't want to strain my heart any more than it already is, so I choose to simply ride it out. My bedroom turns dark and foreboding, so I decide to take refuge in the living room once again. 9 hours. I see a translucent drifting thread in the corner of my eyelashes. A single thread of spiderweb and pull it off with my fingers. I feel nothing, and the hallucination vanishes. The furniture starts to creak much too loudly and often. I've left the door to the living room open, and I hear the distinct noise of someone walking around in bare feet. She sniffs her nose like it's runny, dumps a tiny amount of water into the sink drain and starts to walk towards the door. Fear grips my chest like a vice. The roommate hasn't returned yet. I'm still alone in the apartment, or at least I should be. I rush to the door and swing it shut, ignoring the glimpses of figures down the hallway. At 9 hours and 15 minutes, I start to feel the familiar sensation of a cold phantom wind blowing across each and every finger individually. All of my hairs are standing on end. I'm hearing lots of auditory hallucinations and seeing visuals in my peripheral. Above me, I see a vivid double of the light fixture, but when I turn my eyes up to look at the ceiling, it has gone. 9 hours and 30 minutes. My ears are ringing. A deafeningly piercing high-pitched whine just like the last time before my first peak. I hear the sound of a table or a stool scraping across the kitchen floor coming towards the door. Instead of stopping though, it turns around and goes back to the kitchen, then starts going round in circles. My mind must have been extremely foggy as I hear these circular draggings seem to move vertically and over me to the ceiling, yet don't question the realness of it at the time. 9 hours and 35 minutes. I feel breathing across my ear again. I feel tingling all over my body, and a sudden bad taste in my mouth. 9 hours and 50 minutes. The head fog, nausea and dizziness return, extremely strong this time. 9 hours and 55 minutes. I hear what sounds like a body falling on the floor on the other side of the wall, and the table shakes a little in the corner of my eye. I hear quiet knocking at the living room door, and the lyrics to the music I'm listening to, they're getting jumbled again. 10 hours and 15 minutes. My chest is in extreme pain again, and breathing becomes very difficult. My mouth and throat are horribly dry. A wave of anxiety hits me like a train. At 10 hours and 20 minutes, I hear my neighbours outside yelling angrily and a car alarm going off, as though he caught a robber trying to steal his car. Was it even real? Pretty sure not, but there's no way to actually know for sure. 10 hours and 30 minutes, I'm in a valley between the waves of effects. I instinctively want this calm to last, but I know it will not. In fact, whenever I become aware that I'm in a valley, it's usually a sign that it's going to get much worse very soon. 10 hours and 35 minutes. I look at the shadow of my own hand against the back of the couch and feel something strange. as if I don't recognise the shadow as my own. It feels nearly exactly the same as when I had a moment of temporary prosopagnosia when drinking absinthe and couldn't recognise my own reflection as my face. 10 hours and 45 minutes. The earring is getting louder with each wave, and at 10 hours and 50 minutes, I begin to question whether I'm feeling time dilation or just near delirious confusion. I notice I'm making very odd movements of my hands, like a nervous tic that I've now just developed. The second peak. 11 hours in, I hear extremely believable knocking on the outside door. 2 firm knocks, as if with the metal top of a cane repeated 6 or 7 times. It's the loudest, clearest, and most believable of all the auditory hallucinations I have had so far. It cannot possibly be real. That door faces the backyard. The only people who would enter there are the landlords, and they always call before entering. Yet, I cannot stop believing that it is real. I hold very still and pretend I'm not at home, despite the living room light being on. After a while, I hear the sound of the entryway landing creaking behind the divider that stands between me and the outside door, as though someone is now walking in. The creaking stops just behind the edge of the divider wall. I feel as though a dark, regal spirit is waiting for me to invite them in. I don't know whether to get up and do so, unleashing who knows what kind of malice into my house, or to refuse and risk the consequences. I decide it's better not to invite unknown spirits into my home. After another period, I hear the sound of the base of a cane angrily striking the sidewalk outside of my door, then clacking footsteps walking swiftly away. Have I brought a worse fate upon myself for being rude? I feel it's better to stick with the evil I know, but perhaps there is no good choice. At 11 hours and 15 minutes, I hear yet more hallucinations above me. The old man's stroller dragging loudly across the floor, and the sharp sound of high heels following behind. It must be real. It's too loud to be a hallucination, yet I've never heard anyone with high heels visit the tenants upstairs. Then it starts moving backwards, the 2 phantoms retracing their steps, then behind me, then diagonally down one wall, then down another until at ground level. 11 hours and 20 minutes. Another pause between waves. Second come down. At 12 hours, all of the symptoms start to subside, and I gather my things and return to my bedroom as my laptop is almost out of battery yet again. In my room, I am able to turn down the lights to a dimmer setting without much anxiety. Later on, at 19 hours and 30 minutes, I spend the next 7 hours editing my notes as I battle through fatigue and mind fog. It's a double-edged sword. I'm distracted from the physical world and all the hallucinated demons and spirits, but remembering and writing intricate details about such dark and terrifying experiences while I'm still not sober affects the world around me. I have vivid bouts of auditory hallucinations and visuals in my peripheral throughout editing, and even now I know if I let my eyes sit in one spot too long, I'll start seeing things more vividly until I see it in my direct vision. 19 hours and 45 minutes and my eyes are starting to hurt. I feel a migraine coming. I'm ready to fall asleep. I turn my computer off, then turn off the lights. I immediately hear the sound of a soft thud and a small mouth inhale like a child jumping. I sense yet another grudge girl right next to my bed, inches from my face. I turn the lights back on and feel nauseous. My stomach gurgles, faint at first, then growling louder. It keeps growling way too many times. Is it a hallucination, or to be expected after ingesting a toxic amount of chemicals and then not eating for an entire day? I have no way of knowing what is or isn't real when it comes to sounds, and I'm most definitely still not of sound mind. As I type this, I can see a plastic Easter Island head statue standing impossibly sideways on the side of my desk that disappears when I look straight at it, and reappears when I resume typing. I hear the faint sound of a massive hellhound breathing in its sleep under my bed. I finish typing, just about to get ready to fall asleep when suddenly I hear a familiar foreboding sound. A deafening, high-pitched whine. Oh my god. The third peak. It's here. At 20 hours, I turn off my computer again and try to quickly fall asleep before I can start seeing, hearing, and feeling things. The first hour, I can only fall asleep for 5 minutes at a time. I'm still seeing vivid closed-eye visuals, though not nearly as bad as during the first come-up. It's always starting in a place that feels small and cramped, like a movie short happening on a tiny set, and it always ends up returning to the same pattern, rushing at 200 miles per hour through a long, winding, unending tunnel. The dream keeps getting more real, dark and sinister until I'm shocked awake. One time I close my eyes and I see a magician. He opens a red curtain just barely big enough for me to walk through, and I see dozens of curtains opening up inside, one after the other, each one darker as the light fades into the distance, and I am rushing through them. Now, it's not just the shadows making the curtains darker. The fabric itself on each consecutive curtain is a deeper red than the previous one, until they're all black now, and they start to get more and more vivid. I'm only in the curtain tunnel for a couple seconds before I rush into a tiny black tent. The magician is there. The room is lit dimly as if from only a few candles, even though I can't see the source of the light. Someone is tied up in a chair with a plastic mask that has 3 holes, one for each eye and a third in their forehead. The magician grabs a giant razor-sharp knitting needle and stabs it into their head through skin and bone. I start to feel a sudden stabbing pain in my own head, which makes me jump awake. The dream felt like it lasted less than a minute. Another dream, and I'm in a tiny, dimly lit room again, with old-fashioned light bulbs on a wire lining the top edge of 2 of the walls. The low ceiling is a thick, opaque tarp and blows in the strong wind outside. I feel like we must be near the seaside. It's night time. There's a person standing next to a small table. There's only standing room between the edges of the table and the walls. They are checking the light bulbs. They bend over towards the table and suddenly everything starts spinning like full vision, full colour tracers. My entire tiny world is a circular pattern, then suddenly I'm rushing through it as it turns into a tunnel. The tunnel is striped black and grey, and I'm falling at breakneck speed, though I don't feel any vertigo. The walls start to gradually become more clear until they are glass, with black metal between each pane. Outside, I see I'm underwater. It's getting darker as I fall deeper and deeper until there's only pitch black. Suddenly, the tunnel is no longer made of glass, it's made of skulls. I'm rushing through the open maw of 1,000,000 giant consecutive skulls. Outside of the skull tunnel, I see a deep red glow get brighter and brighter as I rush down the tunnel into hell itself. I jump awake. Again, the dream only lasted a couple minutes. Then, another dream, and I'm looking at the sidewalk in the city. I know it's daytime and that there's a bustling city around me, but I can't see anything except this tiny, 10-foot square space of the sidewalk. There's half of a public bench sticking into the scene. The other half exists out of frame. Under the shadow of the bench on the concrete is a bunch of tiny baby chickens for some reason. They're grey instead of yellow. Suddenly, a large dog rushes into the scene, devouring the small birds in a gruesome, bloody mess. It finishes its gory meal in only a few bites and looks up at me. Its head is flat and it has no eyes. And then I realise it has 2 bottom jaws instead of a top and bottom jaw. Its head is just a giant mouth. This is no regular dog, it is a hellhound. It sniffs me, then opens its maw wide and jumps at me, and I see a long, dark tunnel lined with teeth before jumping awake again. Every time I wake up, my heart is racing, and I start to hear the ringing in my ears, followed by crawling, tingling sensations and movements in my peripheral vision. I try to get back to sleep before the fear can keep me awake. After a restless hour of 5-minute naps, I start to have longer dreams, and as a result, sleep for longer periods. 10 minutes, then 15, then 30. As the dawn starts to light up my room through the window, I feel safer closing my eyes, and the light seems to cast a calming mood over my dreams. At 23 hours, I wake up feeling almost sober and a little bit rested for the first time in what feels like eternity. It's daylight again. I check the time on my phone. I try to close my blinds to sleep better, but still feel the cold, clammy grip of Benzie fear grip me in the dark, so I turn it up again, then return to sleeping. The periods of rest between waking gradually increase over the next few hours, and I actually begin to feel more restful. At 27 hours, I wake up and decide to stay up this time, feeling fine. My mouth tastes like chalky acidic chemicals though. I warm up some solid food and pour hot sauce on it to burn out the terrible taste. I feel like my throat is burning as if I've just downed a small spoon of bleach still raw from the benzie. I keep eating and it gradually burns less. I don't feel any nausea. Yet I hear a loud bump and a metallic clatter in the kitchen, like pop cans or spray cans. I really can't tell. But anyway, my heart leaps at the noise. Still jumpy. Was it real though? Am I still hearing things that vividly? I check my table and find a hair that hours ago I wasn't sure was real. It seems my vision is now finally clear. I hear the distant and faint sound of the microwave warming food, then I think I hear it beeping the finished sound while still running. Oh, well, that's not right. The beeping seems to fade as if my understanding that it's an illusion causes it to. Then I realise I've never been able to hear the low hum of the microwave warming food from a bedroom. It's the other way round. The beeping was real. Or was any of it real? I hear another loud thud, another metallic clatter in the kitchen. I glance at the edge of the bed and something catches my eye. The black sheet has a ghost outline against the white wall. A classic Benzie illusion. I am still seeing things. I close my blinds and in the pitch black I start to see indistinct shapes, like partial illusions and tiny sudden movements at the very distant corners of my vision. I hear the microwave beeping again and go investigate, testing my reality for the first time. It's real. The roommate was warming food. I resume typing. With my light dimmed to a deep dark red, I can clearly tell now that I'm definitely still seeing things in the corner of my eyes, albeit faint and indistinct. In areas of pitch black shadow, I see the blackness morph, and spider-like legs reach out just a couple inches. In bright areas, I see small, super faint ghost spiders dashing around, yet I still resume to edit my notes. 29 hours, and I'm hearing the high-pitched ringing again. I know the hallucinations aren't coming back, so it's actually no longer terrifying, but still loud and slightly painful now. Was it always painful? Probably. But I was in a constant state of agony during the trip from physical pain, extreme exhaustion, soreness and nausea, so I probably didn't notice something so mild as that. I also seem to still have difficulty seeing things for what they are when I have music playing. After writing a few paragraphs, I'll notice several bright red underlines appear all at once. Typos that I didn't quite see at first. Extra notes. It's now 52 hours and 30 minutes, and I've finished this trip report. I still see the hint of moving things at the edges of my vision, the occasional leg of a ghost spider, and I have the uncanny sensation that I can feel the darkness of shadows, like the contrast of my vision is up just slightly. Even the pupils of my eyes, though they are of regular size, look blacker than I remember, and I feel just a little tinge of anxiety looking at them, even in the bright light. Benzie is potentiated by darkness, so this must be a residual effect of sorts. Benzidamine is unlike any other deliriant. It's not like DPH, it's not like tropane alkaloids, antihistamines, or Z drugs. There is no mental or emotional anesthetic during a Benzie trip to soothe the horror. Every feeling is in fact amplified. The impending doom, crushing despair, and literally paralysing anxiety only increases with the dose. Benzie also plays one's own fears against themselves. My mind was constantly racing through dozens of fears, monsters and scenarios, creating new ones every minute during the entire trip. Trying not to focus on these is like trying to walk across a disturbed anthill without stepping on a single ant. All it takes is pausing on a single dark thought for 1 second too long, and it starts to creep into our very physical world. Caffeine, I find, is an extremely effective Benzie suppressant, but will magnify the stress on the heart. The visual hallucinations would often sync with real sounds, while the auditory hallucinations would meld, play off of, or mimic real sounds happening in the moment, making the latter impossible to tell apart. I don't even bother drinking plain water, it has no effect. Coconut water, sports drinks and/or electrolytes are essential for staying hydrated. To say that frequent urination is an effect of Benzie would be an understatement. My liver was clearly desperately trying to purge my body of poison. I lost a massive amount of liquid that I couldn't possibly keep up with, and with my sore throat, mind fog and time dilation, even taking small sips was a significant undertaking. I'm still actually replenishing my body liquids now as we speak. Benzie greatly inhibits alcohol. I only drink once or twice a year and can be prone to blacking out. On the night after the end of the trip, I went out and had a lot to drink with friends, far more than I should have been able to handle, and both felt very aware and suffered no impairment to my vision. As one final note, I cannot possibly fit everything I saw, felt and heard during every minute of my experience into this already massive trip report. I experienced so much that, despite having only a few short memory blanks, I simply couldn't fit everything into my memory. Even now I'm having things come back to me, details that were overwhelmed in the moment by the pain, the exhaustion, and the fear. I have a clear memory of an unbroken linear series of events, but there are several times when a single sense or emotion was so strong that I cannot recall what else was going on. "100x Salvia obliterated my concept of existence." A post on the drugs subreddit 4 months ago by the user SharpArt1967. Hey, I'm Jake, and I'm 17 now. A year ago, me and my buddies wanted to do Salvia really badly for some reason. We'd heard trip stories about it and thought it was cool, so we got some 100x Salvia from this mutual friend of ours. We had a bong ready, and we loaded a bowl, packed it to the brim, and, it was full as hell. Took a really huge hit, and held it. I passed it to my buddy after, and as soon as I exhaled, my vision started to get shaky and blurry. "This is getting really hard, you know." I muttered out these words, and before my body gets pulled back into the couch I'm sitting on, as I feel myself getting pulled into the couch, I see a man. I feel as I'm a sound, if that makes any sense. Well, I know it doesn't, until you try it. I was being played into some kid's headphones. It was the song Ain't It Fun by Paramore. I was tripping my ass off at this point, and I was so confused, and all I was thinking the whole time was that my life was a lie, and I was never real to begin with. I was sound itself. I am the entirety of sound. I felt as I feel sharp pain all over. I get pulled into a dark void of nothing, for it felt like days after I had transitioned into a random guy with a puzzle in front of me. I had to build a puzzle that felt like years, like, I'm not even kidding, every second I could feel it, and it felt like years to me. I had finished the puzzle, and it was a bong full of me. Like, that sounds confusing, I know, but it was me, my consciousness, and me as a human being inside of a bong as a puzzle. I had to go inside the puzzle to smoke myself so I could come out of the trip. I lit the bong full of myself, and inhaled, and after I inhaled, I started to come back to reality. I was so confused as to what the actual hell had just happened to me. All of my friends had come back too, but they were all completely fine. I asked them, I was like, what the fuck has just happened to me? They were sitting there all confused, saying, what are you talking about? You're not real, Jack, you've never been real. And that was when I realised I'm still in the trip, and start to go full on panic mode. Their faces start to morph into different objects, and then I became an object, and I'm an actual bowl of cereal. Somebody's eating me, and it hurts. I could feel all of the pain inside of me. It felt so real, and it was so horrifying, I can't even describe how bad I wanted the trip to end. Finally, after what genuinely felt like days of just being eaten over and over again every day, all day, I come back out of my trip for real this time. I'm in utter disbelief at what had just happened to me. I was like, hey, what are you doing? What are you actually doing to me? I felt stupid as hell. I was saying stuff that made sense to me, but not them, and I have no idea what I actually said though. I said, "Hey, how were y'all's trips?" And they said, "Nah man, we didn't do it. We saw you freaking out for like 10 minutes straight and just said hell no to that." I was like, what the hell? Because we were all supposed to have this experience together. I was so pissed I left the room. I was so scared of reality and I didn't think anything was real, and I thought I was still in the trip. How fun, right? Yeah, nah. Do not do salvia ever. I'm telling you, even if you think it's going to be fun, it won't be. This substance is not for the weak. I lost my pets and almost burned the house down. A Datura trip report by Lucky, posted to earwid.org, June 15th, 2008. I'm in my mid-30s and have tried many different things in my time. LSD, mescaline, mushrooms, etc. I'd call myself experienced with hallucinogenics, which were always fun for me, especially when I was younger. This experience was not one of those times. I must mention that I was trying to make a very light dose to just see what the effects would be. I did not intend to become incapacitated. Although I tried to document my experience exactly, I soon realised this was an impossibility. Here is what I do know. At 11 AM, I boiled exactly 10 leaves, about 6 to 8 inches long, in 8 cups of water for 10 minutes. This was the first time with this plant, and I didn't want to overdo it. I took it off the burner and let it steep for a few minutes. As that was cooling, I made a pitcher of really sweet tea from concentrated dry tea mix. Then I filled a 20-ounce glass with ice and filled the cup halfway with tea. I then filled the rest of the glass with the leaf brew, and ended up using only about 6 to 8 ounces of the brew in total. At 11:30 AM, I drank the tea all at once. It tasted quite nasty, even though it was heavily sweetened. It only took me a few minutes. I then removed the leaves from the pot, threw them away, and the pot with the remaining brew back on the stove. At 11:45 AM, I started to wonder if I'd had enough, and thought it was a good idea to make another glass. So I did, exactly as before, and drank it quickly as well. This time I noticed it was a little hard to get down though, almost like my throat was closing up, making me feel like I was choking. I started to walk back to the couch and realised I felt funny, like my body was drunk but my mind perfectly coherent. From this point on, I cannot tell you the exact timing of anything else because, although I didn't realise it yet, I lost track of all time and reality. At 12ish, maybe, I realise I'm totally wasted. I'm sitting on the couch and notice things are really strange. Corners of the wall turning into spider webs. Very blurry vision. I was watching TV but realised I can't really see it anymore or understand what they're saying at all. I forget to mention that I was alone, for now, as my wife and daughter were due back late that afternoon. More on that later. Never intended to be this messed up, so I decided to get up off the couch and go to the bathroom. I realised then that it would take every effort, almost Herculean strength, just to get off the couch. Finally, I got up off the couch and stumbled to the bathroom, catching a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Oh my god. The first thing I noticed was that my eyes were completely dilated. I then looked down at my hands and have a hard time focusing, but when I finally did, I realised they were beet red. I mean, red. Redder than red. Worse than the worst sunburn you have ever seen. I looked back up at my face in the mirror and I finally came into focus again and realised my face looked exactly the same. Now I'm freaking out. My whole body was red from head to toe. I need to mention at this point that I still felt like I was still there mentally. All I noticed were these physical problems emerging. completely dilated pupils, inability to focus, and beet red skin. I decided that I'd better try to puke up whatever I could, so I tried to, and only a little came up, more like an acid reflux type thing. Except now I have a bigger problem. My throat is actually closing up. Breathing was difficult and I had dry mouth like never before in my life. No amount of water would satisfy it, and every time I tried to drink, it felt like I was going to choke. I must mention that although I thought at the time my mind was still rational, I realised later that I was far from rational. Even still, I calmly, even though I felt like I was dying, went to my computer to look up websites to try to find out if there was a way to reverse the effects I was going through. Somehow I made it to a site, I think, but then realised I couldn't even read it. Every word on the page was gibberish, it didn't make any sense. I knew the answer was somewhere, but I couldn't find it. Looking back, I estimate I spent hours on the computer staring blindly at the screen. At the time, I actually thought it was just minutes though. I went outside to smoke a cig, and realised I couldn't even see anything outside, it was way too bright, so I came back in quickly enough. I then thought of how messed up I was, and that I need to warn my daughter of the danger of this drug. She's 12. I went into her room and started to lecture her about the danger of drugs and to never try it and pick good friends and so on and so forth. I remember thinking how good she is being. She sat quietly and listened to me intently. When I thought I made my point, I got up to leave and realised she'd left the room. I was pissed. How could you just walk away like that? I went out into the living room to complain and realised she wasn't there. Nobody was there. I was still alone. I remember feeling at that point like I'm in some serious trouble. What on earth have I been doing? I must note that I still had all of the symptoms I had earlier. The most troubling being I stumbled everywhere I went and that my body was beet red still, and I choked every time I tried to drink something. I wondered how long it had been. I don't remember exactly what time it was when I looked, but I did realise it was a lot longer than I thought. I recall thinking my family would be home soon, and realised later that I lost several hours doing what I do not know, and all of a sudden, they'd come home. All of a sudden, they were there. My wife, and boy oh boy, did she look pissed. After what happened earlier though, I didn't believe it was actually her. This part of the story is now her recollection of what she came home to. She is a paramedic, by the way, as well. She said she came home, opened the front door, and smoke came pouring out of the house. She ran to notice that the stove was on fire. There I was, just standing there, looking off into space. She was screaming at me, "What the hell is wrong with you?" I remember saying, "Well, nothing's wrong." But she says I was mumbling something about she needed to get off my back and just go to bed. I then see my daughter run by and thought, what is actually wrong with her? I didn't realise it at the time, but what was actually wrong with her was that she was scared shitless about what was going on. Then, they just left. Or had they even been there, I wondered. Oh well, I think I'll go have a smoke. Anyway, what seemed like a few minutes, actually hours later, they came back. We have pets, by the way, too. 3 dogs and a cat. And when they came home the second time, all the animals were gone and the door was wide open. Now she's really pissed. She screams to me about almost burning the house down, and now all the pets were gone. I told her she was nuts and to get off my back immediately. Then they both left again. Damn, I thought. Were they even there? I spent the rest of the night on the computer, mostly just staring at the monitor. I woke up the next morning on the couch and had a talk with my wife. I still felt funny, but the worst was over. So anyway, this is what really happened. My wife and daughter came home at about 5:30 p.m. to find the stove on fire. She puts out the fire, and I must have taken the leaves out of the garbage and tried to make more tea to cause this. The stove was scorched. I think I drank more tea, but I cannot be certain about this. She drilled me about what was going on, saying I wouldn't tell her and kept telling her everything is just cool. She asked me repeatedly what I was on, but I would not tell her. She didn't realise I was as bad off as I was. She was more mad than anything, so she and my daughter took off and came back at about 8:30 p.m. She found me on the computer and screamed this time, saying I'd lost the pet. Well, I could go on and on with more details, but I don't want to miss the point. I could have actually burned to death in this house. I could have choked to death, heart attack, heart was actually racing out of its chest. I could have easily died in so many scenarios. Those things didn't happen, but I will tell you what did. It's been 2 months since this happened, and I'm actually still not quite the same. I hate to say it's permanent, but, well, I hope not. But the truth is, I have actually screwed myself up in some capacity. My throat is partially closed, and I have trouble breathing when I sleep. I cough up liquids sometimes because it tries to go down my windpipe. And to be honest, I actually do still see stuff that is not there at all. But worst of all is my brain. I cannot maintain my thoughts. I'm a writer, but I cannot focus anymore. It genuinely took me forever to write this up. Exist. A DMT trip report by Candle, posted to earwid.org March 4th, 2018. Here's a bit about my trippy past. I've smoked the ganja for about 5 years now. Mushrooms, done them about 8 times. Acid about 15. Mescaline twice. LSA twice. MDMA once. Ketamine once. And a light DMT dose once. So I took a couple puffs of a Deemster joint about a year ago. It was crazy, but I still hadn't gone all the way. I hadn't broken through, as they say in DMT lingo. Even though I was still somewhat connected to this reality, it took a good 10 minutes after the experience ended to make sure that I was still the same person. It scared me a lot. It was a month before I decided I would be willing to do it again, but none had been around. Well, until last night, that is, about a year later. A friend got some generic smoking herb, Damiana, infused with DMT extracted from mimosa, so a few of us went to his house to try it out. Me and 3 friends sit down and roll a Deemster joint. We pass it around and each take a couple of puffs. I notice that my friends are taking little girly puffs. They have no breathing, smoking technique. We all got to the first stages of a DMT trip. Significant body high, minor visuals, and that sense of imminent death. The people I was with took their little mouthfuls of smoke and exhaled quickly. That's not how I do things, mind you. Next time the joint came around, I breathed deeply a couple of times to oxygenate my lungs. Then I exhaled as fully as I could before beginning to suck on the joint. I took a long, slow hit and held it in for as long as I could. I got pretty freaking high off this. I found myself face to face with this faceted greenish wall or sheet. It undulated and oscillated, superimposed with triangles and gears. This sheet in front of me seemed thin, though. I had a feeling that immediately behind the sheet, which visually was about 6 inches away from me, was a vast space. After a few minutes I came back down, still not having broken through, although I intended to do so tonight. We took a break, visited some friends who lived nearby, and came back later that night to smoke some more. This time we loaded a bowl into a glass pipe. My friends passed the pipe around with me last. Each one of them took a couple of tiny puffs and exhaled white smoke immediately. All of them felt effects, but no more than before. I decided to demonstrate the zen of smoking. They were talking amongst themselves as I accepted the pipe. I breathed slowly and deeply a few times, exhaled fully, and torched the whole bowl as I very slowly inhaled. I kept the bowl cherried for 30 seconds, inhaling slowly the entire time, and leaned back in my chair holding my breath. I felt it coming on fast, and I wasn't even close to exhaling. With a roaring sound in my ears, I realised that I was about to see what this stuff was all about. I exhaled, leaned back, and my chair broke. It was my friend's house, and at first, he was pissed and said something to me about it. But I was on the way out of this world entirely, and barely heard him. With no chair, I stumbled forward, then sat down on the cement, and rolled to a laying position. It wasn't a choice, mind you. This stuff knocked me to my feet. "Whoa, look at him go," I heard one of my friends say, noticing that I was being blasted to hyperspace. I must have had a crazy look on my face during all this. I was not on Earth anymore now, and my mouth was wide open. Unfortunately for me, it wasn't exactly pleasant. I spent probably the next 5 minutes in some form of personal hell. I remembered God from my Catholic school childhood, and realised that with the ignorance of that age-held innocence. And I knew that I had drifted far away from that very innocence. I was being punished, and I knew I deserved it. I was in a personal hell and felt I would be there for eternity. I did not think I was coming back. How could I ever be the same after this? I was swimming through geometric chaos intertwined with poignant and emotional imagery from my past. God did this to me. God finally had enough of my shit and decided to mess me up for it. I did not expect this from DMT. God, I did not expect this whatsoever. God, it's my fault. This carnival of terror seemed like a fitting and deserved ending for my wasted, selfish life. I realised that I would never be the same again and would not be capable of functioning in society. I would end up in a mental institution, living in this perpetual hell while my family occasionally came for tearful visits. Holy shit. I managed to say, "Don't do DMT," to my friends, and never have I ever been more serious in a statement of mine. We exist. We exist? We can never experience death. Death is no experience, so you can come close, but you can't ever actually experience non-experience. I came as close as you really could, and maybe I even went through it. But how could I know? I am alive. I am not death. But I was sitting on the edge of death. It was like I perpetually hadn't existed the moment before, and was constantly sitting on that very moment. I was in a constant state of just coming into existence. We exist. What the actual hell? I apparently yelled the words "God," "fuck," and "DMT" several times. I could hear my friends, they exist, I exist, what the hell? Having a conversation. One said, "Well, we don't use most of our brain, you know." Another, "Oh, maybe that's what happened to him. He just opened it up and got flooded." They were talking about me. I was rolling on the ground with my face in my elbow, but I was returning, sort of. After a few seconds, I got to my feet and said, "Be right back." I walked inside for the change of scenery and laid face down on the floor. I called my sister, who I had invited to come by that night, but she couldn't make it. "I love you, you know. Don't do this stuff," I said. To which she replied, "I love you too, okay?" And we said bye and hung up. Another 5 minutes and I walked back outside and sat with my friends. We talked a bit about what I had just experienced, which was exceedingly difficult due to the indescribable nature of the experience, compounded with the fact that I was still tripping. Balls. I kept saying, "Dude, it was just... I don't actually know." And my friend would say, "You mean you don't remember anything?" No, I remember, it's just, well, I don't actually know." "Well, tell us something about it, just a word, at least." We exist." When the hell did that happen? "Well, how was it, anyway?" Oh, flush that crap down the toilet, will you? I was still tripping. I still felt as if I would never be the same. I felt like I had just been born into the very moment. It really was like I literally had never existed before. It was scary as all hell, and I thought I'll never be the same person again after this, regardless of whether or not I actually stop tripping now. And I can tell you right now that that part is true. About 20 minutes later, I was pretty much back to normal, laughing at normal stuff, holding normal-ish conversations. I realised that my DMT experience was terrifying, but amazing, and retrospectively a gratifying experience. I was too hasty when telling them not to do it, to throw it away, and obviously they didn't actually in the end. In fact, I realised I'd be willing to do it again the next night. Tonight. I've come to the realisation that there is life after death from many different angles in the past. Religion, drugs, philosophy, logical rationalisation of the nature of consciousness. Never has it been shoved in my face so hard that reality, existence, consciousness, the I amness is eternal, that I am alive for eternity, as it was under the influence of DMT. There is no such thing as death. There is no such thing as death whatsoever. There is no such thing as death at all. I know this now. DMT is genuinely crazy. I still don't actually know what the hell happened to me. I think DMT is a good thing, you know. I took a massive amount, and I'm in a strange place mentally anyway now. Most people's experiences aren't as unpleasant as mine was at the time. Either way, I'm glad I did it, and we'll probably do it again tonight. Maybe. Hopefully it won't be so rough the second time around. It was life-changing, and I'm a different person. I wasn't ready. Gave me PTSD. The Salvia Divinorum ATX Extract Trip Report by Army of David, posted to earwood.org September 12th, 2010. So after a little reading and watching a few videos of people tripping on Salvia, I decided to try it out for myself. My sister and I went to the head shop and bought a can of sticky purple ATX and a glass bong. Now, I've done well into 500 hits of acid, more than 20 pounds of reefer, and more than my fair share of opium. Doing this was just something to do for a laugh, I guess. So, after getting back to my house, I went out to my garage and prepared to try out a product that I expected to do, well, little to nothing to me. I began to pack my glass bong with ice and loaded a bowl as tight as I could get it. My sister, being a little more hesitant than I, said I should go first. I told her if I was going first, I'm caching my bowl and she could reload. And so, that's how it went. I put the bong up to my mouth and took a rather large hit. I felt a sensation going over my body that no word could actually describe. It was like the first time I had sex, mixed with the first time I broke the law. It felt good and terrible at the very same time. I exhaled and quickly took another, hoping for the pure joy being masked by terror would go. A few seconds into holding that hit in, I couldn't actually feel my legs anymore. It was alarming, but I figured I had been this far down the rabbit hole before, and I may as well meet Alice in this instance. I blew out the hit and noticed it had an orange tone to it. I slowly took my last hit and drew it deep and large. I felt a large pop in my existence after this. You may be wondering at this point what I mean by pop, but as best as I could explain it, it was like my soul was being peeled from my body like one piece of bread from another on a cheese toast sandwich. Suddenly I'm in another world. I no longer existed. I was part of something much, much larger. I can't explain what that larger was, but I hated it with every fibre of my being. It was painful and trying to rip me apart. I was part of it, this large mass of vibrant colours. It was trying to tear me up and mix me into whatever it was. Much like taking 20 pieces of chewed up gum and mixing them all together. I was only one colour, but the other colours were trying to make us one by destroying the singular forms. I could verbalise my thoughts, and I said in this world, what kind of cruel bastard does this to someone? I was just born, and now I'm gonna have to be torn into pieces. Are you actually fucking kidding me? I tried to think of who I was, but I knew I wasn't a he anymore, and more of an it. I had the thought, well, if I can make it a few more minutes, help will be here to remove me from this mass that I'm a part of. Slowly, the mass dissolved, and I could see a face. I didn't recognise the face because, well, it wasn't attached to anything. It was just a floating face. "Do I need to call an ambulance?" the face said. "Oh, say something, for Christ's sake, say something!" I verbalised without thinking or trying. "I'm back." Minutes later, after being helped to my feet, I still couldn't figure out where I was at, but I did understand that my wife and sister were both very worried about something. I finally figured out a few more minutes later that I was in my garage and with my sister and wife. I knew I had gone somewhere and what had happened there, but no understanding of exactly where that somewhere was. I decided I needed to leave the crime scene right now. So we went outside on my deck and sat and smoked. The rain started, but my head still wasn't there. Realising I'm sweating like a pig somehow, I understood that my sister was getting covered by my perspirations, and I was embarrassed by it, but couldn't stop. I couldn't stay outside either. I decided I'd go to my room for a bit and relax. After laying down on my couch and watching about a half hour of whatever weird crap was on my TV, I went downstairs, able to speak of the world I had just went to. After months of thought and reading, I have noticed the similarities between my trip and a near-death experience to hell. My life really did change that day, you know. I stopped smoking, started exercising, changed my diet, dropped 15 pounds, and I'm now in the best physical shape of my life. But I am also on Xanax to help with the anxiety at night I feel thinking of that hell I was in during my salvia experience. My physician said I have post-traumatic stress disorder, even though she has no knowledge of the trip I took. It has now been 5 months, and I'm still not feeling perfectly mentally healthy at all. I've taken double-dipped, double-wide acid, smoked a bowl of opium and some reefer in one sitting, and had a bad trip. But nothing like the salvia. Salvia was the worst experience I have ever had in my life. Some people have reported good trips, and, well, good for them. But if I had a 1 in 99 chance of tripping like that again, I would not take it. I felt like killing myself while I was coming down after seeing into hell. And I had never, ever once had a thought like that before or after. My mind is playing tricks on me. A Datura trip report by Datura, posted at earwid.org September 19th, 2003. First off, I would just like to say, never ever do this drug. The high was impossible to describe, other than scary, feverish, and delirious. My brother showed us a plant one day, and said he had read about it on this website. He told us that if you eat a pod of seeds, you get a trip similar to mushrooms mixed with acid. Since I had never tried acid, and I had never had mushrooms work on me, I was quite curious to try it, especially since it was free. Me and a few friends picked about 10 pods and went to my friend's house. His parents were gone to the cottage for a couple of weeks, so we decided it was the perfect time. We had all just sniffed a pill or two of E, and it wasn't really affecting me too much, so we decided to start our adventure. We took the seeds out of 4 pods, crushed them in a mortar and pestle, then boiled the seeds for about 20 minutes, putting the seeds and water into a tea kettle, and putting 2 tea bags in to sit. We let it sit for about 10 minutes, and the 4 of us prepared our first cup each. We added lemons to it since the seeds had such a bitter taste. We drank 2 cups each, and then me and one other friend split the 4 pods between the 2 of us. The E was just getting to the peak when I had finished the tea, and I went outside for a smoke. I got outside about 5 minutes after finishing the tea, and that's when we ate the seeds. In about 10 minutes, after I'd finished my smoke, I started getting dizzy and feeling very frustrated. About 10 more minutes passed since I'd consumed the actual seeds, and now I could not control my vision at all. Shadows and darker objects would blend into each other, and everything seemed to move to the right. I was now beginning to hallucinate, and started to get very scared. I was later told that I was curled up into a ball, sitting on a chair on the front porch, talking to myself and drooling. During this time, I remember talking to 5 bikers who came to the house looking for me and my friend to beat up. I was scared, so I went into the fetal position and fell off of the chair. When I stood up, all my friends appeared out of nowhere. They weren't there when the bikers approached me, and they were asking if I felt the datura yet. I suddenly felt a lot less alone, and somehow I was practically sober again. My vision returned to normal for the moment, and I could have a conversation without mumbling. I was asking my friends if they were feeling it yet, and they all said no, except my friend who I split the seeds with. Everyone then went back inside, except for me and my friend who was tripping, and I started to feel it again. But this time, it was much more potent. I started to see squirrels and raccoons all over the front yard, and they seemed to have spotted me. They all stopped to look at me and began running at me. I again curled up into a ball and rolled around on the ground as they attacked me. When I noticed that I felt no pain, I looked up to see 4 cop cars stopping in front of the house. Scared that they saw me defending myself from imaginary animals, I lit up another cigarette and tried to play it cool. As I looked up after sparking the smoke, the cops had disappeared and a dragon was floating in front of us. My friend, they jumped to his feet and screamed, "Look, they've thrown him off the balcony!" The fat guy threw him off the balcony. He then looked at me with the most serious look on his face and said, "He's dead, man. He's dead. He's dead. He's deader than dead. We should call the cops." I don't know if this really happened, but he picked up his shoe and tried to dial 911. When nothing happened, he threw the shoe across the yard and ran into a bush and started crying. By now, I was starting to realize that almost everything was an illusion. But it seemed so real, I could not separate the illusions from reality. A feeling of aloneness, anxiety, as if I was claustrophobic and trapped in a small box, and severe restlessness washed over me. When I looked at the bush to see if my friend really ran and hid there, I saw a little girl hung from a tree branch, with blood coming out of her mouth. I turned around because I was pretty sure it wasn't real, and yet she was standing inches away from my face, screaming. I then started to cry and wanted to get off of the drug as quickly as I could. As most other users of datura have noted, my mouth was really dry, and my throat burned the whole time. I decided it was time to go inside where my friends could comfort me and try and help me get off my high. As I said before, I felt like I was being trapped in a really small place, and my skin felt like it was burning and itching. I was in severe physical and mental discomfort. I remember dropping to my knees, praying to God to help me get off of this drug. I drank about 5 cups of water simultaneously. I felt something wet on my feet, and as I looked down, I saw myself standing in a pool of water. From my earlier experiences, I realised rationally thinking and turning away from what I was visualising would get rid of my hallucinations. I drank one more cup of water and decided to go watch TV to try and focus my attention on something real. As I was in the kitchen drinking the water, I could see all of my friends sitting around the table, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. I was watching Jerry Springer, and I could hear muffled voices but couldn't understand what they were saying. I then started feeling very angry and frustrated, so I looked to see who was talking. As I looked over where the voices were coming from, the voices became clear, and I was suddenly in a room filled with all of my friends who were not in there moments before. They were yelling and rolling joints, and I kept yelling as loud as I could, "Shut up! Shut up!" Then I looked towards the entrance of the room and my friend was doing cartwheels. I looked back to see if anyone else noticed my friend doing these cartwheels. And to my surprise, the room was empty and the TV was not even on. I could clearly remember the episode of Jerry Springer, and I was now becoming very scared and uncomfortable. The next thing I know, I woke up to the sound of knocking on the window. I looked over, saw nothing, and then looked again, seeing 3 burnt faces simultaneously popping up to the window, screaming. I then actually woke up in cold sweats, feeling the sudden need to vomit. I tried to stand up but fell flat on my face, and after putting all my energy into it, I finally got up and wandered to the washroom, bumping into every wall on the way there. My friends who were sober asked me if I was alright, and I tried to say yes, but I just started screaming in pain. I felt as if I was dying, and I ran into the washroom. Every movement I made sent a rumbling effect throughout my whole body. I tried to throw up, but all I could do was cough and burp. I wanted to get the datura out of my system, so I shoved my fingers into my throat trying to vomit. Nothing would work. I was crying and shaking, and my skin felt as if it was on fire. After 10 minutes, the nausea wore off, and I went back to the couch I was sleeping on. Again, I felt as if I was going to vomit, and repeated my last mission to the washroom, but could not get myself to vomit whatsoever. I then started punching myself in the head, knocking my head off of walls, trying anything to make myself sleep, and nothing would work. I then vomited all over myself, passing out from the numbing in my brain. I woke up in heaven, flying through clouds and rainbows, seeing all of my friends I was with above me, looking down with very concerned faces. I felt as if it was a warning, telling me that I was almost on my deathbed and that I was messing with very dangerous substances that I was not educated on. As I floated around, my life was flashing through my mind like in a movie right before you die. I saw my family at my funeral all crying, and my friends as well. I was speaking to a voice that was telling me that this is what will happen when you waste your life away. The voice said that this time I was lucky, but next time I won't be. And then was back floating through the rainbows and clouds, wishing I could be there forever. I decided this wouldn't be the last time I tried datura, since I could not recall any of the events that previously happened. But then I saw the concerned faces above me, and reality set in, and the faces were real. I was lying on the washroom floor with puke all over me, and my friend was screaming at me to wake up. I stumbled back to my bed, passed out, feeling relieved that I was alive. All the illusions had now stopped, but the burning was still present. I felt as if my whole body was sunburnt and itchy. I woke up the next day and looked at my watch to see what time it was, yet all I could see was a blur. Now, sober enough to know what is real, I was truly frightened and believed I had gone blind. For the next 6 hours, I could not read anything before 2 feet in front of me. Anything past that was perfectly clear. It has now been approximately a month since I did the datura, and the effects are still present. I still sometimes have trouble seeing, and in the dark I still see shadows move and blend into each other. I have very realistic dreams that are hard to distinguish from reality, and I may believe that some of my dreams were real. I now talk during my sleep because of the vividness of the dreams, and my skin is still super sensitive. Well, that was my experience in Datura, and I will get my friend to also write up his experience since he consumed Datura 4 days in a row after that very night, against my wishes. I'll let him elaborate on the details, but his experience was much more unbelievable than mine. A 1 ounce trip report from Shroomery. Infinity, Frogs, Life and Death. Posted 27th of October 2023. This is my first time posting on this site, and hopefully won't be my last. Shrooms have made such an impact in my life that I hope to be able to share all of my experiences as best I can. I live in San Francisco, and they just recently decriminalized a lot of psychedelics, which has given me lots of opportunities to explore these magical fungi. I've been doing shrooms for a while now, and I've been taking them about once a month about a year ago. My first trips, I started heavy at 3.5 grams for the first few, and it was like I'd finally opened a door that would have been closed my whole life if I hadn't done them. 3.5 grams was a totally manageable amount for me, and I definitely had some cool visuals, but it felt like I was still on one side of a wall that I needed to cross over in order to reach the next level of consciousness. The first time I did 7 grams of PE was wild. At the start of the trip, I was facing some heavy demons and started crying, realizing how requiring I was. I went to my basement, which was dark at the time, and the little light I did see made it look like everything was on a grid. After I had calmed down, I was talking to my mum, who was very in touch with her spirituality, and it was a very insightful conversation that I do not remember too much about, except that it was meaningful. This trip kind of opened my eyes to the possibilities of large doses, and about a month later, I remember I was planning to do shrooms soon, but something irked me, and for some reason, that made me decide I was going to take the ultimate dose of shrooms the next day, with no real intention in mind, except to meet God. I woke up the next morning with the plan still fresh in my mind and drove over to Oakland to buy the goods, a whole ounce of a strain called White Buffalo. When I got back home, I started munching on them immediately, and it took me around 15 to 20 minutes to down the whole bag, which genuinely felt like a whole meal. Just a side note that will be important here is that I still live with my family, and thankfully, I chose to do them on a day where they would be out of the house. I'd set up a yoga mat in my closet so that it would be in darkness when the trip started, and now, looking back, I don't know if that was the best idea. I turned on some white noise in my headphones and tried to meditate for around 30 minutes, which helped get me into the right headspace. But then, I remember as the trip started, the white noise started sounding like static and got very annoying to listen to. And when I took my headphones out, it was like I was in a different world of sorts. My closet was almost completely dark, except the light coming in from under the door. But it looked like everything in the closet was moving, which was my mind trying to make shapes with such little light. I started to make out monsters and demons in the back of my closet, reaching their hands out towards me, and instead of resisting them, I reached my hand out, and when I did, I heard the words, "You are pure evil," and saw 2 entities looking at me. I stayed in my closet for a few more minutes before I urinated on myself, which surprised me because it was like I didn't have control over my bladder. This led me to step out of the closet and make my way to the bathroom, where I decided I was going to take a shower to clean myself off. And this is when time started getting very condensed. I started getting into time loops where I was in and out of the shower, and I can't even remember if I really took a shower, even though I have vivid memories of being in it. While I was in the bathroom, I had the most profound visuals and thoughts. It felt like I was being sucked into a black hole filled with pain and loneliness, where nothing made sense, and I would be tortured forever. But at the very same time, this glowing orb seemed to keep me safe, and told me, everything is going to be okay, even if I didn't believe it. I kept seeing these vibrations throughout the air, and the infinity sign kept popping into my head. I was really struggling because I was also paranoid that my family would come home and see me out of my mind, call the police on me, and I even had this calling to go to the knife drawer with a very negative energy attached to it. But at the same time, it felt like there wasn't anything I could do about it, because whenever I would try to change clothes or fix anything, my mind would start wandering, and I wasn't able to stay focused. I also kept having these visions of frogs or something pop up in my mind, and they were associated with evil or unwillingness to change. I don't want to interrupt that too much because I might just be spitting nonsense. I was covered in sweat and felt like something terrible was about to happen, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. I was just laying in bed trying to find a way to escape the trip or do something, anything to help myself. I tried playing music to calm myself down and turned on my regular playlist, but when I did, the music sounded absolutely terrible and didn't have the regular happiness that it usually did. I've heard this all before, I remember thinking, and I turned my phone off after that. It felt like I would be lost in the time loops forever, and the sequence of events are all blurry, so it is hard to know what happened in what order, but all I do know is that eventually shit started to get back to normal, and that is when my family came home. I was still tripping pretty heavily when they did get home, but the hard part was over, and I could think pretty clearly now. My parents checked in on me and asked how I was doing, but it was so weird talking to them because their faces were very distorted, and I felt like they would judge anything I had to say. So I kept the conversation to a minimum. After they left me alone is when the light at the end of the tunnel finally showed up, and it was like my spiritual antenna was as high as it could go. I was having a full-on conversation with the Mother Earth. I remember when I would whisper, it would echo, and it was like my words were filled with meaning, truth, and passion. I told her that I would fix her. All the colours in my room were brightly glowing, and when I put my face into my pillow, I was playing a video game in real life that was the same as a dream I had a couple nights ago. I remember something primal awoke in me that day, and I started acting like an animal, banging on my bed and acting wild, and when I went in the mirror, I looked at myself and said, "I'm the best monkey there is." I know this wasn't the best description, and I'm not the best storyteller, but I tried my best to sum up all the key points and describe this experience. I don't encourage everyone to take fat doses of mushrooms, but they can seriously be life-changing, and hopefully this doesn't scare you away. These trips can definitely be very tough, but there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. Stuck my tongue in a bag, went into psychosis. A report from shroomery.org. Hey, what's up guys? I had a life-changing experience about 5 years ago, and I think about it every day to this very day, and I wanted to share this experience with everybody. Okay, so 5 years ago, I was 16. I was always fascinated with acid. I thought the idea of seeing things and hallucinating was awesome. I used to always ask all my friends around town if they could get a hold of it, and never could. Until, one day that is, my friend, let's call him M, hit me up saying he finally has it. I was excited. I made my way to him, and he pulled it out. Now, I do my research. I've found by researching that LSD usually comes in liquid form or tablets. This guy pulls out a tiny plastic bag. It looked like a plastic wrap made into a box with a bottom on it, and the bag itself is literally empty. However, there is white dust sprinkled on the wrap. It looked like as if someone had dumped baby powder in the bag and dumped it out, and that's how there was white dust speckled all over the insides of the bag. He tells me when I take this to stick my tongue in the bag, and I thought this was very odd. Yet, I trusted him nonetheless. So, I head over to my other friend's house, let's call him V, and show him my prize. We both observe the bag together, and he says he thinks that M ripped me off, because there was nothing in the bag. I was planning to take the drug at school, yes, very stupid. However, V's doubts made me want to do it right then and there to see if it was fake. And so, I take the bag and put the whole thing in my mouth, swishing it around. I feel my tongue get very, very numb, so I take the bag out and throw it away. My tongue was feeling very numb and tingly until the trip started, which was about after 15 minutes. Our other friend Jay comes by with his girlfriend right after I take it, and I tell him what I did and what I felt like. He says, "Cool. I didn't really care that much, I don't think." Our other friend P also comes by a few minutes after Jay, then leaves shortly after. I also told him what was going on, and he basically said good luck and have fun. So 10 minutes after I take the drug, Jay decides to go across town in his car for him and V to find out information on joining the army. And this, for me, is where everything starts getting crazy. Bear with me trying to explain the unexplainable here. 5 minutes into the car ride, I start feeling extremely strange. I get this strange sensation in my back, and it was very uncomfortable. And I tried to shake the feeling off by repositioning myself in the back seat. I'm sitting there, squirming in the back seat next to V, and he's asking me if I'm okay. I tell him I feel weird. Then I started to notice the world was looking like it was fading, but the colours were very bright. This was my first time ever doing real drugs. I look at my hands and they look distorted, out of shape with a small rainbow trace going around my fingers. The visual was strong. The uncomfortable sensations started to flow through my whole body, and I just lay back, helpless. I ask V to hold my hand to make sure I don't die right now, and he puts the seat back for me and holds my hand, and I squeeze it as hard as I can. I don't really know why, I was just scared. He lets go of my hand and I lay back helplessly. They show up to the place, but it turns out no one was there. So Jay dropped V and I off back at V's house, which was literally a couple houses down from mine. And that is exactly when I lost my mind. I started to black out and enter a different dimension. I kept popping in and out of reality for brief moments, and this part is very hard to explain, so really, please bear with me here. Okay, so what happened was that my reality was 100% replaced by these images in my mind. I was no longer at V's house. First, I remember seeing myself pixelated with an all-black background, and I was repeatedly grabbing my chest and my right arm and throwing a whole bunch of small blue pixelated boxes in the air, and they were falling to the ground. I'm sitting here watching this like, wait, what the actual fuck is going on right now? While viewing this world-replacing image at the same time, I feel extreme happiness like never felt before. It was as if I had a happy button and was smashing it relentlessly. I was just happy. I didn't know what the hell was happening, but I was happy as hell. Then, for a brief moment, literally like 2 seconds, I snap into reality in V's room to see my cell phone ringing. Everything looked like it was literally underwater, and at the time I looked at my phone. I'd seen it ringing and vibrating, but it didn't occur to me that it was my phone. I didn't even know what a phone was, and I didn't really care. I then snapped back into the new dimensions instantly. I was in this place that was undescribable. It looked like a really messed up image of, I don't even know, and I just heard these weird loud laughing noises, but not regular laughing, more like insane, psycho, trippy laughing. It was scary as hell. I remember thinking, wait a minute, I was just at V's house, how did I get to this place? Where actually am I? What street did I take, or what house did I walk into to be in this thing? I was aware of myself not being in reality, I was just there. Thinking, damn, I have absolutely no idea what's happening in the real world right now, but I do sure hope that I'm okay. Next thing I remember seeing is everything broken and melted bits and parts of V's living room, but in a green, then switching to blue, then different coloured tints, still with the scary laughing going on. It's like my vision was a camera filter. Everything was insanely and unbelievably changing different colours rapidly. I'm thinking, damn, my brain is literally fried right now. I can't even tell what's going on. Next thing I remember seeing was this gif of me. My brain was playing in full screen of my reality, replacing my body and awareness of Earth. I saw myself in third person standing in front of my old house, and this gif or moving image was blinking different colours like red, blue, purple, green, extremely rapidly, like changing every colour every 0.1 seconds. What I saw myself doing was my shoes would untie, then I saw myself going to tie my shoes, then my belt buckle would undo. Then I'd go to fix my belt, and then my hat would fall off. Then I would get my hat and put it on, and then my shoes would untie. Then I'd tie my shoes, etc, etc, and this loop went on for what felt like, time felt unlinear, about 1 to 2 minutes. But it felt intense. And as I watched this happen, it also felt like it was happening to me. It was insane. Anyway, it turns out I was supposed to go and eat with my mum and family. And my mum was the one who was calling me earlier. I always answer the phone for them, but V told me he was literally holding my phone in my face, saying my mum was calling, and I kept saying I don't care, and actually threw my phone. So I remember V pointing out the window, saying my grandma is walking up the street for me. We both get down on the ground behind the couch, lol, and I checked out again, while he was trying to figure out what to do. He had no choice but to open the door, and so he did. My grandma barges in the door, yelling at me and snatches me out the house. I didn't even have my shoes on. She's yelling at me, walking back to my house, with no shoes on, and I kept blacking out. But remember seeing these fat, psychedelic bumblebees hovering over my head, turning their head along with my face of direction. I meet my mom at my house, who's going crazy, trying to figure out what's wrong with me, and puts me in her car to go to the hospital. V walks down with my shoes and just told my mom I came there like that, and he didn't know what was wrong with me. So somehow it actually gets even worse. Next thing I remember, I black out and I've seen this extremely vivid scene of myself being in court wearing an orange jumpsuit, hands cuffed behind my back. I was being convicted about to be given a life sentence for killing someone. I have no idea who I killed or why, but I was about to get sentenced for life. I see my mother in this scene pop up from behind me all of a sudden and asked, "What did you do? What did you do?" I replied, I killed him. Not knowing what the hell was going on or why I even said that, she asks, Why did you kill him? I said, well, because he was talking shit, that's why. You really killed him because he was talking shit? Everybody talks shit. You ended up just like your father, and now, let's see what you do. Her exact words. I felt the worst feeling I've ever felt in my life. It felt like how it would feel to be sentenced to life in real life. No one could have ever told me this wasn't actually happening when it was right in front of my eyes. Then, out of nowhere, and I swear I cannot make this up, a black text box like a video game appeared in thin air, and it said, "Would you like to exit?" And it had text in white letters on top, highlighted white, going in and out like it was highlighted in a video game about to be selected. And it had, on the bottom, white letters just all black like it was not selected. I mentally pressed the button with my mind and I instantly appear in the hospital hallway, having massive opened-eye visuals. When I appeared, it feels like my brain is completely shutting down. I'd seen a lightning bolt across my field of vision and remembered my brain feeling fried and was having extreme, massive, open-eyed visuals. And then I remembered blacking out again. The world was once again replaced. This time, what I'd seen was a grey metallic background, with a pink brain in the middle of it with a thunderbolt going through the middle of the brain. At the same time, it literally felt like someone put my brain inside a fryer at Wendy's. Like literally, someone took my brain and dropped it in a Wendy's fryer. It felt like the sparks were just popping off badly, very, very physically, as I was looking at this image for a few moments. I thought I'd died, and the image was confirmation, but I was wrong, thankfully. I appear again in the hospital hallway. I started to hear real voices. I heard the voices of all my friends and people I care about. All the friendly voices were saying very, very messed up things about me. I heard my best friends saying I'm a drug addict, saying I ain't shit, and making fun of me. The voices were so real I thought they actually came with me to the hospital, and I overheard them speaking in the other room. This was extremely confusing. I black out again, and I wake up in the bathroom with my mom. I actually believed that I died from the drugs, and the bathroom was some kind of place of the afterlife. I thought this because the whole room was breathing intensely. My mom is trying to ask me what's wrong with me, but for some reason I kept ignoring her. I was so lost in my own mind. Every time I went to the toilet or the sink, I literally felt like my life was being drained from me. I would go to the sink to look in the mirror and feel myself being drained. I'd then go on the toilet, then get up immediately because I forgot it was draining my life. For some reason I literally believed every thought that came to my head. I looked in the mirror once more and for some reason thought I got jumped. I saw blood dripping from my nose and I looked beat up. I go to wipe the blood with my hand and nothing was there. Then my mom was asking me what's wrong with me, and I looked at her and she started aging extremely quickly right before my eyes. She started growing grey hairs, was getting wrinkles and getting old all within about 5 seconds. I looked back in the mirror and I swear to God I see a huge green, thick energy surge just flowing all around my body, like some shit from Dragon Ball Z. And I was getting taller and taller, getting huge muscles all within a 5-second time span. Then, my mum was pregnant. I actually thought I'd ruined my life and died as me by drugs, and was going to be given a second chance at life by becoming my little sister. I looked my mom straight in the face and tell her I don't want to be a girl. She's like, "What are you talking about? Let's go." Suddenly I hear the voices of my friends yet again. They're saying that as soon as I open the bathroom door they are going to beat the living shit out of me, and they were telling each other, "Let me hit him first, nah, let me hit him first," and heard them pounding their fists. I thought my mom was setting me up. I told her I'm not going out there. She's like, come on, trust me, what's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm not going, screw that." Then for some reason this idea came to my head that this 6'7" guy I know, R, was going to come in the bathroom and rape me if I didn't go out there. I finally decided, okay, screw that, and walked out the bathroom door with my mom looking for my friends, and they were nowhere to be found. I got a sense of relief. After that, I remember sitting in this bed giving my mom and stepdad the finger. I am very respectful, wouldn't even think about doing something like that. I knew I was doing it, but I was so fucked up that I actually felt okay. I then tried to get up and leave the hospital, and my stepdad had to get me, hold me down in bed to keep me trying from leaving again. Then I remembered a nurse coming to me trying to get me to pee in a urinal, and I thought she was trying to play me or fuck me up, so I kept saying no. I also remember thinking that I was in the hospital for years, and this random girl that I knew from school became a nurse and was trying to act like it wasn't really her, call her D. The nurse asked me some questions and I said, "No, D, no!" in a way as if I just blew her cover. She laughed and said, "I'm not D, I'm some complicated shit," and showed me her name tag, and I was blown away in disbelief. After all this, thank God, I started to finally come back to reality, although only slowly. We didn't stay long enough to find out what the drug actually was, but whatever that shit was, it was definitely not acid. I found out it's some street drug called candy. I'm not sure what it actually is though. I took real acid plenty of times after, lol, and nothing came even close to how that shit had me. Doctor said I could have been permanently brain damaged, or even dead. So, all in all, I'm just happy I can be here to tell the story in a good mind. Where's Your Head At? A Brugmansia Trip Report by Datura, posted to earwid.org, October 25th, 2003. Editor's note. The plant described is more likely to be Brugmansia and not Datura, as Datura rarely grows taller than a fence. Let me start by saying that you will notice that just about all people's experience with Datura are very common, and mine was no different. I live in Sydney, Australia, and I'm 20 years of age. I've tried a lot of different drugs, and I've never had one that I did not enjoy. But this was soon to change. My first experience with this nasty drug was only 2 weeks ago from the time of me writing this report, and it goes a little like this. I live with my father in the inner city suburbs, and at home on Saturday with no money and no plans for the night, my father comes home from walking the dog with his trumpet-shaped white flower, saying that he thinks it could be Datura. I go online to find some pictures of this elusive drug, and in no time have confirmation that it is very well indeed Datura itself. Now, for my part, I am very excited about this little discovery, and quickly ask where my father had found this stuff. But naturally, he does not want to tell me because of obvious reasons, and just said that I probably walk past it every day. Now, I catch a train to work, so I quickly went for a voyage up the station in search of a free high, and I found myself not being disappointed that halfway there in someone's front yard were 3 shrubs of this stuff, with the flowers hanging over the fence, just waiting to be plucked there from the stationary position. I take only one off the shrub. Upon arriving home, I tell my father that I found this little treat, and his response was simply, "Don't take that stuff of me around." But overexcited, and very much wanting to give it a shot, I measure a coffee mug of water into a pot, and throw in the flower I picked, and the one my father found right away, beginning to boil it in the water. I only boiled it for about 10 to 15 minutes using a potato masher to press down on the flour to extract all the goodness, and when the water was a nasty yellow, pissy looking colour, I decided that it should be suffice, being that my experience with mushrooms worked quite well with the same method, and I strained all the juice out of the flowers and poured it into the coffee mug. 2 tea bags, 3 large teaspoons of sugar and a little milk should help erase the taste I knew was going to be bad from the smell. But it still tasted like crap, and I dry retched several times whilst downing this potent cup of tea. I sit down on the couch with my father at the computer and watch a little telly waiting for the onset of this drug, thinking it would take an hour or so. But within half an hour, I feel noticeably different and decide that now was a good time to tell my father that I did take the drug, and not to worry too much if I start acting strange or talking rubbish. The come-on was much stronger than I thought it would be, and the first thing I feel is my eyelids weighing too much for me to be able to hold them open, and this uncontrollable urge to lay down and close my eyes for a bit. I normally get tired and yawny when I take harder drugs, so this was very normal to me. And so, I head for my room to lay down for a while till this stuff kicked in. The time I drank this stuff would have been around 7 PM, and I came back downstairs from a little rest that felt like 20 minutes at about 11 PM. If you have read other personal experiences on this stuff, you will see that everyone needed to use the bathroom quite often and had the worst case of cottonmouth in their lives. Mine was no different from anyone else's. So after the most enjoyable visit to the bathroom I ever had, I ventured back downstairs to replenish my thirst. My father was still awake and could tell by the way I had to hold on to things to move around that was quite high, and I had to confirm to him that it was all going smoothly. I drank about 3 cups of water simultaneously and went out the front for a cigarette. I felt numb and heavy-headed, and at the same time floating in the clouds and lightheaded. It was unlike any other high I had experienced before. After finishing the cigarette, I came back inside to have another drink of water. I had a bit of a chat with my father, and he was constantly saying, "What are you talking about?" And my only reply was, "Well, I don't know." Now, the first scary thing to happen was when I needed a drink and came into the kitchen for this very reason. I picked open a bottle of canola vegetable oil and had a good chug on it, 2 gulps, before realising it was cooking oil, and running out the front with the last gulp still in my mouth and throwing up all over the balcony, all in the presence of my father, who was obviously dumbfounded. After I had thrown up the oil, I needed a drink to get the taste out of my mouth, and I came back to the kitchen and picked up the same bottle of cooking oil, proceeding to lift it to my mouth for another swig, but realising by the look on my father's face as I was doing so, that I had made yet another blunder, and luckily pulled out before making the same mistake twice in a matter of 5 minutes. It was now about midnight, and my father decided to leave me alone and go to bed, for which I was grateful. The next few hours are blurry, and my memory is very poor, but I do remember watching an adult movie on the DVD-ROM drive of the computer, and what I will tell you next is probably the reason for me trying this stuff again. I couldn't take my eyes off the porn, and I was very much enjoying it. I must have watched the same movie 5 or 6 times, and the harder I watched it, the more it seemed that it was a personal show at a strip club or something. The girls in the movie were constantly looking at the camera, smiling, and waving for me to join in. I found myself looking behind me to see if there was anyone else in this strip club, and was naturally happy to find out that she was, in fact, doing this awesome show all for me. At times, it was like we were communicating through the computer, and she would wave for me to join in, and I had to explain that I couldn't get inside the screen for some reason. None of this was at all strange to me, and I was, in fact, having a really good time, as you would imagine. I think it was around 6 or 7 AM that I decided to venture upstairs to have a nap, and being that I was tired, I thought sleep would be easy, but boy was I wrong. Now, this was the most unbelievable sleep I have ever had, because the whole time I was unsure as to whether or not I was actually asleep. I would remember every detail of every dream and constantly wake up whilst finishing big sentences and wondering if my father could hear me talking in my sleep. One dream I had was of a cartoon, and I can remember making up every sentence of every character and feeling great about the fact that I had so much control over my dreams. This is way too hard to try and describe what I went through that night in my sleep, so I will leave it at that. Wow. Anyway, I woke up at around 2 PM Sunday and got out of bed feeling full of energy and still really scattery in the head. I had to tell my mates about this magical drug that grows in the old Greek lady's front yard. I instantly rang up my mate Dave and told him that there is something I want to show him, and he picked up that I was coming over to share some drugs with him, but he didn't know what. I went back up the street, and this time picked 7 flowers off the plant and went home and wrapped them in cling film wrap, and then proceeded to Dave's house at about 5 PM. "What the fuck is this stuff?" was the first thing Dave said after seeing a ball of green and white wrapped in cling wrap. "Well, it's Datura, bro. You gotta have a taste for all of this stuff." and Dave was happy to oblige. So, in the cooking pot with 7 little sins and 2 coffee cups of water, I was excited as Dave to do this stuff again, and so the same story as the previous night ensued. Boiled for 15 minutes, strained and drank with tea. Now, my first experience of this stuff had a heavy come-on with only the 2 of the flowers, and I had just given my mate Dave 3.5 flowers worth for his first time. So naturally, within half an hour, he was heavy as hell, and quickly on his way to that exact place. My come-on wasn't as bad because I had done it within 24 hours, and I was still high from the previous night. But Dave was still struggling. I told him to just lay down, close your eyes and ride it out. Dave has also had plenty of experience of drugs of all nature. And so, he did exactly what I said. We took the tea around 4 PM or so, and the plan was to stay indoors and listen to music and just basically chill the best we could. And we did exactly that. Now, my second time was even more patchy than my first time, and all conception of time was straight out the window. For the first few hours, all I remember was stumbling around Dave's apartment, running into walls and whatever I could find I would fall on, over, or into. For some reason, we both kept on dropping plates and cups, and I think by the end of the night we broke about 6 cups and 4 plates. Why we needed to pick up plates was beyond both of our grasp. All of this was just unfolding at around 3 AM Monday morning, and we both had to work in a matter of hours. But this was not going to happen, and we knew it. I kept on running into walls and cupboards. I remember just walking straight into them knowing it was going to happen, but unable to stop myself from doing so. At one point, I headbutted a cupboard so hard it nearly broke my nose, and it actually still has a kink in it. But there was no stopping me doing it again. At some point of time in the early hours of the morning, I remember hearing a knock on the door, and it was another mate, Jake. Thing is, he had a group of people with him that I didn't know, and they all came inside and sat down in the living room and didn't say anything. Jake put his head between his legs and sat there in silence, and I thought that he was really drunk or something, so I left him be, continuing to walk around the apartment in a haze. After a while, I approached Jake and tried to make conversation with him, and when he finally looked up, I came to realise that it wasn't Jake at all, and I had never seen this guy before in my life. He just stared at me and didn't say anything at all. It kind of freaked me out a bit, but I guess it didn't really faze me in the moment. I was smoking imaginary cigarettes all night, and there's maybe now 6 people in the apartment I did not know, and Dave was not to be seen, but he was there the whole time as well. Every time I looked away, the strange people would disappear. I would walk into another room, and there they were again. This was completely normal to me. The silent people began to take on the form of mental patients. I believe because my subconscious thought I was going insane. And I was constantly making conversation with them, and they would talk back, but no sound would come out, so I was trying to lip read. As the night wore on, the strange people would take on more horror-based figures, and it was turning into a complete nightmare. But you know what? I actually wasn't scared one bit. So much more happened, and I saw some really freaky stuff ensue. But I could go on and on about it, but it's pointless. When the heat finally subsided a bit, me and Dave started to communicate again. We were both dying for a smoke of marijuana, so we decided to call a drug dealer at 4 AM. Now, Dave works in market research, and when he rang the dealer, he started to introduce himself like he was calling a client, and the dealer was not impressed, as you would imagine. So, finally, I called a taxi to go home, and I got home just before the sunrise. I went straight to my room and went to bed, and sure enough I had company in the form of mental patients laying on the floor beside my bed. By this time I had my head together enough to know that I was hallucinating, but the mental patients were still with me. So I started to play around with this buzz a little by trying my hardest to produce new figures, in the form of sexy women naturally. And it actually worked, but I couldn't keep them there, and the mental patients were with me all night. At one point I even asked them if they were hanging around because they fancied me, and sure enough, they nodded back. I'll describe them to you the best I can. Now, there were only 2 of them when I got back to my place, and they were both female, and one of them was the exact same one I was talking to at Dave's place. One of them was just a pillow on the floor, so the head was big and square, and she constantly had a big smile on her face with an enormous mouth. The other one was the one from Dave's place, a clock that was smoking crack at the start of the night, and the rim of the clock was like braces for her face. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. And so, I lay in bed for hours making conversation with my new friends, thinking to myself the whole time, am I fucking going insane? But the fact that they were not talking back kept me from believing so. I dreamt the same as the night before, with lovely colourful dreams, and somehow managed to call work and tell them that I won't be making it in. I have no memory of this, so naturally, when I called them the second time, my boss was already informed and asking why I had to tell him again. Now, I will tell you about the experience of the side effects, which weren't that bad at all considering. Well, first off, I couldn't read for a good 4 days, and this is the reason I had 2 days off work. I kept on getting little flashes of the trip, and if I rubbed my hands together, I could tell it felt like I did when I was high. My pupils were dilated for 2 days after the trip, and people would notice and comment on this, which is not a good feeling at all. So, as a result, I had to wear dark glasses everywhere I went. Watching the trees grow. Black Widow Spider, Alcohol and Cannabis Trip Report by Vivec86, posted to earwid.org, December 22nd, 2008. It was in college. I was drinking with 3 of my good friends and my girlfriend at the time, and smoking some weed, of course. My ex-girlfriend wanted to get away to have sex in the woods. Needless to say, it was very easy to convince me of this. As I lay, mounting her in the dark woods outside of my friend's mountain home, I put my hand in a spider's web that seemed extremely tough and springy. I didn't think anything at the time because I was focused on the job at hand, until I felt something crawl onto my hand. I reached to swipe it off, crushing the Black Widow spider, but I felt a stinging in my hand. I tried to continue having sex, but my hand was hurting so bad that I had to stop. When I stood up, I was very dizzy and very disoriented. My ex-girlfriend and I started making our way back to the house, which was about 150 yards away. We didn't actually go very far into the woods. And about halfway there, my legs gave out. My ex-girlfriend gave me some support, and we got back to the house. It was kind of late, and everyone was really, really drunk. I looked at my hand, and it was swollen where the bite was, and there was these red marks around it. I was starting to feel really strange, and I knew that it wasn't just the alcohol. I remember my ex-girlfriend wanting someone to take me to the hospital, an argument ensuing over why we shouldn't drink and drive, and where the nearest hospital was. My best friend was on my ex-girlfriend's side, and he said he didn't give a fuck, and he would drive me to the hospital regardless, which was actually about an hour away. I'd been lying on the couch for a while, not sure how long, and I tried to stand up and just fell straight down. I actually thought it was quite hilarious, but inside I knew something was very, very wrong. My ex-girlfriend and my friend carried me to his truck and put me in the back seat. this is when the blackouts and hallucinations began. The spider poison gave me a trip like I had never had before, and I have tripped on everything but mescaline, including DXM. In the back of the truck, I was looking out the window as my ex-girlfriend cried, and my friend got on the CB radio, not giving a damn about anything. There were parts of the trip where it felt like I was in a bubble. Parts where I watched the trees grow really, really tall and then shrink back to normal, and saying a bunch of random shit I do not remember whatsoever. But I do know that about 30 minutes in, my friends couldn't even understand what I was saying because my speech was so slurred and just so utterly terrible. We made it to the ER room where the nurse was waiting with a wheelchair and they checked me in. They asked me how bad it hurt on a scale of 1 to 10, and even with the beer and weed numbing the pain, I said it was an 11. The doctor who treated me at 3 AM was actually drunker and nearly as fucked up as I was. He slurred his speech really bad and, to be honest, all I could do was laugh in his face. I asked my friends what he was saying, and they don't know to this day. We just do impressions of him. I think they laughed in his face because I was laughing. But anyway, he ended up giving me some shot of some description, keeping me for 30 minutes, and releasing me with 20 10mg OxyContins. Score. On the way back, my ex-girlfriend and I finished our business in the back of my friend's car, although that was against his wishes, I guess. I was awake for the nightmares. An Ambien, diphenhydramine and valerian trip report by AC, posted to earwid.org July 20th, 2021. Current medications: 300mg Wellbutrin, 30mg Adderall XR. Previous recreational drug experience: marijuana, salvia, mushrooms, MDMA, MDA, LSD, LSA, painkillers of various types, downers of various types, DXM, Benadryl, uppers of various types, and Ambien. At that time, I thought that my previous recreational Benadryl use had given me enough experience to be able to comfortably deal with deliriums. It did not come close to preparing me for this. Mindset. I was tired from the day, but still slightly amped from the Adderall that I had taken a little afternoon. In the previous week or so, I had been having bizarre and very disturbing dreams that I believe reflected my general frustration with the fact that my life had not been going as planned. I was very depressed, and had recently dropped out of college after my first semester, despite a 3.9 GPA. A few months prior to this experience, I had been hospitalized for an amphetamine overdose. In retrospect, I'm not so sure if it was entirely accidental. Setting: Thursday night, around 11 o'clock. My room, in the suburbs of an insulated northeastern college bubble town. Note: chronology is an estimate here. I wanted to go to sleep but could not because of the Adderall. I decided to take one of my mom's Ambiens to help me get to sleep. 11. Ingested one 10mg Ambien pill. I sat at my computer and read articles on Wikipedia, waiting for the effects to come on. I don't know why I did not go to bed. Maybe I already knew what I was going to do. After a few minutes, a kid I had met at school before I dropped out IM'd me, and we started conversing. At 11:20 I began to feel very mildly sedated. I noticed that typing required more effort and thought, Instead of being able to rely on muscle memory, I had to consciously tell my fingers which keys to push, and I had a little trouble following the conversation. At 11:30, I was definitely feeling more heavily sedated. I started feeling slightly dissociated, almost like a very low-level DXM trip with fewer visual distortions. I thought to myself that I would probably go to bed soon. I also experienced a little numbness and even forgot that I was holding a cup of water a few times. I looked up from typing for a second, and as I did, I realised that depth perception and perspective in general seemed a little off. Nothing major, it just seemed a bit like the lines of perspective did not all go to the same vanishing point, like in a Picasso but to a much lesser degree. It is at this point that I decided that I didn't really feel like going to sleep. I decided to experiment a bit. Famous last words, you might say. Valerian. I'd used it before in combination with melatonin and vitamin B6 for dream potentiation, and remembered it being very mildly psychedelic and giving faint traces, especially in darkness. I also remembered that I still had some valerian root extract left over from my investigations. Perfect. I went to my medicine cabinet and got 5 450mg capsules out. 11:30. Ingested 5 450mg capsules of valerian root extract. While in my bathroom, I noticed a bottle of generic diphenhydramine hydrochloride. I'd used Benadryl recreationally in the past on numerous occasions, and I remembered strange delirium-like hallucinations with higher doses. What the hell? I thought. I'm already abusing 2 non-traditional last resort drugs. I was feeling like a crackhead anyway, and so I just did it. I already had a bit of a tolerance from recently abusing Benadryl, but I knew that I was about to feel the valerian, so I only took 100mg. Again, at 11:30, I ingested 4 25mg pills of diphenhydramine hydrochloride. I walked back to my room, now feeling nervous. I lay down on my bed and waited. I knew quite a bit about pharmacological chemistry, psychology and cognitive science. While at home, I had been taking several classes at a nearby university, including a graduate-level human cognition class. And I knew myself. So I suspected that some very uncomfortable feelings would come up during this trip. After a few minutes of lying there waiting, out of some weird subconscious masochist need, I decided then and there that tonight was going to be intense. Terrifying, but intense. I got up and resolutely walked to the bathroom to get more drugs. As I looked into the dark room, I saw an apparition hovering in the darkness in the instant before I turned on the light. It looked like a thick, translucent cloud in the shape of a rippling curtain, and it was very similar in texture and colour to the greyish-blue lights you see when you apply pressure to your own closed eyes. I took 1 more Ambien, 4 more Benadryl, and grabbed the bottles of Benadryl and valerian to bring back to my room now. You could say I was now feeling moderately inebriated, though still coordinated enough to have no trouble walking back. At 11:40, I ingested 1 10mg pill of Ambien and 4 25mg pills of diphenhydramine hydrochloride. I lay down on my bed and turned off the lights. I could faintly make out the outlines of my room in the dim light coming in under my door and through my window. Almost immediately, I noticed the same cloudy mist. This time, it was taking up my entire field of vision, though not obscuring it. For the rest of the night, this mist covered everything and gave an unreal, dreamy quality. The mist quickly grew thicker, and I could see it flowing in currents and patterns almost like a greyish-green ethereal aurora borealis, except with very different kinds of patterns, and moving much more quickly and in a very jerky, rough way. This jerky quality of the mist made it look as if everything was in a film played at a low frame rate, an effect that characterised the entire experience. The mist would concentrate itself in the centre of my vision, and when I looked at the dim outline of my swivel chair, it interacted with the chair, circling around it in a current that eventually formed a cone around the column of the chair. I noticed spindly, almost crystalline structures branching off of the upper parts of the chair. When I closed my eyes, I noticed a very vivid, residual image of my room. As the night wore on, the open-eyed image would eventually become so ethereal and the closed-eye one so vivid as to render them virtually indistinguishable. The entire time in my room, I had been growing steadily more dissociated, so that by this point I was roughly at the level of a higher second plateau DXM trip. I turned on the lights and looked around. Everything seemed basically normal, just a bit off perspective with a dreamlike, unreal quality and the low frame rate effect, all of which seemed to be induced by the mist. I looked at my wall and happened to notice that the Clockwork Orange poster, showing the silhouette of Alex and his friends walking towards you, looked exactly like a hologram. It was three-dimensional, had green and orange tinges, and the figures strutted back and forth as I moved my head back and forth. I looked at my other poster with similar results. When I looked back, however, the outlines of the figures in the Clockwork Orange poster were vibrating at a high frequency. The vibrations were subtle at first, but very soon the variation became so large that the characters seemed fuzzy and slightly foggy, much like the room. Well, after this point I have no linear concept of memory. The following I remember in small disconnected dream portions. In fact, I thought that all of this was a bad dream until I spoke to my dad the next day. With traditional psychedelics like acid and mushrooms, I get visuals, but they are always, or almost always, clearly just visual distortions. They are not real. They are not fully formed or defined. They do not sit with me in my kitchen and carry out a coherent conversation with me. With these, it was different. Everything seemed dreamlike, so a dreamlike figure seemed just as real as anything else. With no reality-based frame of reference, it became impossible to distinguish between these true hallucinations and reality, and so I passed out of this world and into a state of delirium. After the intensity of the vibrating started to increase, it came to a point where the figures seemed to be vibrating so much that they now had the ability to move independently of the poster. I remember seeing the figures step out of the poster and into my room. They looked completely, solidly real, but at the same time not at all. Almost as if they were copies of people. I could sense that they were not human by their shadowy texture and colour, and by the way they moved. They did not walk or even really move at all. Rather, it was as if I was watching a series of still frames in sequences. They would jerkily step around, and often appear somewhere else without warning. I remember hearing voices in my head. Some of them whispered, some of them cried, some of them screamed. I do not remember what they said, only that it made me feel sad and terrified. The figures from the poster were no longer in my room, but when I turned I saw a grey man sitting on my desk. I then remembered the voices swelling to an overwhelming roar, and I honestly thought that I was going insane and that my personality was splitting into several distinct parts, each with its own voice and each yelling to be heard above the rest. For some reason, I desperately cried out, "How many of you are there?" At which point they answered collectively,
"We are four. We are each you. We are four. We are each you."
They then proceeded to run through a list of forgotten actions from my early childhood, every mean thing that I had ever been ashamed of doing. Each time they listed an action, one of the four would come forward as if to say, "When you did that, that was me. I was the part of you that did that awful thing." The next thing I remember, I was walking into my kitchen. As I stepped in, my older brother stepped out of a shadowy corner. I was happy to see him. My brother does not live at home, and I was excited that he was back. We started talking, and eventually I decided to walk out of the kitchen and back toward my room for some reason. I remember turning to say goodnight and looking back at him. I paused. Something was not right. He was expressionless and silent. He looked strange, almost two-dimensional, and he would only move when I moved. When I stepped toward him, he seemed to rock back on hinges and move behind the doorway into the shadows. When I stepped back, he would rock back into place and appear to be normal. I spent a few seconds repeatedly stepping back and forth and watching him swing like some demonic cardboard cutout. Disconcerted, I turned around to go to my room only to find him silently leaning against the wall next to me, staring blankly into my eyes. I walked around the house trying to get away from this strange, lifeless, shadowy incarnation of my brother, but everywhere I turned, there he would be, leaning stiffly and unmoving, staring blankly. "Why are you doing this?" I asked him. "You're not even real, just go away," I yelled at him. It was at this point I ran into my dad, who, apparently, was real, and had been woken by my screaming at the air at 3 a.m. Fortunately, he thought I was sleepwalking and having a nightmare, and just told me to go back to sleep. For a few blessed seconds after meeting my dad, I returned to reality, albeit a very confused and very sedated one. But as soon as my dad walked out of sight, I immediately slipped back into the dream world again. The next thing I remember was that I was trying to walk into my parents' room, possibly to get help, I don't know. When en route, I saw a procession of shadowy figures coming out of the closet that sits by the entrance to their room. The only one I can actually remember looked vaguely like an East Indian acquaintance of mine. "What the fuck are you doing in my parents' closet at 3 a.m? I asked him. He did not answer. Instead, he raised his right hand as if in greeting and began to flail and jerk it back and forth very quickly, while wearing the same blank expression I had seen on my brother's face, or what I thought was my brother. His right arm did not move in a natural way at all. Rather, it flopped around as if all the bones in it had been shattered by the force of his flailing. Of all the things I saw that night, the two images I will never forget are those of that horrible, unnatural flailing, and the one of my brother's lifeless, two-dimensional body, rocking back and forth in reaction to my movements. When I woke up the next morning, I still was getting residual images when I closed my eyes, though to a much lesser degree than the night before. I also had a horrible headache that lasted the entire day. This was extremely painful, and a bad e-crash has nothing on it. Finally, at around 5 the next day, I decided to smoke some weed, partially because people were smoking me out, and partially because I wanted to get rid of the pain. Even though the weed was nothing special, some okay hydro, the high was very strong and very strange. I started perceiving things in a low frame rate again. I felt very disoriented and even numb a few times. The day after that, I had a slight headache, but nothing too bad, and that night I saw a fainter version of that mist again as I was trying to fall asleep. Well, all in all, this was without a doubt the most terrifying experience of my life, and I am now truly afraid of the dark. Digression to Hell. An LSD trip report by Tommy. Posted to earwig.org, May 8th, 2018. Earwig note. Claims of measured microgram dosages for LSD are usually unsupported. Quantitative measurements for LSD are very difficult to do, and cannot be done casually. Without further detailed information about how the measurements were derived, it is reasonable to assume that most statements of microgram dosages of LSD on blotter or in microdots are either misinformed or overstated. After a long day at work, I drove over to a friend's apartment, where two of my friends lived. My best friend was the only other person at the apartment with us. I brought with me 1,500 micrograms of LSD and gave my friends 100 micrograms each, leaving me with 1,200. I also had about half an ounce of cannabis that we smoked a decent amount of during the come-up. I noticed I had traces only 10 to 15 minutes after dosing, which was very, very unusual. It typically was 45 minutes to an hour before I had anything that noticeable. I really don't remember much after noticing that until some time later. I don't know why I had this gap of memory during the come-up, to be honest with you. Within what I am told was no more than an hour, I no longer could remember what was happening or what drug I had taken. My best friend ceased to exist, and soon, so did I. I devolved into a black screen with green lines of text, relaying the conversation I was having, making my thoughts, my voice, and my friend's voice indistinguishable. We were two bodies controlled by one consciousness. In such a state of confusion, I no longer was enjoying myself. I began grasping my chest and gasping for air and feeling intense pain throughout my body, particularly my arms. Briefly flashing back into this reality, I began asking what I had taken and how much, and was certain, despite knowing that you cannot die from LSD, that I had taken too much and was going to die. I imagine a lot of this came from not dealing with the emotions of overdosing on fentanyl shortly before this trip, maybe a week to a month prior. That's a blurry time from my life to try and remember though. Well, regardless of any of this, I begged in this moment to be taken to hospital. It was at this point my friend and I had been getting too loud in our two other friends' apartment, so we were sitting in my car in the parking lot. My friend started looking for my car keys to take me to the hospital, and ended up leaving me in the car to go in the apartment to retrieve them. He came back out to the car, asking me where my keys were. He says he was gone for less than a minute, but to me, I was alone in the car for an endless amount of time. It's hard to put a time frame on how long it seemed like, as time basically lost meaning by this point. This all occurred while our other friend followed behind and began yelling to us, "Get him out of there now! He's so obviously on drugs, I don't want to get arrested over him." I perceived her to have a knife and wanting to kill me. So naturally, I took off running, arms flailing in the air, screeching at the top of my lungs, "Help! Somebody just help me, please! I'm gonna die any minute." My friend had warrants at the time and did not chase after me, fearing that my screaming in an apartment complex in the early hours of the morning, mind you, would definitely bring police to this situation. I kept running and would collapse on the street or in the grass, and at one point on a bush, flashing to scenic trips in a completely different reality. I kept dying over and over in different, horrible ways. Running and stumbling alone, I realised I had a phone in my pocket. I couldn't remember my phone password, mind you, so I swiped to open the emergency call screen and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? What's my emergency? I'm gonna die. Okay, what's going on? Oh, I don't know. Okay, why do you think you're dying? Well, I'm on drugs. I'm on drugs and I've taken too much. Okay, what did you take? I don't know. Okay, can you tell me where you are? I don't know where I am. Okay, what do you see? There's a lot of cars. Are you in a parking lot? No, there's tall buildings all around me. Are you in an apartment complex? I look around in a state of panic and try to hang up the phone. It's locked up in emergency mode, so I cannot hang up. I get the "they know where I am" paranoid feeling start to arise. Look around and yell, "Oh shit!" I throw my phone as hard as I can on the concrete and watch it shatter. I ran away as fast as I could, yelling things like "fuck you!" I have no idea how long this ordeal lasted, since time had no meaning to me anymore. But soon enough, a police car pulled into the complex, and probably didn't have much trouble finding me, since I was yelling at the top of my lungs. I was ecstatic that a figure of authority had arrived, and ran out in the street waving my arms, yelling at the police car, I'm here, thank God you're finally here." The two officers stepped out of the car and asked what was going on, and I just made absolutely no sense, and was probably pretty obviously in a psychedelic trip if they knew how to recognise that. I was flashing in and out of this reality into those scenic trips again, many of which portrayed the officers as wanting to hurt me and or violate me, despite the fact that they actually did a pretty good job of not being threatening to me. In fact, I actually remember asking at one point, when I had no clue what was happening and no memory from anything before that moment, Am I being a threat to anyone here? Have I hurt anyone? Well, I'm so scared. I don't want to hurt anybody. He was saying things like, I don't know, bud, but help is coming, okay? I asked for today's date, and when he told me, I realised that no longer had any meaning to me other than knowing that it was a date. I asked him how old I was, and he told me, well, how am I supposed to know? You're the one asking me. Well, how old do I look to you? I don't know. Can I look in the side mirror on your car to see what I look like? Whoa. Please don't get close to my car. A lot of this nonsense went on, but eventually I would flash into another scenic trip with some perceived threat and just run away. I kept running from them and then giving myself back up to them, out of desperation for help. Eventually, an ambulance got there and a paramedic approached me. I leaned back and lunged my whole body into the hardest punch I could throw, right into the side of his head. He swung backwards and hit the side of the ambulance. I took off running as fast as I could, and one of the officers yelled, "Oh, hell no!" And this time, they all chased me. I pulled my shirt off and realised I was pissing myself, so I dropped my pants as well. I was then tackled on the street, butt naked. I fought back as hard as I could, but eventually I was knocked out. I never really fell asleep per se, but I lost speech and motor skills. I flew out of my body and into the worst hell I couldn't have imagined 30 seconds prior to being there. There was an incredible sense of loneliness and intense pain there. I was in a small dark area with a burning ball before me. I intuitively understood that the ball was the core of my being and was burning out. The goal in this place was to be able to die so I could stop suffering. But alas, in order to do so, I had to watch each piece of myself be torn away and float off into darkness. All of my memories, my desires, my goals. I watched it all be thrown away as the ball burned smaller and smaller until it finally burnt out for good. From there on, most of what I experienced was sensory overload that I just could not make sense of. All of my senses were taking in way too much data to form anything that I could put into text. I assigned myself a name to feel better about not knowing who I was, so I called myself Bob. Bob was a horrible, idiotic drug addict. I wasn't too far off from my real self in that guess. who didn't care enough to not push his own limits. I felt like a shell of a person that simply wanted drugs to feel whole. It was the most lonely feeling I have ever experienced. I didn't know what I looked like, but I had a picture of my parents in my head and thought about how disappointed they must be in Bob. I came to in the hospital the next morning and couldn't remember what had happened or how I'd gotten there. It took 3 months to remember. I quit all drugs for that 3 months and ended up taking a few hits off someone's joint at a concert one time. When I took my seat after the intermission was over, the memory all came flooding back to me, and I shook physically out of terror until I went to bed that very night. I've not been the same since I had that trip, and in a lot of ways it was for the better. But I have to live with that memory every day. There hasn't been an hour that goes by since that day that I'm not thinking about it, trying to process it and understand it. I developed HPPD and have had hallucinations persisting for just shy of a year now. Psychedelics are valuable tools when used properly. Just remember, it is possible to hurt yourself with a hammer. This is where I effed up. An LSD, 5-MeO-DMT, diazepam and alprazolam trip report by I effed up. Posted to earwid.org June 18th, 2006. My life just took a horrible turn for the worst. I'm not at my lowest point, however, thanks to being out on bail and away from the hellishness of being confined to a jail cell. Where I effed up on a warm Saturday night 10 days ago was with the choice to eat the benzos, Xanax and Valium. I do not have benzo tolerance and rarely use them. I'd finally come across some and decided to eat a few. At around 5 PM Saturday, I ate 2 milligrams of alprazolam and 20 milligrams of diazepam, 2 blue pills of each, figuring this would mellow me out after the hard week I had at work. I had no plans that night and the next day, so I made plans to get intoxicated. I had a small collection of acid and 5-MeO-DMT as well, which I had not touched in months, but I did not specifically plan to trip. At around 6 PM, I am definitely intoxicated in a drunken-like way, but with less euphoria and some slight depression and confusion. I stumble to my small substance collection and eat 2 more blue Xanax. I wanted to be a little bit more into oblivion because I was feeling slightly depressed, which was from the benzos in the first place, but I didn't realise it at the time. From 6 to 7 PM, I spent my time stumbling around out in my yard feeling almost like a kid. I ran around and rolled in the grass some. Then I got up and took off running into the house and back to my room. I pushed on the closed door thinking it was open a crack, and my face whacked right into it. I could definitely feel the pain despite my intoxication. I got into my room and got into my drugs. I pulled out a 5-strip of Futurama blotter acid somewhere around 7 PM and ate it. I got really excited, thinking I was going to blast off to some wonderful psychedelic reality that I have read about but never had the balls to attempt entering. Then I got out my aluminium foil pipe and threw an eyeballed amount of 5-MeO-DMT in it. It was what looked like 20 grains of salt. This would definitely not be something I would do sober. Same with the acid. I inhaled the rough-tasting substance and held my breath. Soon a wang, wang, wang noise surrounded me, like nitrous but much more menacing. A tense feeling spread through my body. I felt my heart get squeezed, then break, and I was bleeding all over myself internally. I was so scared but knew there was nothing I could do, so I just tried to accept that I was gonna die for sure this time. I saw a bright white light and couldn't see much anything else. I do not remember what else happened. The next thing I know, I am laying outside in my yard twitching all over violently, but not quite seizure-like. I see the clouds morphing shapes and colours. I see all imaginable colours floating through the sky. The sun was setting, so I guess this was around 7:45 p.m. I also, in this moment, hear voices and a strange music that could never be synthesized. It sounded very alien and started to frighten me. I got up off the ground and started to stop twitching. I thought I was coming down from the acid since I was confused. At this point, I don't think I remember smoking the 5-MeO DMT. I only think I am coming down from the acid already. Maybe it's because the 5-MeO DMT trip seemed to last many hours when it only lasted minutes, but I cannot be completely sure of this. I go in the house, which took a lot of effort because I was very uncoordinated. Everything was liquid, and I became convinced this was actually the real world and that my experience of sober reality before this trip had illusioned me into thinking solids existed. Everything seemed so real, clearer than ever before despite the melting fractals and distortions. I remember trying to figure out how to open a beer can. I sat at my kitchen table pressing the tab in wrong directions and could not do it whatsoever. I ended up cracking a hole in it with a juice can opener and sipping through it. I kept hearing the strange alien music getting louder, and I heard voices in specific directions that startled me. I do not remember the specifics of what the voices said, but suddenly it became apparent that I must get out of my house or something horrible was going to happen to me. I remember running out of my front door in a panic. Most of what happens next is pieced together from my neighbour's account, who was an acquaintance, and the police reports. I do recall some flashes of the events, but most are clips that are a few nanoseconds in length that I cannot accurately describe. I ran to my neighbour's house across the street and past a big yard. Houses are spread out a good bit around here. I went up to his mailbox and dug my hands inside. He must have saw me run up to his door because he came out right away and said, "Hey," my name, "what the hell are you doing?" with a slightly threatening but confused tone. I do remember him saying this, but barely, to be honest. All I did was stare at him. He said I looked like a frightened, insane animal ready to pounce. "You don't look so good. How about we just take a walk back to your house right now?" He took a step back and balled up his fists, telling me this. I yelled, "He told me to come. He told me I would find my answer right here." I then sat down, curled up in a ball. "Do you need me to call an ambulance or something?" And then I snapped. I don't know and can't guess what the fuck was going through my head at this point. I just screamed in a non-human way, as it was later described, and tore into my neighbour. I beat and kicked at him with all I had. At first, he acted defensively and put up his arms to defend himself. Then he ran back into his house and came out with a can of mace. I ran away, sensing danger. It came to me again, apparently, that I must get into my neighbour's house. It was extremely important to my survival. By this time, it was night. My neighbour had gone back inside to call the cops. I walked around back of his house to sliding glass doors, and I remember touching the glass and wondering what was stopping my finger, because I could see right through the door. I thought of it as a force field of some type that was a test. If I could pass the test of getting past this freak, but purposely placed occurrence, I would find what I was looking for. And so, I picked up a small metal table and whirled it into the glass force field with all the strength that I had. It broke the glass and kept on going about 5 feet. I walked through the destroyed force field and felt like I'd accomplished an important step of some kind of goal I was going after, which I unfortunately cannot remember. I heard footsteps coming fast from the other side of the house. I sensed danger and leaped up to the steps that were to my left. I went into a dark room and saw a glowing clock. Its red letters burned into my memory, and now I cannot look at digital clocks without getting intense anxiety and confusion. So I picked up the clock and held it, and then my neighbour ran in, flicks on the light and unleashes hell onto me. I remember thinking something like I was being attacked by a supernatural force. I couldn't breathe or see. My upper body was burning, and I literally thought I had caught on fire. I fought for my life and thrashed into everything with my fists. I stumbled around and fell down the steps I had walked up. I screamed so loud many neighbours arrived before the cops did, keeping distance. When the cops arrived at my neighbour's house, my neighbour was on the ground holding his head, whilst I was in the house breaking things and screaming. Cops rushed in with guns drawn. "Get down on the ground, now!" I couldn't understand language. Everything was just sounds at this point for me. I didn't know what language was, so I was unable to follow the pig's instructions. Then I felt a stab and my body seize. It was the most painful thing I've ever felt, and I can't imagine anything worse. They had shot me with a taser. 2 darts within me, in fact, blasting me to the ground in a silenced, choking agony. The paramedics came and treated me on the scene, now in my neighbour's yard, with saline for my eyes and a bandage for my hands, which were badly beaten up. They gave me an examination of blood pressure and heart rate, then said I was okay to be put into police custody. Apparently they repeatedly asked me what I had taken, and finally I had answered, shrooms. I'd rather not go into detail about the jail cell I was in, because it will induce unpleasant flashbacks, as writing this has already done for me. I will just say it was hell, to understate it. The cops were real assholes to me. When I got to the police station, they literally threw me in my jail cell and said, "You are fucked." I was charged with assault, public intoxication, disorderly conduct, vandalism, trespassing, and possession of a Schedule 4 substance. I had 5 Xanax pills in my pocket. I was bailed out by a close family member who was severely disappointed and upset with me, as they would be. The bail was set at $3,500. It was a hell of a journey to hell. I will never trip on anything again. I've lost all desire for altered states, and plus I now will face jail soon and a long probation. My lawyer says he will try to negotiate a 30-day sentence, but he cannot promise it will be that small. My neighbour was cool about it though. Well, not cool, but as cool as someone could be in his situation. I called him and apologised, and he told me what happened. He didn't lecture me at all about drugs or my actions. At the end of our somewhat brief conversation, all he said to me was, "Good luck," and finally hung up on me. One bad trip. A diamond hydronate or Dramamine trip report by Hardcore Roger. Posted to earwid.org July 21st, 2006. About 3 months ago, I had experienced a bad trip on diamond hydronate and wanted to report it, but completely forgot about it. So, now that I have found the time, I figured, better late than never. I was in my room by myself that evening. I'm a junior in high school, and I was all out of hallucinogenic drugs. The town I lived in was completely dry that day for some reason, and I was unable to locate any of my hallucinogens of choice. Being an addict of 3 years, the only answer to this predicament was to substitute with another drug because, well, after all, what's an evening without tripping? So, I decided to substitute with diamond hydrogenate, which I conveniently have access to 24 hours a day, any day. I've taken this drug a couple of times in the past with pleasant results, but didn't do it regularly because I liked LSD better. My mindset wasn't the best one I could have been in because I expected that the diamond hydrogenate was going to make me sick, but that didn't stop me from taking a whole lot of those tabs. I downed 24 of them, 1,200 milligrams orally with water, whereas I would have normally taken 12. Since I was kind of bummed that afternoon, I thought I might as well double the dose for a stronger trip and to make up for my lack of acid. Bad idea. I waited for the effects to come on, sitting in my room at my computer, just listening to music. The following timeline started at around 8:30 PM, about the time I dropped the tabs. T plus 30 minutes. I feel that comforting feeling coming over my body like a warm blanket. I stopped playing the card games on my computer and just listened to the music because my coordination was leaving me and the games were becoming difficult to focus on. Music, as I learned through past experiences, is very important to a high-dose diamond hydrogenate trip because it settles me down, keeps me grounded, and prevents me from freaking out if the trip gets too strong. And so, I kept the music going as I watched a few minor hallucinations start to materialise in front of me. These minor hallucinations were fun to watch, but not very pronounced. The major ones were yet to come, as the drug has not yet reached its peak. I also note that the comfortable feeling was starting to leave, and was being replaced by an odd, unstable feeling of not being grounded. T plus 45 minutes. Something doesn't feel quite right. I think the double dose is starting to take its toll as I slip deeper into that dreamlike dimension. The body trip at this time is fairly uncomfortable, as I feel as if I'm not level with the ground, like I'm standing on an angle. The floor, ceiling, and all of the walls in my room have taken on a rubbery shaking motion. I myself was standing still relative to the earth, but my room was absolutely going crazy. I knew that they were just hallucinations, so I just watched on in fascination, making mental notes of all the effects taking place before my very eyes. If it weren't for the uncomfortable body trip, I would be having a shit-my-pants fun-ass time trying to capture all of the visuals, but instead, I just stood there like a zombie, a very unpleasant effect. T plus 1 hour. Oh my god. The hallucinations, well... oh my god, the hallucinations are becoming intense now. Everything that I perceived seemed to be crossing the boundary between hallucination and reality. I was talking to people who weren't there but looked to be realer than real, as if there was actually a person there in real life. At some point in time, I shook the hand of one of the people and actually felt myself doing so as I felt the resistance of the other person's hand grasping my own. Never in my life have I had a hallucination so real that I could touch and feel it. But I didn't have any control of what I saw and what took place. T plus 1 hour and 30 minutes. I had to take a leak very badly at this time, so I decided that it could not wait, and I was going to have to take the chance of going into the dark hallway to go to the bathroom. I was walking through the hallway, and the most frightening experience I've ever had on drugs had happened. The hallway was crowded with people that I had no idea who they were. It was impossible that this could have been real because there were only 3 other people in the house who were all asleep before I took the pills. I figured that since the people in the hallway couldn't be real, that I would just walk through them, but when I tried this, I would run into a person and actually hit them. I would be knocked back, and the person would turn to me and his face would light up, revealing the grotesque face of a human that had died decades ago. The image of a common living dead stereotype. As this happened, they would curse me out using a dialect that I have never heard before, but could somehow understand and speak fluently. This language that they spoke contained some of the vilest profanities that I have ever heard in existence. All of the Walking Dead were large in size, and I evaluated that each one could whoop my ass blindfolded. I was as careful and courteous as possible as I made my way through the crowd of living dead giants, trying not to piss any of them off because I feared that if one went to kick my ass, they would be so real that I could feel every bone in my body being broken. Not the kind of chance that I would want to take, but it was impossible not to collide with any of them because the hall was so damn crowded. Every time I ran into one, the face spun around and lit up, as I would be cursed out again in the harshest language there is. I finally made my way into the bathroom and turned on the light. My stay in the bathroom was surprisingly uneventful because the light was too bright for me to see any visuals. I then remembered that the lighting needs to be kind of dim for visuals to be seen on Diamond Hydronate, and the bathroom being so well lit that it didn't allow any visuals to be in sight. Well, I must say that I was happy about this. I finished up and decided that I couldn't sleep in the bathroom just to avoid the hallucinations, so I mustered up all of my courage and opened the bathroom door to head back to my room. As I opened it, I found my parents standing there waiting for an explanation for all the noise I made in the hallway and to whom I was just talking to. I knew I was so messed up that I just didn't answer, and I walked back to my room as my parents followed me. I got to my room and turned off the music so I could explain to my parents what was going on. I started to talk to my parents, trying to make up the best excuse possible, when suddenly they just vanished into thin air before my very eyes. I then knew that they were just another hallucination manifested into reality by my own mind. All of it seemed too real for me to know it was a hallucination. This freaked me out hardcore because now I was seeing things that gnawed at my fears and insecurities with no way of stopping them. T plus 2 hours and 15 minutes. This somewhat fun but interesting trip is now turning into a nightmare. The Diamond Hydronate for some reason isn't letting me fall asleep to escape the horror. My entire room has become haunted and possessed by evil spirits. All of the furniture is moving and morphing into ridiculous shapes. Some of them are growing legs and walking around my room, laughing at my expense. Everything had a face on it that mocked me in front of the other living furniture, and they all laughed. I might have been able to turn this into an entertaining experience if the visuals were bright and beautiful like they are on LSD or shrooms. But the trip I am on right now is dark, dreary, and full of evil. I feel very alone in the world, and horribly detached from it at the same time. I am lying in my bed at this time, and have decided that I have seen enough. I shined the desk lamp toward the rest of the room to try to make the hallucinations disappear. Most of the visuals dissolved from the light, but some persistent ones still remained visible. I still heard all of the voices from the ones that disappeared as well. I faced the wall and pulled the bed sheets over my head. Through the covers I still heard all of the voices coaxing me to come back out. Even scarier, I felt their hands touching me through the blankets. I ignored to the best of my ability and remained there for the rest of the night, with the hallucinations still going at it. End of timeline. I was still hiding under my sheets as morning came. I didn't sleep at all and was physically and mentally drained. It utterly amazed me how real the hallucinations were, both spatially and in their duration. This was the only instance where I couldn't possibly tell the difference between reality and a figment of my imagination. This was the number one most scariest drug experience that I have ever had, and hope I ever will have. I feel extraordinarily lucky that I still have my sanity today, or so I hope. A lesson I learned is to reserve and respect these substances for their intended uses, because even a minor anti-emetic drug such as diamond hydrogenate can produce effects that can leave me hanging on the frayed ends of sanity. I am now in the Narcotics Anonymous program, with 76 days clean of all mind-controlling and altering substances, even ecstasy and acid. Those are my drugs of choice that I was just unable to quit, even if it meant my life. But now, I'm on a new chapter in my life, where I'm working to make ends meet. I'm finally getting my life back, and I'm feeling myself once again. On a third day, I regained my ability to read. A Datura trip report by Ignatiu, posted at earwood.org May 22nd, 2020. It was a fine Friday day, but I just couldn't shake the boredom off from me since the morning. At around 3 PM, I decided to go for a stroll. There is a tranquil lake and a forest approximately 4 kilometers away from my house. I had no intentions of getting high or abusing any substance that day whatsoever. As I'm walking up to the lake, I can feel myself immersing into a more exhausted and extremely bored state. 10 more minutes and I would have reached the lake. But there I saw this magnificent plant, which I recognised instantly. Judging by the shape of leaves, it was either Datura metal or Stramonium. The plant was dead, but lucky for me, it had dozens of intact seed pods. I kneeled down, opened a single of the seed pods. Loads of seeds poured out of it. I tore a paper from my journal and poured seeds in it. I collected seeds from 3.5 seed pods, and my Datura seed collection was complete. I still have no clue why I needed that much quantity of seeds, but whatever. I left the plant alone and continued to the lake. It was already visible from a distance, and that's when I thought to myself, hell, what's the worst thing that could actually happen if I eat these? And I ate around 10 seeds. They tasted like a dried out watermelon seed. I continued walking, but something in my head suggested to eat a few more seeds. So I'm just strolling, approaching the lake and snacking on Datura seeds while I do it. And I feel a body heaviness, but I wasn't delirious or high. I reached in my pocket to put on my sunglasses, but they were gone. I was certain I had dropped those while collecting the seeds, so instead of walking around the lake, I decided to go back, in hopes of finding those sunglasses. As I'm walking back, I noticed that all this time, I'd been snacking on those seeds like they were peanuts, and eventually, I was out of them. I knew about the dosage, but it seemed to me that I couldn't stop until I was done. I could feel my body weight multiply. It felt like I was carrying an extra 30 kilograms with me. I thought that it was nothing, probably physical exhaustion, and maybe a little bit of seed poisoning. It was around 4:50 when I found the seeds, 5:30 when I chugged them all. On my way back, I may or may not have asked some people about my sunglasses, still not sure, but anywho, they actually had no clue, and I started to feel nauseous. I approached the place where I found the plant, scouted the area but found no sunglasses whatsoever. But, I did pluck some dead Datura for later. I'm walking down the road, nothing unusual. Body heaviness is somewhat gone, and I see a dead cat on the road. not paying much attention to it because it was possible, after all, it is a road in retrospect, that it could have been a hallucination. Luckily, I returned to my neighbourhood safely. I was physically exhausted and would kill for a smoke, but I had nothing on me except the plant, so I sat on a bench. And it was around 6:10. I was all alone, and that's when I lost time. I appeared at my apartment's doorstep. I didn't feel confused, everything felt okay. I rang the doorbell. My mom opened the door, and I greeted her and told her that I was hungry. I went in my room and waited for food. Meanwhile, I called a friend of mine, told him that I ate loads of datura seeds, apparently he didn't believe, and finally the food was ready. I had no hallucinations, I was just tired, both mentally and physically. Cottonmouth intensified. I ate the food, drank different types of liquids, and before going back to my room, asked Granny to boil me 3, 4, or 5 potatoes. And that's when my mom started noticing things. She asked me what I had taken, and I replied with, "Datura seed, everything's gonna be okay." Needless to say that I thought my speech was fine, but as it turns out, mostly it was gibberish and mumble. I was speaking like I recently had an aneurysm and was recovering from it. My mom asked me whether or not she should call an ambulance, and that is when I felt that the trip was about to kick in, so obviously I replied with no, and crawled back into my room. I laid on bed. Now I could finally relax and enjoy the trip. I saw different types of arachnids on the wall, but out of a sudden I had to pee. Fuck. I got up, went in the toilet. Very few came out. Back in my room, seconds later, this urge to take a leak again. I was growing tired and bored from running back and forth. I couldn't focus on the trip. Soon, I found out that I literally had no pee left in me, and that is when I realised that it probably was a side effect. Back in my room again, laid in my warm bed, took my phone, put on some music, and started reading some irrelevant stuff on the web, when suddenly I heard a loud thunderstorm. I could feel the wind blowing on my face. I turned off the lights, music, devices. Now I could really trip out. But my room was still bright blue and I was confused. I looked around, and there was a thunderstorm in my room which was real. I could see the lightning, hear the sea waves, feel the wind. Lightning cracked my ceiling, and in a way, I was terrified. I saw arachnids coming out of the corners, cracks, making webs. Webs were following the direction of a wind which was blowing right in my face. Spiders started their descent, and soon they were all over my very face. I got out of bed, shook the spiders off from my face and body, got rid of the web, and laid back in bed. I thought I'd slept, and that's when caterpillars and different centipedes appeared. I'm scared of those, so I squashed a few of my body. Spiders started trapping and rolling dead and alive centipedes in their webs, pulling them up in the ceiling corners. I was delighted that the arachnids were helping me, but my body was covered in blood. I couldn't sleep like that. Plus I felt that I was overheating, so I decided to take a cold shower. I got off my bed, wearing only boxers. My mom was about to take a shower, but apparently, according to her, I kicked her out of the bath and went in myself. Prior to that, we had a conversation about calling an ambulance yet again, which I cannot recall whatsoever. Seems I was walking around the house, warning my mom, mumbling not to step on the spiders. I'm in a bath, sitting on a toilet. Got rid of an extra weight and went in shower. Spiders were there as well. I was fed up, so I washed them off from the walls, in other words, made the whole place wet. Now I could finally take a shower. I lost time again, according to my mom. I'd started growling and banging on the door, making odd noises, mumbling, "Spiders, spiders, they're everywhere, the spiders are everywhere." I fell in the bathtub, and that is when I regained some fragment of my consciousness. As I'm laying on the bathtub floor, I could feel my body overheat. I was burning up, but I was too tripped out to change the temperature to cold, so I overheated my body even more and lost time again. Now I'm at a bathroom door, naked, except I'm holding a bathroom curtain on my shoulders, using it as a cape. Water's still on, the place is drenched. Miraculously, I managed to open the door, and my mom was standing in front of me, looking at her idiot, completely naked, 22-year-old son, who covered his back and arse with a bathroom curtain in a disgraced manner. My dick dangling around, squatting, trying to pick up non-existent spiders from the floor, yelling, mumbling, and warning not to step on them. I lost time again. My mom told me the following. As you were trying to pick the spiders up from the floor, I grabbed your arm and told you to sober up. You put your jacket on while still wearing the bathroom curtain, and left pair of 2 different flip-flops. You yelled at me to leave you alone, and that you were going in a climbing gym. I grabbed your arm tighter, and then you started freaking out. I couldn't hold on to you. You started running around, growling and screeching. I was scared. In a few minutes, an ambulance arrived. You were still naked, running around with a bathroom curtain on your shoulders, swinging your junk around, flirting with the medic, asking them if it was her first year in a med school. We managed to sit you down on a chair, but you refused to put on clothes or even a towel to cover up. Your balls were resting on the chair, and your pee-pee was resting on your balls. I felt actually ashamed for you. You were still flirting with her while all this was happening. And then they injected you with something, I do not know. I kind of regained my grasp for reality. I put on a towel on my lap to cover myself up. They measured my heart rate and blood pressure. Medic showed me the numbers. I'm in a med school, and when I saw that my blood pressure was 80, cis 40 dia, with 180 BPM and a very low saturation, I knew I was messed up and I absolutely had to go with them. A friend of mine, to which I called earlier, came at my place to accompany me in the hospital. They dressed me up, but for some reason, they were putting on an extra pair of socks on me. I thought to myself that they were mad at me and just rolled with it. A few minutes later, I'm ready to go. We're in an ambulance car. My friend is documenting my delirium. I'm seeing spiders, smoking phantom cigarettes, answering medics and my friend's questions, feeling great, but looking like a total madman. We arrive at a hospital. They insisted on doing a transfusion of 2 or 2.5 litres of distilled water. I wasn't violent according to my friend, I was humble, answering all the questions, talking about alkaloids in the plant, their interaction, antidotes, medical and pharmacological stuff, etc. I was still tripping my balls off after the transfusion. I may have been in a hospital room, but to me, it was a completely different scenario every few minutes. I'm in a hospital room with my friend, and in a few seconds I'm in a music recording studio with Bob Dylan, talking, discussing some matters which I cannot fucking recall, to be honest. But I'm in the hospital room again, and I realise that I'm still tripping. I completely forgot the latter before. But now I'm in a random dark room with some old friends. I turn around, hospital again. I look around, and I see my dead friend looking at me, crying. I look around again. I'm at my place in my room, alone. Close your eyes, blink, look around, and you're in a completely different place with different people. Back in the hospital room again. I saw that room as a very dark green, yellowish swamp with spider webs and surgical tools laying around. I'm sitting on a bed and I start chatting with my friend, who is clearly standing in front of me. And for some reason I look to my left. The nurse was standing there with my friend, communicating, and I felt confused. Looked back and my friend was still standing in front of me. I looked to my left again. There was nothing. I looked in front of me, a wall. Looked at my right and my friend was sitting beside me all the time. I realised that I was still tripping, but yet again, the realisation was soon gone. Different scene, again and again, repeating endlessly. Lost time. I'm staring at my friend and the acid burn marks on his arms. It felt weird. I wanted to go for a smoke so bad. So the nurse, my friend and me went out. The way I remember it was that I offered the nurse my red Marlboro. We smoked and went back in. I even remember pulling out the pack and putting it back in my jacket. It felt real. Later, my friend told me what happened was the opposite of what I remembered. The nurse gave me a cigarette because I didn't have any. After blood and urine test was done, I wanted to go back home or just out. I insisted that they discharge me, and so they did. We were out at around 3:40 AM. As my friend and I are walking from the hospital to my place, I can clearly feel and see that the trip is still on. My friend told me that I poked him, asked him if he was real. Out of context, said that I just don't want to kill certain people. Weird and creepy, I know. And so, I kept on walking back home with my friend, and other friends that could not have been there with us the whole time. As I got home, everyone was asleep, so I quietly creeped in my room. I checked the time and it was 4:25 AM, and I instantly passed out. I woke up at 11:30, well rested somehow, and had this really vivid real dream that I thought were a part of my trip. I had a really hard time distinguishing between reality and delusions. Even on the second day I was still fucking tripping, because I saw these spiders on the walls, less to none centipedes, but a few worms here and there. As I'm sitting on the couch, I see how worms are trying to crawl inside of a wooden part of my bed. So I get the lighter and start to burn those motherfuckers, and apparently they were just threads from my bed sheets. My granny stopped me. I couldn't realise that I was tripping. It felt so real, and I was actually upset that she couldn't see them at all. After a few minutes, I noticed a really large arachnid on the floor staring at me, and it wasn't an ordinary arachnid. It had a somewhat demonic look to it. So, I called Granny again, and she of course could not see it. A realisation that I'm tripping begins to emerge once again. Around 3 o'clock, I started searching for my non-existing cigarettes, which I couldn't find anywhere. But I had those, probably in my dream or delirium. I was just so out of touch with reality, I quickly forgot what I was searching for, so I started searching for another something. What was I searching for? Well, I have absolutely no clue. I went back in my room when I didn't find anything. Spiders were still there, and big demonic ones at that. They were looking at me, but I knew it was a trip. Now I was 100% sure I was tripping. So I closed my eyes, opened them, and that's when worms stopped moving around, blinked my eyes a few times, and they started crawling back in the floor near the edges of a wall. Spiders ascended on the ceiling, rolling up their webs, went through the corner into the roof. It was real. Only the big demonic spider was left. I named him the Spider Overlord. And he was staring at me, kind of smiling, and then vanished. Everything was over. I felt a strange calmness radiate throughout my body. I drank a green tea and was bummed about my eyesight. I had this partial blindness. I couldn't read or watch anything for 2 days. On the third day, I regained my ability to read, see, and enjoy the not-so-enjoyable reality, which compared to the trip was very enjoyable. Well, this was written according to my family members, friend, and my stupid brain's account, which tried its best to recall these very moments. "5 days awake with insane hallucinations." A 3MEO PCE trip report by The Angry Little Bunny. Posted to earwid.org June 2nd, 2020. Earwid note. The doses described in this report are potentially life-threatening. The amount taken is beyond a heavy dose and could pose serious health risks or result in unwanted, extreme effects. Doses such as this have been known to cause hospitalizations and/or deaths. Sometimes, extremely high doses reported are errors rather than actual doses used. This is a report about the worst psychosis I have ever had from any drug, and I wouldn't be lying if I would say that this was probably the most horrifying experience in my entire life, and I did not think I would survive it. I've used a few dissociative drugs in the past. I mainly was addicted to plain PCE for 2 or 3 months, during which I got a psychosis 2 times, which each lasted 2 weeks. and were horrifying. After a few months of abstinence, I occasionally use 3-MeO PCE again, which overall feels extremely similar to PCE. I don't think I could tell any difference. I maybe used it once or twice a week. 5 milligrams would give me light effects which would just make me feel a bit floaty and elevate my mood. After a long abstinence, 15 milligrams already felt really strong. I just get a really typical stimulating and manic dissociation. But tolerance increased quickly, and I soon needed 25 milligrams after a few times, and soon even 40 milligram plus. I would almost consistently get what I call the Alice in Wonderland syndrome, which only occurred rarely with PCE, but I attribute that to permanent changes in my brain, and not the drug. I thought I would be safe from a psychosis if I only use it every few days, but I guess I was wrong. One Thursday evening, maybe 10 PM, I took about 30 milligrams intranasal, and after an hour I didn't really feel a satisfying effect. So I increased the dose to maybe a bit more than 40 milligrams over 2 to 3 hours, which was a dose I took multiple times before. However, the effects were still unsatisfying, and at maybe 4 AM I attempted to sleep, but it was impossible. Towards the morning, I get pretty strong anxiety. I looked in the mirror thinking my face looked extremely deformed and ugly. It was so bad I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. The day went on, and in the evening I had to go to a course. I still didn't feel a bit tired, and the course went from 5:30 PM to 9 PM. On the way there I listened to some Japanese anime music, and when I took the headphones off in the course, the music seemed to have burnt itself into my brain, and I was still hearing it silently, which was extremely annoying and scary. I'm pretty sure this was already the psychosis setting in, because when I looked around, I thought everyone looked better than me. I felt worthless. I also started to occasionally see rainbow-coloured lines around objects. On the train ride home, I suddenly heard a repetitive wow 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 sound, and I thought someone was playing some weird music on loud in the train, because it would go away when I plugged my ears. I tried to ignore this and the slight hallucinations, thinking I just needed to sleep it off. When I got out of the train and walked home, the wow wow sound followed me, which absolutely terrified me. I understood now that if I would hear any noise, it would trigger this sound. I was so terrified that I took 1 milligram of Xanax and slept on the couch where my mum was reading. Overall, I slept about 4 hours, but the most horrifying thing happened after that. When I woke up, the hallucinations had extremely intensified. I saw rainbow-coloured blinking lines and geometric patterns everywhere. When I would rub my eyes, I would see extremely complex, rainbow-coloured fractal patterns changing and eventually disappearing in hundreds of blue pixels that would cover my field of vision for a few seconds, even when I opened my eyes. I tried to cope with it by trying to accept that I have to live with these patterns now. I mean, they look kinda pretty, I guess. When I would take a walk, there were moving patterns in vivid rainbow colours everywhere, almost like as if I had taken a strong dose of some psychedelic drug. I couldn't accept that, because the next night I still couldn't sleep at all. I later was convinced that it was a brain lesion and asked my parents to bring me to a hospital. There, I asked the neurologist for an MRI scan, for which he gave me an appointment, but after describing the symptoms, he also said he's pretty sure it is a psychosis. Afterwards, we went to a psychiatric hospital because I hoped they could help me sleep. I got there at maybe afternoon and then just lied in bed seeing crazy, fractal hallucinations everywhere. I was sure I permanently fucked myself up, and I thought I'd probably have to commit suicide after I get out of here. At about 3 AM I went to a nurse telling her I couldn't sleep. I overall annoyed the staff a lot in my psychotic state. She gave me a 40mg tablet of prothependal, an antipsychotic medication. I lay back down in my bed, but soon after that my ears felt like they were closing. I was terrified. I got up and found that I was walking as if I had consumed over 2 litres of alcohol. It was really difficult. Went back outside to the nurse because I was so terrified, and she was just really annoyed that I still wouldn't sleep. I told her that I wanted to go home, but she said I had to wait until 10 AM to leave. I spent the night drinking as much water as I can to try to flush out the prothependal and ask my parents to just please take me home. I was extremely depressed on the way home. I was sure I would be completely unfunctional for the rest of my life from this time on. I thought the dose of 3-MeO-PCE destroyed the sleeping part of my brain, and the only way to fix me was to have a surgery where they would implant a new sleeping part in my brain. That's how far gone I was. At home, my mum gave me 2 milligrams of Xanax, but even after 3 nights without sleep, I still could not fall asleep and just started to panic. During the day, I would hear the wow, wow, wow sound, plus police sirens in the background, and I would even get these little light flashes all over my field of vision. I was so terrified, I told my dad, "My God, the 3-MeO-PCE, it's eating holes in my brain right now, and I just want it to kill me as quickly as it can." I even told my parents my password to my phone so they can tell my friend that I died, because I was sure I was going to die in a few days from now. Me and my dad eventually went back to the hospital after 4 nights of no sleep. I felt extremely awake and anxious in the hospital. A psychiatrist there suggested I should take 2.5 milligrams of lorazepam with 4 milligrams of tizanidine every 30 minutes with relaxing music up to 3 times until I fall asleep. So, my dad got the prescription for these 2 drugs, and we went home. Towards the evening I felt extremely tired and kinda stiff. When I looked around I would get strong after images, but it was still impossible to sleep. It felt like there was a mental block preventing me to even enter the half asleep state when I lie down. At 10 PM, my dad gave me the first 2.5 milligrams of lorazepam with 4 milligrams of tizanidine while putting on some meditative music. The experience was quite nice while I laid there and the drugs started working. I felt like I was spinning slowly and floating down. 30 minutes later, I got the same 2 drugs again, and another 30 minutes later I got another 2.5 milligram of lorazepam with 150 milligrams of trazodone. But I still couldn't sleep, and started to really freak out. About 2 to 3 hours after the first dose, I convinced my dad to give me another 2.5 milligrams of lorazepam. I slept maybe a minute before a horrific nightmare woke me up. I had 10 milligrams of lorazepam, plus other sedating drugs in my body with almost 5 days of no sleep, and I still couldn't sleep. This freaked me out extremely. I cannot really remember what I did next, but apparently I stumbled into my room and took whatever I thought could put me to sleep. Apparently, I even took some datura seed which I collected last summer, but never touched after that. My parents drove me back to the hospital and apparently I was awake and talking the entire time, but I remember nothing. I only slowly came back to me when I was brought into the hospital in a wheelchair. But first, I actually thought I was dreaming. I literally, and this is no word of a lie, thought I was dreaming about the hospital. I told the doctors that I took 7 grams of datura seeds and 30 grams of amobarbital when they asked me. They obviously were terrified, because I would absolutely be dead if I took that. I was put on a hospital bed, and there I slowly realised that this was real, and only later my parents texted me what happened, as I had no idea. I was on a heart rate monitor, and my heart rate was at about 120 with high blood pressure. A doctor who watched over me told me to stop moving and lie still to not get a heart attack. I still had slight hallucinations from the datura, which still were minor compared to the psychosis. Basically, I often would barely recognise the room I was looking at as a room. Everything in my visual field just seemed like random shapes to me. Sometimes the walls changed colour, and the room filled with mist, but this went away over a few hours and I was left with the usual hallucinations. The time in the hospital was horrible. When I would move around or shake my pillow, I would hear entire conversations from the sound. I would hear voices in the sound of blowing wind plus the wow, wow sound, and police siren sounds in the background. Towards the night, I got 25 milligrams of melperone at 10 PM, which is a pretty mild antipsychotic which again didn't help me sleep at all. At 2 AM in the bed is where the hallucinations turned interesting. I could literally pick them up with my fingers. I was almost convinced I was able to see some kind of invisible energy of sorts. I even tried to photograph the hallucinations with my phone and was surprised when they also showed up on the photos. When I looked at them later, the hallucinations well, they were obviously gone. At 3 AM, a rather nice nurse came to my room, and after I told her I still couldn't sleep despite the melpirone, she gave me 10 milligrams of zolpidem and she brought me to another room. I was sure this wouldn't help, but to me, a complete surprise, I actually fell asleep for 2 to 3 hours. For the first time in a long time, I had hope again after that. In the afternoon of the next day, I was discharged, but I still had the hallucinations and audio distortions and was really struggling to sleep. For the next week, I was just extremely lethargic and felt horrible during the day, but it slowly got better. After a few days out of the hospital, the visual hallucinations went away. I then had the MRI, which came back, lo and behold, completely fine. Then, the wow, wow, and siren sounds subsided. And now, almost 3 weeks after this started, I still have slight trouble sleeping, and I took lorazepam for sleep the last few days. But I must say, it's getting better, and I'm almost back to normal. I thought benzodiazepine withdrawals were bad, but this was so much more horrifying. Even during benzo withdrawal, I could sleep a bit each night, and I at least knew exactly what it was. I never ever want to take dissociative drugs again, or most addictive drugs for that matter. A psychosis from dissociatives which are stimulating and have a potency close to PCP, such as PCE, 3-MeO-PCE or 3-MeO-PCP, is probably the most horrifying drug experience one can have, and I could easily see how I might have committed suicide during any of this. Beyond anything. A Datura and fluoxetine trip report, but I don't know anymore. Posted to earwood.org May 3rd, 2015. I am a very depressed person. About a year ago, I experienced a trauma that changed how I view the world forever, and made me reconsider every choice I have made and will ever make. I was prescribed generic Prozac to combat this situational depression and PTSD to great success. Maybe a little too good of success. Instead of depressed, I became manic. I was sleeping a couple hours a night, full of energy, had tons of lucid dreams from the pills, and I was always talking a mile a minute. My doctor had me take a break from them, to change meds to something that wouldn't make me so insane. In about 3 days, my mood went right back to intense depression, to where I could not be functional anymore, and was full of thoughts of self-termination 24/7. On Friday, unknown to me at the time, my boyfriend, A, had gone to my girlfriend H's house and had sex with her. I discovered the truth on Saturday night, told by one of his friends, B, and now one of my closest friends, and punched myself in the face until I bled buckets into the sink. On Sunday, I drove over to A's house and dumped him swiftly and without drama, not really explaining why. I left and went to B's house to talk about it. After a while, he told me that he had tripped before on what he called Hell's Bells, and it sounded intriguing to me. Bad choice. A bad choice indeed. I was in no state of mind to try hallucinogenic. Depression and bad memories were just lurking under the surface of my mind. Not to mention, I was taking the fluoxetine at the same time. Now, I already knew the antidepressant had a very negative effect with alcohol. I threw up all over A on Friday before I went to H's house, and intensified the experience. This is also the case with many other substances, including Datura. B told me he OD'd on 10 flowers, so I opted for 2 maximum. I've read reports of other things, but none of Datura, and was very cautious to approach this substance. At 1 PM, B took 2 flowers in 2 litres of water and boiled them for 30 minutes. He then strained the flowers out and poured the tea into a bottle in the fridge to cool down a bit. We let it cool down until around 1:35, when he poured about half a cup of the 2 litres of tea into a mug with some sugar. This is a very small amount compared to what B took before, maybe even like 5% of what he had. I consumed it from 1:35 until about 1:45, taking care to sip slowly and watch how I felt. B told me it would take up to an hour to set in, so I was prepared to sit around a while. He was sipping on some alcoholic energy drink at the time, not getting super drunk, but a bit tipsy and responsible enough to be my trip sitter. I made sure to inform my friends where I would be in case anything bad happened. At around 1:55, B's mom came in to talk to him and introduce herself to me. I was sitting on his bed against the wall, while he was on the other bed facing me. While she was talking, I began to feel the effects of the drug coming onto me very quickly. While she was talking to him, I was thinking that I should run to the bathroom and try to throw some of it up, since it was coming on so very quickly. This thought was quickly forgotten in the ensuing chaos. Within another 2 minutes, I told B that my heart was racing super fast, and he took my pulse, about 180 BPM. My eyes began to feel very heavy and droop a little. B remarked that they were extremely dilated. I tried changing how I was sitting, but found my limbs to have little coordination at all, like being extremely drunk. I felt a little silly moving around, and smiled at how goofy I must have looked. But this was only the beginning. About 10 minutes into the trip, I slid down, fell over into a lying position, just by letting gravity work. I stated to B that I can't feel my legs, and indeed they were completely numb as if they had fallen asleep. Here is where my memory starts to get a bit fuzzy. I was not feeling good with the loss of control of my body, and felt so heavy that I actually was paralysed. My arms would not move, and neither would my legs. My whole body felt numb, and I told B this multiple times. It took Herculean effort not to close my eyes and succumb to the illness that took me. B then told me that I was not allowed to fall asleep because when I awoke, I would feel even worse than before. He left the room about 15 minutes into it to get something from the kitchen, and came back and asked me what we should do with the rest of the tea, 2 litres, half cup. I told him he should sell it to the neighbours or something, and then he said that wasn't a good idea, and I told him that I didn't care. My speech was getting very difficult to pronounce, and it was very common for me to mix words around, like I was a combination of wasted on alcohol and dyslexic. Right then, my phone started getting texts from my mom. I tried picking up the phone, even though my hand wouldn't respond to me. Somehow, I picked it up and looked at the screen. It then occurred to me that my vision was completely gone, and everything was extremely blurry. I had this very extreme case of double vision to the point where I told B that I had triple vision, even though that is impossible. My phone screen looked like one solid colour, even though I knew for a fact that it was a very diversely coloured background. I desperately tried to read the text, but gave up after a minute of frustration. B asked how I was, and I looked at the posters on his walls. I commented that they looked like a foreign language of gibberish to me, and that English made no sense. I then told him that I felt awful, like my body didn't belong to me, like I was very afraid of not being in control of my thoughts, and that I wished this didn't happen. This was still only about 20 minutes into the trip. B asked me if I wanted to go outside and smoke a cigarette with him, and I told him there was no way I could even move. While he left, I went between blacking out and staring up at the moving ceiling fan. When he came back, I was so relieved not to be alone, that I thought I came back to life. All I could do to acknowledge his presence was to look over and just stare at him, since none of my muscles would obey me. I then noticed my cotton mouth but could not articulate this to B, who was just kind of watching me in disbelief. It was then that I started having the first hallucinations. I'm not sure if it's because I am depressed or because datura creates unpleasant visions, but everything I saw was extremely disconcerting. 25 minutes in, I saw tons of rats on B's floor scurrying around. This disgusted me greatly and made me feel even more nauseous than before. The visions ranged from small flies in my peripheral vision to entire people sitting next to me. Datura makes one very dehydrated, and B already knew this. I told him I needed to pee. At this time, I'd forgotten where I was, who B was, and I needed help just to sit up from a lying down position. B pulled me up, while my muscles were completely slack to sit up on the bed. This movement made me so sick that I promptly fell back down again to avoid feeling anything bad. He was constantly trying to help me up, since I really needed to use the bathroom, but my nausea was overruling my need to pee. Finally, after about a minute of moving me around like I was a rag doll, B managed to get me standing up, completely supported by his weight. I had no idea where the bathroom was, and I kept stumbling and shuffling and falling over on the 10-foot wall. Once he got me in the bathroom, I realised why I was there. I'd actually forgotten on the way over. Normal environments were very strange to me, as if I had never seen them before. I forgot how to pee properly, so I ended up sitting on the edge of the toilet, moving my skirt aside, peeing all over the floor. I remember thinking that Datura was a poison, since the pee burned like it was acid. Then I pass out in the bathroom for about 20 minutes, leaving B on the other side of the locked door trying to get in and help me. Once I was able to crawl to the door and open it, he took me back to the bed to lay down. B left to get some water for me in the kitchen. At this point, my passage of time was completely out the window. I felt like I'd been sickly lying on the bed for years, and that B had been gone at least for an hour. He gave me the water, which I ended up spilling all over the bed, since I was swaying back and forth while sitting up and leaning against the wall. B was very concerned for me, as it had only been around 40 or so minutes, and I was truly on another planet, very uncomfortable and scaring the living daylights out of him. He immediately called my best friend C to come and pick me up. The next thing I remember, C and B were together in B's room. This was another 40 minutes after he called, since the ride to his house was pretty long. I have no memories between when he called and when she showed up though. An hour and 30 minutes into the experience, I did not recognise C or B, even though I have known C for 7 years. My speech was so incoherent that I could not make single words, and I am basing this off of what I've been told since my memory was so poor that day. C tried to get me to drink the water, and I ended up drinking 2 very large glasses of cold water. The strange part about the water was that I just wanted to fall onto the bed and sleep, so I tried putting the water down on the bedside table. The problem here was, though, that there was no bedside table at all. It was a hallucination. My depth perception was so awful that when they gave me the cup again, I reached about a foot short of where it really was. Many of my memories were obscured since C and B let me sleep in 10-minute increments. They would then wake me up, give me water, talk to me, and let me sleep again. The parts I do remember of being at B's house were very negative, and for good reason. B's tipsy rationale, which happened to be correct, although very negative, was to try to make me as angry as I could be, in hopes that I would show emotion and brief moments of clarity to snap out of the tripping. First, they tried flicking my forehead while I was lying on B's bed. Since I couldn't move to defend myself, I started yelling at them to stop. Next, C helped me to the bathroom to pee again, but tried to make me mad. I told her I wanted to be alone, but she kept pushing me and forcing her way into the room against my will. I physically fought my best friend, called her obscenities, and screamed bloody murder at her, trying to shut the door in her face. While she was in the bathroom with me, I did not recognise myself in the mirror whatsoever. Finding my way back from the bathroom always proved to be an adventure, since I was constantly confused and very lost. B later told me that I was trying to climb into his bathtub, and he asked me why. I told him, "It's okay, I'm just getting in my car. I've got the keys, it's alright B, just stop worrying." He said, "That isn't your car." But I was completely convinced the bathtub was my car, and he had to pick me up and remove me from it since I wouldn't leave otherwise. C had brought another friend at T with her, but I had no memory of T being there at all. C and T were at B's house for 2 hours, but I only have about 20 minutes of memory for those 2 hours. B told C to take me home or to the hospital because he was absolutely freaking out that he had hurt me, killed me. C helped me stumble through B's house while picking me up every time I fell over. By then I could walk a bit better, and I have brief images of B's house. C helped me down the front steps. On the walk to the car, B kicked a random empty box in the street aside, and I screamed out, "No, not my earrings, I can't lose them!" And this is where I blacked out again, for about another hour. I don't remember getting into the car, the 40-minute car ride, or getting home. C told me that T was sitting in the back seat with me, trying to give me water and talk to me. They became very excited when I apparently spoke an entire sentence, thinking that I was coherent again, only for that sentence to be followed by another half hour of constant mumbling to myself and moaning in utter agony. My next memory was about 5 hours into the trip. My older sister X was in her car with me. Well, how did I get there is what I was thinking. And we were driving to pick up a pizza for dinner, since I was too messed up that night to go out to the restaurant we had reservations for. X gave me pens and paper to draw on, and talked to me constantly. One of the stranger things I did was smoking the pen like it was a cigarette. The whole ride long, I was unsure if my eyes were closed or open, since I saw things regardless. My hallucinations were again many spiders and phantom people looking at me. I was very much unlike myself, and told her the truth about my boyfriend cheating on me. I started cussing violently at what's happened, and I really didn't care what she thought of the whole thing. The next thing I can actually remember was around 8:30 at night, when I was in the kitchen. My mother asked me if I wanted pizza, which I remarked was too cheesy. Not an unusual statement considering I'm lactose intolerant, mind you. Then my father walked in the front door. He is a very reactive and emotional person, and my sister and mother were super afraid of him seeing me in the crazy state that I was and freaking out like usual. "Let's go to your room," X looked at me and said, while my mum agreed. X led me there since I didn't know where to go, and then shut the door and faced me. "We're playing hide and seek from Daddy, just lay down in your bed and be normal, or as normal as you can." I could only nod and get in bed to relax, a testament to the fact that Datura had reduced me to acting like a 3-year-old. At around 9 PM I found myself in my mum's room, laying on top of the covers next to her. At this point my memory was completely fine, so I actually remember all of the hallucinations. I looked over onto the floor and saw a giant spider chasing a bug that was running on the ground. I pointed it out to my mum, who was very confused. I then had delusions that there were my friends next to me on the bed, talking to me about stuff like prom, normal things. I answered them out loud, but turned and realised that only my mum was still there. And so I quickly made up the excuse, which I thought was so smart at the time, that I was simply thinking out loud. She said a bit jokingly that was a bad sign. I then looked down at what I was wearing. This freaked me out that I was wearing random pyjama pants that I had never seen before. I looked at the pattern closely, which actually is black and white sketches of Snoopy riding a motorcycle, and thought that it was a red-coloured Santa bending over and shoving a fire poker up his behind. My thought process must have not been too awful, since I remember thinking, dang, that's a weird pattern for pyjama pants. I went to my own room around 9:30, very confused indeed. I was unsure of where all of my stuff was from the day, including my computer, phone, purse. I wandered into the kitchen to get my computer, and left 5 minutes later with only a glass of water. Somehow, I managed to get my laptop into my room eventually, and was convinced that it was my sister's computer, imitating mine. I stood up in my room to look at the stuff on my futon, and realised that my good friend Jay was lying on the couch, talking to me. I chatted with her a little while, then turned to really look at her, and absolutely freaked out when I realised what I thought Jay was turned out to be a sweatshirt folded on the couch. This kind of hallucination, talking out loud to it, and disbelief at it not being real continued throughout the whole night. I tried to locate my phone at 10 by looking around my room, and this obviously was extremely unproductive. I decided to call myself from my mum's phone and listen for the ringer. When I found it, I was curious to see what texts, calls went down while I was tripping the hardest. I was still very much so tripping still at this point as well. Many times through the night I looked at the clocks and saw just a jumble of light shapes tangled within each other. Time had no meaning at all to me. I realised that my vision sucked and I found a random pair of glasses in the kitchen. I put them on and it barely helped. If I had an eye test right then, I would actually be legally blind. The only way to read what was on my phone was to close one eye, put on the glasses, and hold it about 3 feet away while trying to guess what the shapes were saying. My mom came to talk to me in my room later that evening and tried to understand what had gone on with me. C had told her what I did when she brought me home, since I couldn't even articulate a single thing to her. While my mom was in the room, the shadows started changing into frightening shapes, like a shark about to eat me. I looked outside at the silhouette of the hedge and screamed and started sobbing, because I thought it was a man outside my window, standing there, just watching me. At some point in the night, I was unable to distinguish my lucid dreams, a product of the fluoxetine, from the awake trips that I was having. Both were equally realistic to me. In my dream, I received a present from some girl. I woke up around 11 PM, ransacked my room trying to find the present, pulled clothes out of everywhere, trying to find it, and eventually I just collapsed, crying, since I was so disappointed that I'd lost this present. My dreams were all very depressing, in which nobody would look at me or acknowledge my presence in any way. Even if it was my best friend or mother in the dream, it was as if I didn't exist. I would awaken feeling very anxious and scared. The depression was probably a main factor in the mood of my dreams. I woke up the next morning very confused, as if I did not have the whole story as I type it now. It was only later did I piece together, from my skewed memory and others' reports, what actually happened that day. At 7 AM, I made a commitment to go to school, even though I was still tripping quite hard. I borrowed some 2.5 prescription glasses from my mom to help me read in the day, and to be honest, I barely even remember any of school, except for the hallucinations of insects and arachnids that were so fruitful in my peripheral vision. Today is Tuesday. I took Datura on Sunday. I would say that this is the second worst experience I have had in my entire life, second to the trauma that caused my depression in the first place. B and I thought we were being smart by following all of the guidelines for a safe trip, including making a very weak dose, but the fact is I was not ready for it regardless. I overdosed on a potentially lethal substance. There is no way to tell what dose is right for you. The interactions with the fluoxetine intensified my trip beyond anything comprehensible, meaningful. Many people take hallucinogens for a reason, whether it be curiosity, spiritual exercise, or to work out something they have pinpointed. My reason was to escape the present. And Datura offered no escape for me. I was literally trapped in my own mind and memories, and my brain had constant flashbacks to the trauma and awful images of A cheating on me. This was a very unhappy trip, and I'm unsure if others have had very positive experiences with this drug or if it is even possible. But as B said, this is something you only take once. Me? I'll never do this again. It has ruined my relationship completely with C&T. So I must tell you all now, be careful what you do to yourself. Feeling the pain of 1,000 souls. A 6-gram shroom trip report, sent in by a subscriber. Hey guys, I'd like to report an intense and profound trip on 6 grams of the hillbilly mushroom strain. The experience was a psychological and emotional rollercoaster. It took me to the most beautiful heaven and the deepest, darkest hell. And I'm still recovering from the aftershocks 3 days later. The trip, in its entirety, was around 11 hours long. I'd lemon-teched the mushrooms and made a tea out of them, which probably heightened the intensity of the experience. I'd smoked a joint, so a bit of weed was in the equation too, which probably further amplified the effects. I wanted to start off slow initially, so ate 4 grams and waited for the effects to kick in. I don't know why it took so long, but even after almost 2 hours, the effects were barely showing up. So I downed 2 more grams. This was a big, big mistake. And what subsequently happened was one of the most insane and life-changing experiences I've ever had. I had intense nausea for the first hour after consumption, which was really uncomfortable. And to make matters worse, I had eaten a big dinner, which worsened the stomach discomfort. Luckily, those unpleasant sensations faded after some time. I was lying in my bed at this time and began to feel some intense come-up anxiety. However, I applied the things I had learned to observe and accept the anxiety instead of trying to resist or fight it. To anybody new to tripping, do not try to resist any unpleasant feelings, since it will make matters worse. Simply take deep breaths and look at the feelings from a third-person perspective almost. They will pass, and this is something that helped me tremendously during the trip. The come-up anxiety faded and the trip began. Initially, I had a lot of negative thoughts about myself, and for some reason my self-esteem got absolutely wrecked. I don't know why, but this happens to me on trips sometimes where I just feel absolutely terrible about myself. Another thing that disturbed me on my trip was that my room was kinda messy and dirty. It was almost like the shrooms were scolding me for not being organised. Another negative theme of the trip was worrying about my physical health and well-being. I am generally a very health-conscious individual and like to look after myself. However, I had let myself go the week leading up to this trip, and the shrooms made me realise it. They made me feel an intense fear of the chemicals and microplastics we are consuming on a daily basis nowadays. After some time, I got up and started walking around a bit in my room to feel better. I looked at myself in the mirror, and I know a lot of people say not to do it, but I did it anyways. What I saw in my reflection blew my mind. I knew on some level that what I was seeing was just my reflection, but my shroomed up brain kept looking at myself in the mirror and thinking, damn, what actually is this monkey-like creature I'm looking at? My jaw literally dropped, and as I was staring at my own reflection in utter amazement and wonder, I wondered what was this creature I was seeing? An advanced type of monkey? The result of millions of years of evolution? Wow, it's breathtaking. I lay back down in my bed and closed my eyes, and a lot of my past memories and emotional experiences came flooding back to me. The shrooms showed me visions of painful experiences that I've had with my family. Growing up, my mother and father had a complicated relationship, and I was subject to a lot of neglect and abuse. As these things rattled through my mind on a trip, I decided to call my dad. I video called him on the trip and poured my heart out to him, saying how I love him so much. He was actually super understanding about everything, and comforted me by saying a lot of people do generally funky stuff, like shrooms when they are in their early 20s, and to not beat myself up about it too much. He was there for me, a trip sitter in respects, for a portion of the trip. We talked about our past relationship issues, and it felt really good for me to just open up. After the call, I closed my eyes and tried to relax. And this is where the trip got really messed up. I had reached the peak, and boy, was it a high peak. There was an intense body load present, and I felt a powerful sense of warmth come over me, although it wasn't a pleasant warmth. It almost felt like I was an overheating computer. As I lay there with my eyes shut, thoughts of life and death raced through my mind. The grandma of one of my close childhood friends had passed a few days ago. I wondered what it would feel like to die myself. An intense fear overtook me. I saw awful and blood-curdling visions of people dying. Gruesome and harrowing visions of people being impaled on sharp objects, of abuse, of torture. And man, this part of the trip was absolute hell, and probably the worst I have ever felt in my entire life. I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with the sense of oneness and interconnectedness that is common during shroom trips, and I have felt like this many times positively, but it manifested in a negative way in this particular trip of mine. I felt such an intense sense of unity with all living beings that it was like I was literally able to feel the pain of thousands of people from a first-person perspective. The trip was agonizingly brutal here, and I felt a profound sense of empathy, and as though I wanted to take the pain away from all those people and have it for myself instead. I lay in bed for hours. I had visions of the most grotesque and ruthless forms of human pain and suffering imaginable. I saw the universe come into existence, and I saw the fabric of space and time form. When I opened my eyes on occasion, there were strong visuals, intricate geometric patterns, and crooked moving lines everywhere. I was hallucinating intensely. I got out of bed after a while and started crying a lot. The things I had seen and felt were so overwhelming that I had to let it out somehow. I thought I had messed myself up for good, mentally, forever. And I cried and cursed myself in that moment. I think I was still tripping a bit at this point. I cursed myself even more violently. It sucked. It absolutely sucked. I called my mother and told her about the trip and that I loved her. We talked about the struggles we faced together in the past, and I told her that she is one of the strongest women I know for being able to raise me despite the difficulties we had as a family during my childhood. A lot of my pain resurfaced during the trip, and I explored it on a very deep level. I felt profound interconnectedness with the universe and have gained heightened empathy for others since this experience. I have been more clean and more organised, and I've been keeping my belongings where they are supposed to be, and have become more consistent and thorough with personal hygiene, and thankfully have returned to making healthier food choices to heal my body. But it must be said, I will not be tripping again for a while after that one. Lost in a Secret World. A Datura trip report by Kelly B 975. Posted to earwid.org September 1st, 2006. Well, I am a 24-year-old girl that likes her share of partying and experimenting with substances. I mostly drink alcohol, and I'm not used to any kind of hallucinogenic drug. My boyfriend and I share an upstairs-downstairs house in a small town. My boyfriend's one friend called and said that he had some trip that we would be interested in. When he brought it to us, I was shocked. I remember seeing them spiny seed pods all over as a little kid. They told us in order to get the whole trip feeling that we would have to take all the seeds out of the pod, put them in all our mouths, and chew them for a good 5 minutes, swallow them, and wash them down with water. They totally did not know what they were talking about. For a matter of fact, they did not even know the name of the plant. I did all the research for them. Unfortunately, 2 days after I did the stuff. I was a bit reluctant at first to do this, because I did not believe that nothing that grows as a weed could make me see things. My boyfriend did not need anyone to twist his arm to take them. He munched them down as soon as he saw them. I ate them anyways at about 5:30 p.m. Immediately after, I got extremely thirsty, and no matter how much I drank, I couldn't quench my thirst. Right after that, my body felt very heavy and I was very tired. "Alright guys, I've got to go to bed now," I said to them. They told me if I did, I would ruin my trip. How wrong they were. I didn't care what they said. I went to my room and laid down. It gets kinda hazy from here on out, so bear with me. I remember laying there thinking that I was so tired, but for some reason, I wasn't falling asleep. I threw my legs over the side of the bed and tried standing up. My bed's on the floor, so it's not very high up. There was no way. I even tried using my hands to push me up, but fell on my face and got discouraged. I probably tried about 10 more times before giving up. I must have fallen asleep for like 6 to 7 hours because the next thing I remember was seeing the clock that said 1 AM. I remember I glanced at the clock almost the rest of the night. My boyfriend was asleep down on the couch, and when I woke him up, I was horrified at the sight. His face was very distorted. There was no dimension to his face. You know if you sleep on something and get wrinkles in your skin? Well, he had hundreds of wrinkles on his big, square, flat face. Plus his eyes were huge slits, and his lips were huge as well. Kinda like the people on Maori. It had me so scared. All I kept thinking was, there's no way I can stay with him if he's going to continue on looking like this. Then everything is a blur again. My boyfriend must have wanted me to come up to bed with him, because the next thing I remember is that we were in the bedroom. We had our overhead light on, which cast a yellowish tint on everything, but the tint played a big part on my trip. I was looking at my foot chest next to my bed, and was terrified once more. I saw millions of bugs. I think the reason I had that vision is because right now my cat has fleas, and we were constantly seeing them, and it was really pissing me off. Anyways, there were about 1 million of these cockroach things crawling around. I saw these 2 very different bugs that I had never seen before. The reason is because I made them up. They were 2 very large, multicoloured beetles of sorts. I'd actually seen them moving around. I had never in my life had a fear of bugs, but for some reason, I was totally mortified by these things. I woke up my boyfriend, who was restored back to normal, thank God. I was frantic. I told him that he had to get them or I wasn't sleeping with him. At this point, I was very annoyed with the bugs and my boyfriend that didn't seem interested in the bugs whatsoever. I kept walking up and down the stairs very slowly, like a person that couldn't even walk. Finally, I remember being upstairs in the bathroom. I looked in the mirror and had 2 black eyes. I thought that my boyfriend had beat me up. I kept sitting on the toilet and trying to pee, but only a little dribble would come out. I kept going back to the bedroom, and looked down at my hands, and it looked like I had a terrible sunburn. I remember being very panic-stricken and feeling like I was going to have a heart attack. I remember having many discussions with my boyfriend at how scared I was. He says I was talking gibberish the whole time. I also had a thought that I was going insane and would never be normal again. The next thing I know, I got really sick. My boyfriend helped me to the bathroom. I puked in the tub twice, on the toilet and on the sink. It was mostly just the seeds and an orange coloration of some juice that I had drank earlier. There was a mess in there. I think me puking might have eased the tripping feeling, or at least put it into some kind of perspective, because when I went back into the bedroom and saw the bugs, I wasn't afraid. I found a hammer and decided to try killing them. I smacked a roach, and it just disappeared. And that is when it dawned on me that I was just imagining all of the bugs. Once I came to that conclusion, I started feeling a little more calm. I went over to our window and saw 2 hummingbirds flying right out in front of me. I looked at the tree branch and I saw 34 more perched on it. I yelled to my boyfriend to come and see, but he didn't even respond to me. I didn't even pay that any attention. I studied the birds a little longer and decided just to go to sleep. I went over to the light switch to turn it off, and this was a huge task. as my body was no longer responding to my brain in this moment. I was like 5 feet away from the wall, reaching out, batting at the switch. My boyfriend says that it took me like half an hour to finally get the light off. Up to that point, I had completely forgotten about taking the Datura, and when I remembered, I was like, wow. I then was ready to lay in bed with my boyfriend. I'm not sure if I was still hallucinating or not. I would shut my eyes and go into a very weird state of mind. I would think that I was smoking a cigarette and having a very in-depth conversation with my boyfriend, and suddenly jolt back to reality thinking I had dropped my smoke and I was burning my boyfriend and frantically searching for it. After 2 or 3 minutes, I figure out that I was, again, imagining all of it and lay back down. I must have done this at least 25 to 35 times over a period of 5 or 6 hours. Finally, about 12 in the afternoon, we rolled out of bed, and we both noticed the blurred vision which shortly wore off. His pupils, though, were dilated for 2 whole days, whilst mine were not. I would have to say, off of my whole experience, I wasn't exactly dissatisfied. Yes, I did get very, very paranoid, but after I realised that it was because I had taken a very powerful drug, I just seemed to really calm down. I wish that I would have done the research for this stuff before I just indulged in it. The kids that sold us the stuff ended up apologising for selling it without even knowing what it was, and that they were never going to do it again. That is how bad it scared them. I guess 15 of the 30 people that munched the seeds went to hospital. In my opinion, it's because they didn't have enough knowledge of the stuff they were messing with and the lack of somewhat good supervision. I know if my boyfriend wouldn't have been there, I could have possibly ended up in the hospital. Even though he wasn't really paying attention to me, at least he was there to bounce my crazy ideas off of. I know if he would have freaked out about the bugs, I would have flipped. The night the universe tore itself apart. An LSD and cannabis trip report by CB, posted to earwid.org February 7th, 2008. June 3rd, 2007. As I write this, I feel somewhat disillusioned as to what the core nature of reality and existence really is. Will it ever be truly explained? Should it be explained? Life, God, purpose. All these things come to mind when thinking of my experience with this drug, and my condition forever afterward. I first took this drug at a party at my house at the beginning of 2007. I was bored and there was nothing to do. So when somebody asked, "Hey, you want to try some LSD?" Naturally I said, "Well, yeah, of course I do." I'd never tried acid before in my life and didn't know what was in store for me on this night of all nights. The night the universe tore itself apart and reality ceased to be. All I had to go on was what I had heard from friends and what I had seen in movies. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is a good example. I bought 4 hits for $7 each and took them all at once. The first few minutes I remember looking up at my digital clock display and wondering how long until it would kick in. Every minute brought along a fierce and sudden increase in the intensity of the drug. There were a lot of people around and things were happening that I wasn't sure of. At first it seemed the world had turned into a scene from The Nightmare Before Christmas. Then someone came to the party with a bottle of vodka. I wasn't in the state of mind to refuse alcohol, so I ended up drinking half the bottle without hesitation. As the booze went into effect, I lost coherency and a grip on reality. I think I blacked out the whole night. I was told the next day that I was running around the house without my shirt on, yelling colours and names at people and babbling incoherently and occasionally falling asleep. At one point, I remember being given a cooked chicken strip and throwing it on the ground because I thought it was turning into part of my hand. I also remember sitting on my couch, looking off into the distance and hearing helicopters and police sirens and seeing evening horizon colours. This was much like a glitch that happens in the Grand Theft Auto video game series, in which the player falls through part of the ground and is floating in an alternate world made of only sky and horizon. Yet, you can still hear the cops and helicopters chasing you around. The last thing I remember was tearing my shirt off and being scared because my body shape had changed and the hair on my chest was gone. Early the next morning, I remember not waking, but coming down enough to realise what was happening. I was screaming for my brother to save me. Then, I was thrashing around in my bed trying to puke and basically going out of my mind. I saw an alternate reality in which I was an old, sick pervert who preyed on young girls. Everything was dark except for blue flashes of lightning, much like a scene from a David Lynch movie. Then I remembered something my friend told me. Just breathe, relax, breathe deep and slowly. So that's what I did, and it worked. Then the trip was more easy to handle. I saw palm trees all around me. I could hear the beating of drums. I could hear the sounds of a beach shoreline. I then saw a blue, glowing apparition of the god Shiva smiling down on me. Then I felt like I was climbing out of a cave made of pillows and blankets. I opened my eyes and saw my glowing alarm clock, and it turned into many clocks, melting like a Salvador Dali painting. I slowly came down little by little. By the time the sun started to rise, I thought I was dead or in a coma. I thought the ambulance noises I heard were real, and that maybe I was at the hospital in a bed with my family waiting for me to wake up. I walked around the house wondering if what I was seeing was a construct of my imagination. I sat down on a couch next to a sleeping friend and watched his body morph into a skeleton. I looked up at the time to see if it was constant. It was, except it seemed to be running faster than usual. It felt as if I was God, and not that I wanted to be, and that the universe was repairing itself for me. It felt like I was in an elaborate program designed to simulate life, and I had broken or caused a glitch in the program by taking the acid. The next day, everything was near normalcy again, except that the colours seemed more vibrant, and television programs had little differences caused by hallucinations. Okay, now fast forward about 3 months. After a long time of being restless and generally bored again, I felt like a little medicine was in store for me. It was in the cards, so to speak. I started on a Friday by going to a friend's house and drinking a bunch of tequila and smoking a bunch of pot. Nothing special. The next day, I received a good amount of marijuana and smoked it all day and most of the night. I had some spliffs, some keef, and a buttload of doobies. A lot of smoke, but still nothing wrong until the next day, Sunday now. The night before I started feeling funny and had to go to sleep, I woke up feeling really out of it, almost like I'd been doing acid. I didn't think much of it and decided to smoke some more weed. Actually thought the weed would help, maybe to numb out the fear and paranoia of a bad episode. After the first few hits, I felt worse than ever. I just tried to sleep it off. But things became progressively more and more intense. Whenever I would close my eyes, I could see millions of little lights floating around at high speed. They were red, yellow, and blue in colour. I guess since those are the very basic colours, they seemed very important at the time. I saw the face of God represented by the millions of colourful lights. Next, things got freaky. I started seeing dead relatives and historical figures back from the afterlife coming in through my walls trying to communicate with me. Every few minutes, I would endure some new type of horrific torture. I had been shot, stabbed, electrocuted, suffocated, crushed, frozen, burned, hung by a noose, stoned by rocks, and drowned. I've spoken to Shiva, Rasputin, Jesus Christ, Adolf Hitler, Bob Marley, Che Guevara, Gandhi, Hunter S. Thompson, and Leonardo da Vinci, among others. At one point, I thought I was Benjamin Franklin, and that the electrical socket was the source of lightning, and that I would be struck by lightning. I saw myself on my deathbed. I saw myself being born. I saw all of my past lives and my future lives. I felt as though I had died, or as if in some past life I had let a son or daughter of mine die. I cried so hard and screamed in agony for the loss of life, then would scream in anger at myself. Sometimes I would even laugh maniacally for the righteous truths which I had been revealed. Toward the end, I was gripping onto songs and television programs and movies which agreed with what I was going through to help understand what was happening. I saw the resurrection of the Messiah. I saw the end of time itself. My younger brother had to look after me, to make sure I didn't hurt myself, or anyone else for that matter. Several times I would see cuts forming on my fingers and blood spilling out, and I could feel the pain so clearly that I thought it was real. I felt like it wouldn't make a difference if I actually did slit my wrists or electrocuted myself just to end the pain and the insanity. Eventually, my parents returned home from their trip. They had gone on another weekend trip, and when they arrived and saw me in this state, they were shocked and alarmed. The ambulance was called, and I ended up in the emergency room at the hospital. After talking to some doctors and my own personal assessment, I'm pretty confident that the marijuana triggered the psychosis or flashback. I'm a psychiatric patient and have been told many times before to beware of marijuana. Never in my life had I experienced a bad trip from marijuana, but with the added bonus of LSD, everything changed. I can no longer use any drug whatsoever. I can't use money, and I am constantly being watched to make sure it does not happen again. My life may never be the same. What was once an exquisite escape by means of marijuana has turned into a dangerous maneuver thanks to the LSD. I do not recommend it to anyone, especially those with psychological problems. I wish I could take it back and not be fucked up, but I can't. Rather eye-opening if done correctly. This is my story on my first experience, so enjoy it, I guess. Little backstory on me. I'm fresh out of high school and I'm a pretty normal guy overall. I've researched in the past about psychedelics and was always so amazed and interested about what they did to the human body. I wanted to try them for myself, but was slightly skeptical because I had no idea how I would react to it. I'm a pretty stable mindset individual, and I don't consider myself someone who's into taking a lot of drugs. I mean, I don't even drink. The only other substance I've taken is marijuana, and I just started smoking this year, so psychedelics were the next step for me. It was Saturday, August 9th, 2025. I was staying overnight at my friend's house, and we were planning on taking shrooms later that evening. I had done them 2 days prior with the same friend, because that's when I had bought them. We bought around 8 grams to split equally. Each of us tried about 1 gram over the phone to get a little preview before our sleepover. I felt slightly altered, and colours were definitely significant, but no hallucinations whatsoever, as you would expect on a 1 gram trip. Even though we took a small dose on purpose, I was pretty underwhelmed with the feeling, and smoked a little weed in an attempt to enhance the effects. I was very pleased with my decision, because by then I was feeling a total euphoric sensation over my entire body. It was an extremely relaxing and enjoyable feeling, and I felt the highest I've ever felt in my life. Both me and my friend hung up the phone, realising that we couldn't hold a conversation anymore. I decided to put my AirPods in and go to sleep, and was chilling for the rest of the night. 2 days go by and I arrive at my friend's house. My only goal that night was to get as gone as possible. We waited pretty late to take the shrooms, which, looking back, wasn't the best idea considering the amount of sleep I received the night before. It was around 10:30 PM. My friend was knocked out on his bed because he smoked quite a bit earlier on in the evening. I woke him up so we could begin taking the shrooms like we had planned, and he told me he was done for the night and wasn't in the mood to take them. I was fine with that because, well, that meant more for me. Before I took them, I went downstairs to make a peanut butter sandwich to make them easier to eat. When I returned to the room, my friend was fast asleep again, so I put my night clothes on and got ready for the trip. I sat in a chair on the opposite side of the room from him and quietly put out the shrooms from the bag. I laid around 5 grams onto my sandwich and ate it. But to be honest, thinking about it, I actually have no clue really how much I consumed. I would guess it was anywhere from 4 to 6 grams. After I finished eating the sandwich, I watched TikTok until the effects began to take hold. It was around 11:15 PM, and my vision was only just a little distorted, but nothing out of the ordinary just yet. I thought that by now I should have seen some type of hallucinations or strange visuals, but no, there was nothing. 20 minutes went by, and by now, I was thinking maybe I didn't take enough of them. My friend was still asleep on his bed, so I quietly got up to use the bathroom. I stared at myself in the mirror and seen my face look slightly distorted in a certain fashion. It seemed as if my face was slowly melting in all directions. It wasn't too weird, but I was definitely a little surprised when I saw it. I came back to the room and sat back in my chair. I waited some more time to see if anything happens. It was about 12 AM, and by this time, I still had felt the same. Nothing had changed my vision or the feeling on my body. I remember the last time when I smoked while I was on shrooms to help the effects, so I did the same here. Almost instantly I felt absolutely amazing. I'd felt the most euphoria and the most pleasure that I felt in my entire life. Even better than the first time, by double. It was pure bliss, to be honest. My friend woke up to my giggling and was now aware that I had taken the shrooms. He thought that we should go downstairs to eat, and I agreed. The room I was in the entire time had red LED lights on, which was probably the reason I wasn't seeing much before, because when I walked downstairs into the normal kitchen lights, I was blown away. The whole room had a vibrant yellow tint to it. The outline of each object I stared at was making a wavy motion like those frequency patterns. I could see things moving in my peripheral vision, and seen what looked very similar to when Miles Morales from the Spider-Man movie senses danger. Looking at my friend looked as if his eyes were growing out of his head, and I was laughing uncontrollably. I was really having the time of my life and thought shrooms were the best thing ever. This was definitely the wrong thing to think in hindsight, and the next couple of hours was genuinely one of the most thrilling things to ever happen to me in my life. So, with that, unfortunately, this wonderful, pleasurable experience did not last. While it did last for a good amount of time, considering I was on the floor of my friend's room laughing at the ceiling for 30 minutes straight, it wasn't even like I couldn't control it. I felt so good that I couldn't help but to just lay down and smile. At around 1:30 am, my friend was back asleep and most of the feelings wore off, and I was back at square one. I thought weed was the only thing that was making the shrooms enjoyable. I didn't sleep much the night before the sleepover, so I was also pretty tired at this point. I decided that I would take one more big hit off the cart and call it a night. Bad idea. I took a generous hit from the cart and laid down. By this time, the effects had really started to kick in. I could feel these strange sensations all over my body, as if I was evaporating, then becoming solid, and then evaporating again. Thoughts of stories I've seen or read about involving medium to high dose mushroom trips began to flood through my mind. The things people have said they felt, and how I was feeling, began to feel extremely similar. I now knew that this is the real deal, and I am actually now in for a wild experience. I remember closing my eyes and seeing incredible geometrical shapes shifting in multiple directions. I witnessed a vast array of numerical patterns filling up alien-like structures. It was hard to describe it with words, but each shape looked as if it represented something important. I just couldn't tell what. The feeling began to overwhelm me, considering the things I was imagining were so out of this world yet so lucid at the same time. I thought that I should probably just lay down and go to sleep, so, well, that's what I did. I laid down and put my bonnet over my eyes for an even darker environment. Almost instantly, I lost all feeling in my body, and I became this floating point of consciousness. The real world has left completely now. I was in some type of empty darkness. Every so often an image of a geometrical structure would appear, and I had no idea where they were coming from. It's like something was thinking it for me. I remember feeling like I was part of the structure, as if I was shape-shifting with it. The structures were so complex and detailed, it would fill the whole void that I seemed to be shifting through. I say void here, but if I'm being honest, it felt very confined and nothing was anywhere around me. It would be structure to structure, over and over again, in a constant loop. It seemed to have a new form with just as much complexity and diversity each time. I could feel my presence everywhere at once, but at the same time, it felt so meaningless and insignificant compared to everything else. Here, in this moment, is when I let my ego go, without even knowing I did it. Even though I wasn't finding anything I was experiencing in the moment unpleasant, nothing I had seen felt positive, if you can understand what I'm saying. Another weird thing was that each time I visited a structure, it seemed to carry an emotion through it. These emotions weren't prominent in any way. It was just a slight hint, but it would all be different. One would seem as if it was disappointed at me. Another one would seem as if it was tired of working. Just random, sporadic emotions. Like I said, each emotion was very subtle and went away shortly after the next one appeared. The best way I can really put it into words was, it was like viewing the fabric of reality, and each structure represented a part of who I was. But at the same time, everything was very foreign to me. It was very dreamlike, but a very vivid one. So vivid in fact that some images startled me. Visuals that I never thought could exist in our universe. I didn't really want to be here, but at the same time, just going with it wasn't too bad either. I had the intention of getting as absolutely gone as possible without even knowing what to expect. I had no idea I could imagine something to this magnitude, and I became instantly overwhelmed. I started to shift in and out of the real world and that reality that I was in, mainly due to the fact that my friends had gotten up to use the bathroom. I snapped out of it, lifted my bonnet off my eyes, and saw that everything seemed normal, but I had no idea how much time had actually passed. I didn't know a lot of things really, to be honest. I was really disoriented and caught off guard by the experience I just perceived. I wasn't too panicked over it, but was definitely worried to shut my eyes again. I wanted truly to get gone, but wasn't expecting to leave our universe. I didn't fully understand what my ego was until this moment. This was a bad realization. I had no idea, unfortunately, and tried my best to avoid anything that was too much. This would eventually turn into one of the biggest mistakes of my life, and later turned into a real-life nightmare. I couldn't believe this bizarre experience, and never thought I could feel this way in my life. I have no idea what happened between this time and when everything went bad, but I do remember waking up and being in a half-reality state. One part of me was in the regular world, while the other part was feeling like I wasn't even in the same dimension as my body. I could see where I was, I knew where I was, but it seemed as if I was watching everything take down behind my eyes, watching from a giant security camera. I laid down on the floor, moving my head left and right, and recall having the sensation of being in a video game running at 1 frames per second. Everything I was seeing from my vision was displayed on the screen running at 1 FPS, and I was controlling my body on a control panel in my brain. I also kept forgetting who I was or what life was, which made the experience twice as freaky. I remember just aimlessly tossing and turning on the floor, viewing each thing I saw as one image. I'd process that image and then identify what I was seeing. My consciousness would shift in and out of my body, and it was getting harder and harder to differentiate real life and whatever was viewing my life from that third-person perspective. This trip also gave me some insight on what people would mean when they say they've seen themselves in the third person, and it is not as straightforward as you would assume. It's on a more complex, spatial level. This also ties to the 4th dimension, and what the 4th dimension is compared to people's reports on what they felt during their shroom trips. Anyway, as fascinating as all this is, I've gotten a little sidetracked. So, like I was saying, each thing I viewed from my eyes was a single snapshot, and each image would seem like a distant memory. I began to think that I was rewatching my life unfold. I had thoughts that maybe I had died and I was in some sort of hell, forced to spectate my life for an eternity. It honestly felt to me like a never-ending loop of sorts, and this would go on for Lord knows how long. I still had some rational thinking left, surprisingly, and I decided to get up and look for my phone. Each muscle and joint in my body had the sensation of what felt like a bunch of shapes morphing and shifting to match exactly to how my body was moving. Another way I can describe it was like the whole room felt as if it were a 3-dimensional grid, and every time I moved, felt like I was shifting through that 3-dimensional grid if that even makes the slightest of sense. It was super weird, and I'd never experienced anything like this in my life. I remained calm and constantly repeated to myself that it was just the drugs and I'll be fine. I continued to look for my phone in a struggle, and I again had no idea how much time had passed since I went looking for it, but I did actually find it at some point. The clock read around 3:30 AM. I began listening to music to hopefully bring me down some. I thought listening to something normal would help me bring me back to reality. It helped slightly, but not anywhere near where I wanted it to be. The music sounded so familiar, yet so foreign. I was able to understand the lyrics, but it felt so alien that I didn't even want to listen anymore. I wasn't too bothered by this experience, but I wasn't pleased with it either. By this point, I was extremely exhausted, and all I wanted to do was go to sleep. Yet it was really early, and I could not shake the feeling no matter how hard I tried. This was my biggest mistake, and my attempts to resist the trip triggered an attack of horror, trauma, and panic all at once. I felt like I was losing the ability to inhale, like I was in space and oxygen wasn't present. I felt a burning sensation in my heart that began to feel like the whole world, kind of like the world was being closed in on my body. Considering the fact that this was the first time I felt something this intense, but so real, made every bone in my body believe I was about to die. I never felt more like I was going to die in that moment than in my entire life thus far. I thought that I've done it now. I took too much and now I was going to pay the price for it. I began to beg, to plead with God to keep my life. That I wasn't going to die, but by each second, the feeling just kept increasing and increasing. In a panic, I climbed up off the floor to let my friend know that I might be dying. He woke up confused, but not worried at all in the slightest. The feeling of not being able to breathe amplified, and my panic turned into a full-on fighting for my very life. I began to grab my friend, telling him to call 911 and I might be having a heart attack. "Bro, you're good," he kept saying with a worried smile on his face. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I started to feel my vision fading and my balance weakening. I thought, before I died, I should probably make my friend's parents aware, and hopefully they would make an attempt to rescue me and get me to a hospital, and that is exactly what I did. I swiftly stumbled out of my friend's room and down the hall into his parents' room, where I yelled to them, "Guys, I think I'm dying, please help me." My heart was still racing, and they both woke up with an urgency, but so calm in their approach. They sat me down on the edge of their bed. His mom rubbed my back and reassured I was going to be alright, while his dad got me a cup of water. Turns out my throat was so dry it was causing me troubled breathing, and was responsible for the burning I was feeling as well. I guess smoking a lot of weed or shrooms without water can give you a wicked dry throat, as one would expect. I sat on the edge of the bed drinking the water for which felt like hours. It was one of the most relieving feelings of my life. This faucet water tasted like glacier water from Antarctica. Greatest cup of water in my life. It literally felt like it saved my life. I was still super out of it, and at some point I realised that I'd just barged into my friend's parents' room at almost 4 AM to tell them I was dying. I instantly felt super bad and left their room thanking them for their help. I remember trying to verbally apologise for the inconvenience, but barely being able to get a full sentence out. It was mainly just gibberish, and I hurried back to my friend's room. I had no idea how much time I spent in their room, but I knew I was going to have to come up with a hell of a story to justify what I'd just done. I walked back into my friend's room, and he was still up and concerned about me, which I don't blame him for. I told him I just needed to go to sleep. Unfortunately for me, that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. I was on high alert the rest of the trip, trying my hardest not to feel like that again. My heart would race at random times, and my breathing would start to feel like it was dissipating again. I'd begin to panic, thinking the exact same things as before, experiencing the same death-like sensations. I woke my friend up again, and he was still reassuring me calmly, but I could tell he was getting irritated. I thought that I just need to take this like a man and relax somehow. I'd start to take deep breaths and reassure myself that I would feel better. Then, I'd feel like I was dying again. This process repeated about 8 or 9 times during the rest of the trip. It was hours of agony. It felt like I was constantly trying to fight death every so often. It was like I had to work night shift, so I wouldn't let death take full control over my body. It was a truly horrible feeling. I was fully aware of the normal world at this time, and only effects I was really noticing was the weird vision distortion of the 1 FPS screen. The feelings of wanting to close my eyes were so strong, but closing my eyes brought me back to that world, and I no longer wanted to be a part of it. I was completely done with the experience and wanted it to end so badly. I thought that maybe the trip was over and I've just made myself disabled. I fried my brain, and now I will never be the same again. I've begun to just accept this though, and go to sleep anyway. I'd seen some visuals that were on the more intense side, but they went away after some time, and I guess I just went to sleep. I woke back up around 7 AM and felt completely normal. My vision was back, I was back, the world was back. Everything was fine again. I was extremely relieved and felt a great wave of, it's finally over. I was beyond grateful to be sober. The inescapable prison of the trip was finally over, and I was delighted. The night I just experienced felt like a battle going on for years. I felt like trash though, and still was a little disoriented, so I went back to sleep. I woke up a few hours later at around 10:30 because I was getting picked up at 11. I used the bathroom, and I looked in the mirror again. I had seen the world from a new perspective, and looking at myself in the mirror for the next 24 hours was a very weird feeling which was beyond indescribable. I had some minor flashbacks that gave me spikes of anxiety, but I was able to shake them fairly easily. I was trying to remember all of the things that I saw, but even though they happened so recently, they seemed like they had happened thousands of years ago. They seemed so ancient and complex that I couldn't remember it in full detail. Randomly, when smoking weed, I started to get similar sensations or visuals that helped me remember some of the things I saw. This also helped me come back to add more to my trip report here. In all fairness, I actually never want to do shrooms again, but at the same time, I wasn't necessarily prepared for this trip either. I was a beginner jumping right into the thick of it, which also played a part in my bad trip. The stories I've read always intrigued me, but nothing would have prepared me for what I experienced that night. There is something within me drawing me to take them again, but if I do decide to do it, I will be better prepared this time. Death, Terror, and Recklessness. A DMT trip report by Jackals, posted to earwood.org January 4th, 2025. I just want to preface this whole thing by saying that this was hands down the most terrifying and reckless thing that I've ever done. I know that some of you out there reading this probably want to experience a DMT injection firsthand, or are at least curious about it, while others have made their minds up, like I did, and cannot or will not allow themselves to be persuaded otherwise. To the curious, I say, don't let yourselves be fooled by some documentary you saw on TV, or some shitpost on the internet with some idiot saying that he did it before and was absolutely fine. Those people are either professionals in a lab setting, or people that have no business saying you can and should inject yourself with DMT sitting behind a screen. And to all the other lost souls looking for answers and decided that this was the way to go, may God have fucking mercy on your everlasting soul. I'm 24 years old and live with my girlfriend and 2 dogs. I have a shiny new car, an awesome job, savings, investments, and an incredibly loving family. I am lucky, considering I spent 4 years in an active heroin addiction while homeless on the streets of New Orleans, and 2 years in prison. I've been out for about 2 years now, and off that stuff for about 4. Man, living in New Orleans, you get hold of a lot of stuff. Quick drug rap sheet includes heroin, oxys, and other opiates, cocaine, meth, MDMA, weed, daily for 6 years. Methadone, Suboxone, Subutex, 2CE, 2CB, GHB, ecstasy, lots of acid, lots of mushrooms that grow wild down here, as well as Xanax and other benzos, Adderall and other amphetamine, salvia, nitrous oxide, all kinds of weird pills. You get the point. Smoked, snorted, and IV'd my way through my teens and early 20s basically. But I am in recovery now. I've been completely sober for about a year from everything else except acid and mushrooms, which I believe to be a true cure for clinical anxiety and depression. I trip 3 times a year with my girlfriend, and my quality of life continues to improve with these tools like it never has before. A few weeks ago, my girlfriend and I watched a documentary about ayahuasca, and she expressed interest in trying it or other DMT-containing substances. I was also, as I'd never tried it actually, so I made a few clicks, and had half a gram of NN-DMT show up at my house very quickly. I freebased for the first 3 experiences, and they were incredible. I broke through on my first try, and felt like I was communicating with entities that wanted to show me the secrets of the world. I felt the most deepest feelings of joy and warmth, and I came away feeling like life wasn't the end. Sadly, my girlfriend couldn't handle the smoke, and regrettably choked and coughed and couldn't hold a single hit down, which was probably for the best. This stuff isn't for everyone. At some point I suggested maybe she could IV the drug, and she shot it down immediately. She said there was no way she was going to try something by injecting it, but unfortunately, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The seed was planted,
and the thought kept creeping up on me in the following days, and I eventually decided that I would do it. I found an easy method to dissolve the freebase with an acid on the internet. It seemed simple, but to get the mixture right, you just had to be very exact and know the molar weight of the two substances you were trying to dissolve. I had no idea how much I was doing. I didn't have anything that could measure out to 0.01 Gs, so I eyeballed what I thought was about 50 milligrams of freebase and mixed it with 0.36 milliliters of white vinegar. The ratio of acid to freebase was pretty good though, as it almost all completely dissolved when I added a bit of heat and distilled water. There was a bit of plant matter and a yellowish tint, but hey, I've done worse. God. I used a cotton filter and drew up the entire mixture. Went to my bedroom and found a belt and tied off. I hadn't IV'd anything in 4 years, but it was like riding a bike. I found a vein, hit oil, and pushed the plunger way down. But something stopped me at the last second from pushing it all the way down. So I pulled out with about 25 units left in the syringe. It was probably the only thing that stopped me from actually passing out. I had enough time to turn off the lights and fall onto my bed. And I could begin to feel it, and oh boy, did I fucking feel it. I shut my eyes and heard it whoosh over me when I was in total blackness. It came on like electricity. White flashed in my vision, and the next thing I remember is the weirdest, and I mean the weirdest patterns and shapes. It was so vivid. I remember wanting it to just stop. They were like comic book colours and outlines, shapes and geometry, pink and yellow and always changing. There was a circle. It was all so weird and so fast, but it wasn't distorted at all. It was all in super high definition, like I could have touched it, but I couldn't do anything but sit and watch and let the drug take its toll on me. To me, in that moment, it felt like getting hit by a planet, and I immediately regretted all of my actions leading up to this point. My mind was obliterated. I remember thinking that I was probably not going to remember any of this, and that I was likely going to pass out soon. I maybe even did pass out because I mostly don't remember much of the initial visions. It's almost like my brain couldn't even process what it saw, and trashed the memories because they were so far from reality. I do remember thinking something was laughing at me and thinking I was crazy. I also remember specifically thinking that I was not going to die. However, I was going to be forced to endure the terrible consequences of my actions. And holy fuck, was it awful. I would alternately get good vibes and then bad. Things would go fast and then slow. The good vibes were of the faintest sort, and the bad vibes of full and truly terrifying in the deepest, darkest way. My skin is crawling while I'm writing this. Everything seemed hostile and alien. I don't think I can properly convey with words that I was in a completely alien existence, with no clue as to what was happening, who I was, what I was seeing, that I did drugs or anything else. The removal from this world was complete. I do remember having the thought that it was incredible that I could even be seeing these things at all, that my brain could create these pictures and that everything was so distinctly weird and unreal. But I was there, forced to endure the visions of an alien nightmare. I could not, for the life of me, even remember who or what I was. I remember thinking at some point about love, and maybe it could bring me back. But it was like a pained, lost love sort of emotion, like I'd never see anyone ever again. Then, I saw these animal-looking people, male and female in pairs, and they would laugh and then stare, laugh and then stare. I wanted it to stop so badly, but I knew I had to wait it out. I remembered being in a wreck and being an addict. I felt deep shame, and yet, despite all this, I kept defiantly reassuring myself that somehow I was a good person with value. It seemed so tiny compared to the shame I felt though. It felt like the animal people were laughing at me. And I would fight the feeling of shame by saying, no, I have worth and I know it. And the animal people's expressions would change to something akin to slight admiration, like watching someone fight back against a fight they were obviously losing. And then I would become terrified again, and they would resume laughing and staring. I want you to keep in mind that all of this happened basically in what seemed like an instant, and that I am trying to use words to describe feelings and visions so completely, utterly devoid of anything positive or familiar that I don't think I can properly describe what happened without most of the terror being lost in translation. Anyone who has done DMT can probably relate to this, and everyone else just rest assured that this was an experience that was brutal and harrowing in the most extreme and uncommon sense. Also, throughout all of this was a physical feeling of being shredded by a million razors. There was also an even more intense sensation that my mind basically was being sucked out of my skull through a tiny pinhole, also feeling like being shot out of a cannon all at the same time. None of it was pleasant in the slightest, most remote way, and all of it was awful and horrifying on a magnificent scale that words will never capture. I still find it surprising that I didn't black out, and I'm still not convinced that I didn't, although I really don't remember actually losing consciousness. There was a moment when I suddenly realised that I wasn't breathing and took a huge gasp of breath. I felt the rig in my hand, and I saw my girlfriend screaming at me, saying, "You could have died, you could have died, you realise?" My girlfriend was not home, and I was actually alone during all of this. Throughout all of it, I kept telling myself, I'm not going to die, I just have to wait it out, I'm going to be fine. It felt like it was never going to end though. And after what felt like the 1000th modern art exhibit on steroids, nothing seemed to be coming back to me. I still didn't know who I was, and I started to panic. Everything started to get red, and I could see the animal people starting to get visibly freaked out. Red lights started flashing, and alarm bells were going off. It seemed like they were saying, "Oh shit, he might actually die." They almost started waving to me, like trying to get me to do something. And at some point I actually stood up. I opened my eyes and started beating on my chest. I kept on beating on my chest and just gasping, thinking, I can't die like this. I can't die like this. I looked at the bathroom and I looked at the door to the bedroom and I couldn't tell which was which. Nothing made sense at all, and there were these arrows on the floor and on the walls and the ceiling, all pointing and moving. It was like being in a fish tank almost. I actually smiled for a brief moment despite the terror, because I could not tell which door went where in my house, and it amazed me that something could have this profound of an effect on my perception. They both looked the same. I stood there for a while and kept beating on my chest and breathing. I didn't even feel like a person in that moment. I could barely feel my hands. I felt like a flimsy cardboard cutout. I felt like I was a piece of paper. I just had to keep breathing. I had to keep breathing. That was all I knew that I could do to pull off, and I would eventually come back if I didn't die. The room had a red glow like off of the Silent Hills PT trailer. And even though the lights were off and the room was dark, everything seemed to be lit up from behind my eyes. Eventually I stumbled out of the bedroom and into the kitchen. I tried to look at the clock to figure out how long I'd been tripping while telling myself, I'm not going to die, I'm not going to die, I'm not going to die, I'm not going to die. At this point I vaguely knew who I was and where I was, but still not what had happened. I could still see visuals swirling even though I was walking around. I couldn't focus on anything. It was like being in a big dirty fish tank. I kept trying to remember who I was and what was happening. Vinegar, it was vinegar, wasn't it? And I couldn't really seem to remember exactly what happened or what I'd put into my body. Finally, I got a good look at the clock and I knew I was not going to die. Yet I had to verbally tell myself, oh, it's vinegar and DMT and water and I was so scared that maybe I was poisoned, or that I had mixed in a chemical that I hadn't meant to accidentally. But as I slowly came to, this fear started to dissipate, and the fear was replaced by something like anger. I sat down and said, fuck whoever the fuck told me I could take this shit, fuck all these people, fuck this shit, and this is fucking ridiculous. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done, fuck it. I looked down and was amazed to see that I still had the syringe in my hand with 25 units of DMT solution in the barrel. I crawled my ass outside as the visuals faded and squirted the rest of that shit into the air and bent the rig in half. I watched the sun set behind the trees and just felt lucky to be alive while my dogs licked my face. The total length of time of the trip was 35 minutes. Nobody was home while I was doing this. Nobody knows I did this. I feel compelled to warn anyone else that might attempt this though. I had no trip sitter and none would have known if something had gone terribly wrong. For a brief second I actually thought my girlfriend was going to come home and find me dead with a needle in my hand. There was no way I could have even found my phone, much less use it to call 911 if I had to. I've done shit like this a million times and never once thought about safety. I thought I knew the risks, but it turns out I didn't know shit. Although, I didn't know exactly what was going to happen, I thought I had a pretty good idea of it. Even though I took precautions with sterilizations, none of that meant shit once I got blasted to the center of the universe. And the craziest thing is, people never think, oh yeah, I'm gonna die today. You never know when it's gonna happen. It can happen any time from any one of the stupid things we do every day. We never stop to think, oh yeah, this shit could totally kill me. We just do stupid shit and don't think about the consequences. People die every day and we never think about death in a personal way at all. To anyone out there thinking of doing this, I implore you to change your mind.
Walking Dead Syndrome. A Hawaiian Baby Woodrose and Datura trip report by Dread Pirate Mo. Posted to earwood.org, February 16th, 2020. I'm in my mid-30s. I'm a little over 6 feet in height, and I weigh about 200 pounds. I've done about all the major known drugs imaginable. During the late 90s, I tripped on LSD quite frequently. The experience I'm about to describe happened in the summer of 2013, and is beyond anything I've ever experienced before. I've heard people describe religious experiences on LSD, but of the dozens of times I've tried it, I've never had anything as remotely profound occur to me as did with these woodrose seeds. It was late August, and I was reuniting with a longtime friend. I will refer to this friend as Papa Smurf, for reasons that should become obvious. Papa Smurf introduced me to LSD back in high school. Even back then, he knew about the legal highs, the exotic plants and the more unusual designer drugs that most people had never even heard of. Papa Smurf went on to earn an advanced degree in psychology, but he still remained interested in altered states of consciousness. He was picking me up early in the morning to go hiking in the backcountry of the nearby national forest. I had planned on being a guinea pig, and would be trying something called Hawaiian Baby Woodrose. Being a guinea pig for Papa Smurf wasn't new to me, and it usually turned into an interesting experience, to say the least.
We got to the trailhead at about 9 in the morning. That particular trail began at an old cemetery. That's where Papa Smurf pulled out a miniature Ziploc bag filled with what looked to be a few grams of tanned powder. Papa Smurf had used a coffee grinder to pulverize the seeds into a powder. "How many?" I asked. 23, Papa Smurf replied. I had no idea at the time of what constituted a dose at all. I immediately took the bag, opened it up, unloaded the powdered seed into my mouth, and swallowed with the help of a few gulps of water. It wasn't too bad, but I did notice a metallic taste in my mouth that lingered. Over the next half hour, Papa Smurf asked several times if I felt anything. If I did, it was subtle. Approximately 45 minutes into the walk, something hit me like a freight train. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but mostly it was a feeling that something big had happened. By this point in time, I was seeing traces, and everything seemed vibrant and different, but the visuals didn't matter, as it was as if the essence of my very being had changed in some fundamental way, and I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. About an hour into the hike, I noticed that the trees seemed endless, and I blurted out loud, "Haha, there's sure a lot of trees around here." Papa Smurf replied, "Yes, there are." I felt so inadequate because that's not what I meant to say. For me, the forest had somehow become a fractal or kaleidoscope. It was supernatural somehow, but I could not find the language to describe it. From this point on, I felt like I had lost my ability to communicate. I know I must have been sweating and looked horrible. It was so challenging to walk. At some point, Papa Smurf took us off trail and down towards a rocky creek bed. We ended up at a tree that had a protrusion that looked so much like a human head that I felt inclined to treat the tree as if it were a person. I sat down on the bank there and remember thinking that if I mentally let go, I would die. Papa Smurf spent the next few hours stacking stones into immense stacks. While Papa Smurf entertained himself by stacking rocks, I faced an inner dialogue with myself. Somehow, I felt death was imminent. All I had to do was go. I was scared to let go, but for some reason, I felt as if I had to die. I then began to feel as if I were vibrating. Everything was vibrating, and I was part of it. At some point, I opened my eyes and Papa Smurf was in my face and looked really, really scared. I told him I was okay. He said, "I know you're okay." But I could see that he was actually very, very scared for me. I told him, "I just gotta let go." And I closed my eyes and went back to the vibrations that had pleasantly consumed me. Somehow in my own mind, let go meant die, which in turn meant to return to a vibrational state. Papa Smurf later told me that I was shaking and trembling as if I were freezing, but he didn't want to say anything to me because he didn't want to scare me. I could have stayed where we were for hours longer, but eventually Papa Smurf wanted to go. My reality at this time was shattered. I had no choice but to follow Papa Smurf. Not only was my mind blown, but I was physically exhausted. I felt like a zombie. At some point we were walking through the forest, and Papa Smurf says, "Oh my god, look at that panda over there by the bamboo." At this point I'm unable to talk at all, but I'm really wondering where we're at and how the fuck we got to some place where there's bamboo and panda bears. Papa Smurf always liked to fuck with you in little ways like this,
But this time, I truly couldn't be sure of reality. As we walked, I began to realise that I had died on that creek bed back there. Nothing seemed strange anymore. I kept repeating out loud, "I'm here, you're here, and that's just how it is." Papa Smurf said I kept repeating that phrase over and over and over again. I couldn't carry on a conversation, but what I was really thinking was that I had died many times before, and every time it was with Papa Smurf. It had just happened again, and that's just how it was. I felt like I was in some kind of purgatory, where life kept repeating itself up to that very same moment. Every once in a while, Papa Smurf would fuck with me again. At one point he said with a straight face, "I can't believe we've been out here in the jungle for 14 days already." I couldn't say anything back to him, but I certainly had an inner dialogue in my head. I thought, have we really been out here for 14 days? Surely not. I even wondered what country we were in. But then another part of me said, it's just Papa Smurf fucking with me as per usual. But even with that thought, I couldn't be sure. But these kind of episodes were familiar too. I had experienced them many times already, at least that's how I felt. It didn't matter if it was jungle or not, because all of it was pure purgatory. There was another instance where Papa Smurf yelled back to me, "Hey, whatever you do, just don't pick up a rock and hit me in the back of the head with it, alright?" I thought, why the fuck would he say that? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I seriously had this mental dialogue in my head where I contemplated killing Papa Smurf, because I somehow felt I was supposed to do that because he told me not to do it. Those words took on a strange significance. Eventually, we made it out of the forest and to Papa Smurf's car. As we drove, I contemplated the seeming fact that I was already dead, and nothing really mattered, because it had already happened, and just kept on repeating. And I became obsessed, truly obsessed with this idea. During our drive, Papa Smurf made an unexpected stop at an apartment complex. He knew the maintenance manager and wanted to say hello. He visited with his friend who was painting an apartment unit. Me? Well, I was unable to communicate, so I decided to go outside and look around. While sitting on the second-story stairs of the apartments we were at, a car pulled up. I was so convinced that I was reliving life in purgatory that I strongly considered yelling out some expletives, simply for the fact that it wouldn't matter because it had already happened somehow. Everything I did or thought about doing was a repetition of something in purgatory that I had already done, and therefore my actions really didn't matter. Fortunately, I did not test this theory of mine. Papa Smurf drove me back to my apartment, now at about 4 PM. I spent the next few hours contemplating everything that had happened. I began to regain my sanity. Throughout the first half of my trip, I had accepted my experience as reality, and the fact that I had done drugs weighed little on my interpretation of that reality. During my later solitude, I began to realise that the substance had induced the experience. I knew I was not dead, but somehow felt as though I had died and been put back together. The rest of my experience occurred in solitude, and I continued to see traces, bursts of colour, and perceptual distortions, but they didn't matter. I spent the rest of my experience reflecting on what seemed to be the most profound experience that I had ever had. Later, that next day, I spoke with Papa Smurf about everything that had happened. He confessed that he had added datura seeds to the mix. He said he added the seeds so there was more volume in the coffee grinder. He didn't think there was enough for them to affect the experience. His guess was that he added about 70 to 100 Datura seeds. I've since experienced both Datura and Woodrose by themselves, and I can tell you now I think the combination somehow made this experience of mine seem even more real. In reflection, I can't help but think that such an experience could have gone horribly wrong, despite how disturbing it really was. I seriously contemplated murder, jumping off a cliff, and calling someone a racial slur because of the weird mental space I was in. I feel like I could have done any of those things. On LSD, there is always that part of you that knows that what you're experiencing is the result of the drug. I didn't have that with this experience. It was real. On the other hand, it was truly the most profound experience I've ever had. I mean, I was dead in purgatory and intimately aware that I was simply replaying my life for the billionth time. It is a bizarre state of mind to believe this, though the thought of repeating it scares me, that there is a part of me that wants to do this all over again. DMT, and then shrooms the next day. A trip report sent in by a subscriber. I should start by saying that I doubt this compares to any of the other crazier trip reports of high doses of psychedelics, but it was terrible enough of an experience that I feel I should send it in. This happened to me about 4 years ago, but I've kept it written down as clear as possible. I ordered 10 grams of shrooms for me and a buddy, but my plug got my order wrong, and instead of giving me golden teachers like I wanted, he gave me 13 grams of Thailand shrooms. I was annoyed because I'd been researching golden teachers and was excited to try them, but I was grateful for the large compensation and thanked him. I also picked up 5 tabs of LSD. I gave 3 grams of the Thai variety to my mum to spread out. She'd been wanting some to microdose for her chronic headaches. That night, I also picked up a DMT pen that my friend requested. DMT was always a bucket list drug that we had wanted to try. I gave the dealer my friend's cash, and he passed it to me separately. My impulsive mind took over me, and I told the dealer I wanted to try a small amount of DMT then and there. I figured it wouldn't hurt to do a small amount, and my friend wouldn't mind too much that I was hitting his pen. The dealer warned me to sit down on the nearest bench, and told me how to inhale it and hold it into my lungs. It was dark and wet outside, and the town centre still had the odd crackhead roaming around it. It definitely wasn't a safe environment, but I didn't really care. At least the guy was sitting with me. I took a short, 2-second drag and held it in, but nothing. I waited, and still nothing. I took one very large drag and held it in for as long as possible until it all evaporated into my lungs. I didn't see many visuals at all, but the atmosphere has a weird shake to it, as if I could see a sort of mirage of vibrations in the air. I can't exactly explain what it looked like. It's very difficult to describe. I began to get this feeling of euphoria, similar to being on MDMA, except it felt more real and oddly grounded. I stood up and thanked my dealer with an excited hug before heading home. It was late now, and the hit wore off extremely fast, but I wanted more. I video called my friend and told him that he can't stop me because he's not with me, and that I can't wait any longer. I was going to take some more deep hits of the pen, although I didn't want to fully break through without him there to trips it. He sighed and started to chuckle at me, pointing out my lack of self-control and recklessness. He knows how addicted to drugs I used to be,
and that there wasn't really any point trying to talk me out of any decision in general once I'd set my mind on something. I told him I just called him because I wanted him to watch me, as he had trip-sat me many times before with our other mutual friend. He's very experienced in psychedelics, as he's probably taken more than me and our other friend combined, although he had never taken DMT either at this point. He is a marvellous trip-sitter though, and always knows what to say. After conversing with him for a few minutes, I told him I was calm and ready to take the hits. He sighed and watched as I inhaled as long as I could. Immediately I felt different. I still didn't see anything, so I grew slightly skeptical and took yet another great big draw. Held it in, breathed out. Nothing. I suddenly started to panic that I'd maybe done a little too much, even though I still somehow did not see any visuals at all. I had this terrible feeling in my brain creeping up on me. It felt too big for my skull and I could feel all the sides of it pressing against it. It started to feel like I was trapped in some kind of locked cage. This was such a specifically horrible sensation for me that I began to feel increasingly nauseous, especially because I'd just eaten the most of a huge Domino's pizza on getting home. Just as I felt like I was about to start gagging, I got it back under control by telling myself I don't feel sick at all and that I'm only pretending. This worked somehow, and although I felt extremely fragile, the caged brain feeling was gone, thank God. Me and my friend were talking some more about DMT-related stories and podcasts, until he mentioned something about someone who ended up quite physically hurt. That sickly feeling came back to me, and I begged him to change the subject fast. He laughed playfully at me, and told me to think about puppies running through a field with John Cena. This would have made me laugh if I was sober, but because my mindset was already panicked and negative, I started getting a vivid imagination in my head of John Cena, while smashing a puppy's head into paste with its bare hands. I kept trying to not spiral and to stay afloat for another 5 minutes before it wore off, and decided to say goodbye to my friend. The next day he told me he was coming to my town to pick up his DMT pen and keep it with him until the day after that, when we were supposed to meet and trip on shrooms, as he obviously didn't trust me not to have some more. I agreed, and we arranged to meet in town centre for midday. When I awoke, a feeling of freedom and excitement washed over me. I didn't originally intend to scoff all of my shrooms at once, and I was still supposed to give some to my buddy to have together. But I had just passed a drug test for my job the day before, so I was way too excited knowing I was totally free to do drugs for at least another 4 weeks or so, and I figured we could just take my acid instead. I am a very impulsive person in general. I woke up a little late and lounged around in my room. I should mention now that my room is a garage conversion outside my mum's house in a garden. A lovely separate living space with a bathroom. I'm very grateful that I can be as loud as I want in there, as late as I want, without being heard in the middle of the night. It was the perfect safe haven to trip in, undisturbed and on my own. I looked over at my large packet of shrooms. I've actually never tripped by myself before, and I thought it wouldn't be so bad, as I remembered I was seeing my friend briefly later on. So I knew at some point I'd be in safe hands and definitely in a good mood when I saw him, so I didn't think anything could actually go wrong. I decided to take them before putting some clothes on, tidying my room and leaving to meet him. I even strategically did my makeup before taking them, so I didn't have to be looking in the mirror while potentially coming up. I put one in my mouth, but the Thai variety are so small, it made me want more than just a few. I scoffed more and more and more on their own until there were only 3 or 4 mushrooms left, and I figured I may as well go big or go home. This attitude has actually put me in a lot of trouble in life so far, and I'm only 19. But I figured life is about taking risks, so I took a slice of my leftover pizza and shoved the rest of the shrooms down. I didn't really notice the come up until I was about to leave my place. I'd finished getting dressed and ready, so I sat down for a short while, doom scrolling until he told me I was about to arrive in town. Once I stood up, I went to pick up my keys, and immediately the mushrooms have kicked in. I felt the cold metal in my hands and the little metal flower keyring jingling against them. The noise was so much louder than I normally hear every day, and it reminded me of pretty wind chimes. I started giggling to myself as I realised what was happening, and I felt that pure, childlike glee and excitement wash over me. As I was locking up my room, my mum and stepdad were coincidentally just locking up their house as they were about to leave to go shopping. She asked me what was so funny, and I told her that I was on shrooms. She found this very amusing and started laughing at me. I bid them goodbye and set off to meet my friend, and the shrooms seemed to kick in more and more intensely with every single step that I take. I was coming up really fucking strong now. I adopted an odd kind of stumble as though I was drunk. I was walking and giggling to myself constantly, listening to pretty music and taking everything in. When I got to the town centre, I ran into my dealer who pretended not to see me and then acted pleasantly surprised when I said hello. This freaked me out a little bit, but I got talking to him and told him I was tripping on his shrooms. He seemed very sheepish. I told him I had to go, as my friend was waiting for me. On meeting my friend, I handed over the vape and we talked for nearly half an hour until he caught his bus. It was so intensely funny seeing him, and I felt amazing. I was taking photos of random pieces of concrete and weeds on the pavement the entire time, because everything looked so utterly beautiful, and I was in complete awe. Once he had to leave, I felt a small sense of sadness wash over me, but mainly worry, as I do know how this ends up going. I thought about all the videos from YouTube that I go to sleep listening to, about terrible trip reports and how many of them start when they're with their buddies but have to leave. After saying goodbye, I stuck my headphones in again and focused on my beautiful music. I was still in a lovely mood, and I recall feeling like a fairy princess of sorts. I remembered how good fruit tastes on shrooms, so I decided to go to the nearest supermarket and buy some for later. On walking in, I immediately started getting freaked out from all the stone-cold sober people, many decades older than me, who all looked dead behind their eyes from their long-term jobs. I felt watched and judged, and I knew I had to leave instantly. I couldn't exit the way I came, so I pretended to walk around the store to try and pretend to buy something. But when I looked down, all the aisles seemed to go on for miles and miles and miles. Everything was so symmetrical and identical on the shelves. Things were looking more and more vibrant, and the geometric patterns were almost fully taking over my vision. I felt sort of like I was in a weird level of the back rooms, except it was crammed full of half-conscious people shopping on autopilot. It began to feel as though the supermarket was mocking me and trying to make me feel childish or alone. I felt like my face was soaking wet, but when I touched it, it was always bone dry. I couldn't stop bringing my hand to feel my skin. At this point, I'm not even joking when I say that all I could see were the patterns. They were undoubtedly beautiful, but so intimidating when I needed to focus. Getting out of the shop felt like a life or death situation. They seemed to get stronger the more scared I became. By this time, I became so desperate to leave that I walked up to a security guard and started literally begging him to let me out of the shop, even though I hadn't bought anything. To which he warmly grinned at me and let me out. He even called me darling, which put me at ease again, somewhat. My other dealer, whom I buy rave drugs like MDMA and 2CB from, started texting me and calling me sexy, asking how I was doing and sending me lots of pictures. Luckily for me, all of his face and torso. Do not know how I would have reacted if I'd seen something else. This made me panic though, and I wanted to get off my phone, but every time I put it back in my pocket I would start bursting into an uncontrollable fit of nervous laughter that I just couldn't contain. I must have looked so weird to pedestrians, just walking and laughing so loud at thin air. I didn't feel like a princess anymore, but a delicate and vulnerable small child. A few minutes later, I managed to get control of myself by focusing on the music in my headphones. A disgusting old man stuck his face close to mine as he was walking past me, and he made those kissy noises at me just like you would treat a stray cat. When I looked at him, he grinned from ear to ear at me and wiggled his eyebrows up and down. I don't know if his face genuinely looked like that, but his smile seemed to stretch bigger and wider with every passing millisecond. I was so alarmed at the sight of him that I broke into a stumbling jog and eventually made it back to my house. I should note that much later after my trip, my mum told me that she had actually driven past me walking when she was going shopping. She knew not to let me see her, thank God, because although I love my mum to bits, I definitely would have gone into a dark spiral of embarrassment and self-hatred if I had seen her while being so fucked up and scared. On getting home to my room, I tried to put on Sassy the Sasquatch to calm myself down, although the voices all sounded utterly comical. They sounded very deep and slow, just like the stereotype of how people sound in movies when the protagonist is on a high dose of psychedelic drugs. It was real, after all. I turned it off and put my music back on, desperate to just stay calm somehow. From here on out, the trip just got worse and worse and worse. I was slipping down a dark, sliding slope and felt an incredibly strong sense of sheer loneliness. And I couldn't shake anxious thoughts about how people view me and how my social image is. How do people see me when they meet me for the first time? Am I extremely ugly and socially awkward, but nobody is telling me out of politeness? I'm a woman who stands at 6 foot and full of muscle from lifting weights daily. I started to feel like an utter freak and worrying about going down the complete wrong path in life just simply by not trying to go with regular body standards. I'm wondering if I looked like a large, beefy man wearing makeup, heavily adorned in all the jewellery I wore. An image popped into my head of a great big female monster next to a petite, pretty girl, and I started tearing up, making the shroom visuals even more distorted and exaggerated. I ran to look in the mirror, even though I knew I shouldn't, and a literal giant clown stared back at me. My red jacket transformed into a jester outfit, and my makeup looked so dramatic even though I barely applied any. My face was ghostly pale. Although I'm normally extremely fair-skinned, I just did not look normal at all. My complexion was worryingly white. I felt so disgusting, so silly. Everything I thought I was proud of in life had turned into the complete opposite. I'd never felt so cripplingly ashamed. I should mention that my mental health is utterly fine normally, and I never have self-esteem issues ever. I just don't know why the shrooms were doing this to me. I must have spent about 2 more hours curled in a ball on my carpet crying that felt like I was doing it for all eternity, when my shroom dealer started spam messaging me and calling me to try to chat to me. I ignored him though. I texted my friend from earlier, who actually helped calm my nerves and told me to get under a blanket and just breathe. I couldn't stop thinking about how I was going to withdraw socially and talk to less people just so I didn't have to be seen though. After about 5 hours, the trip subsided, and I sat eating some more leftover, stale pizza. I don't think I'll ever be so reckless with shrooms ever again. I came to the conclusion I really need to respect psychs more. Because I only saw psychedelics as a fun thing to do before this, but in reality they are no joke. It's so incredibly easy to have a bad trip on a high dose. One little negative thought, and you begin to tumble out of control. I've learned my lesson the hard way.